Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
Will take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here in Sheffield. It's wonderful to see some of the shots there of the drama, the emotion, the excitement, celebration when athletes have won medals in the past. Some great sights captured from last year. So great that we can bring this live stream to you across all 3 days of action. We shall have a look at the schedule today because it is a little busier than yesterday. Few more finals as well. Of course, we crowned 60 hurdles and pole vault medalists. And we will start today with 1500 meter heats on the track. We'll dip into the field as well, where we have a long jump, shot put, high jump qualification over the next couple of hours or so. 400 and then 800 meters. So they had heats yesterday and now have semi-finals, of course. And 2 rounds of the 1500 meters, as you can see, taking us most of the way through. So an earlier finish than yesterday as a result of the earlier start. So, hashtag BUCS Nationals on social media, on Twitter and Instagram. And also keep an eye on the YouTube chat for your messages to join in the conversation. Why not? Let us know where you're cheering from and who you're watching today. Oh, look at that full house in the treadmills in the gym, watching on, and what about in the stand as well, filling up very nicely. As it was yesterday, as you'd expect, plenty of athlete colleagues also competing, but yeah, why not come along and watch as well? That's what plenty have done. We saw a championship record yesterday in the 60-metre hurdles. Abigail Paula of Loughborough breaking the record with 8.17 seconds. It was 8.22, held jointly by Yasmin Miller and Jodie Smith. And Yasmin Miller happened to be pretty much stood behind me, and she handed out the medals in the end, as well as a very short cameo appearance here on commentary. So yeah, that was a bit of an unexpected, enjoyable moment, and fantastic for Abigail Paula. So yeah, that's laid down the gauntlet to others in finals to come. We'll start with heats. You can see this 1500 underway, and it's the first of 6. So let's have a look at the lineup. Coventry's Chuk Lee, Morgan Lloyd of Royal Holloway, Cameron Deverill of Cambridge, Noah Bennett of Birmingham, Callum Crook of Reading, Bath's Justin Davis, so he's the tall figure there in the blue and the ponytail. Adam Russell of Nottingham, Keelan Hopewell of Liverpool John Moores, and Jack Castellino of Durham. So it's the first 2 going through from each heat, and then 6-time qualifiers across all 6. And say decent participation for 1500 to have as many as 6 heats. We will also see Tyler Billiard, gold medalist last year. He'll go in the 2nd heat. And some other decent talent includes Jacob Reynolds in the 3rd heat, just having a look across. And Luke Davidson in heat number 6, Rafe Serif and Adam Dre also to come. So, well, Justin Davis actually got a medal at the UK Indoor Championships. And, well, middle distance, not everyone was there at those UK Indoors last weekend, but it was a great opportunity, though, as a result, for Davis to get that 800-metre bronze. Davis was also a bronze medalist last year at the BUCS Outdoor Championships. So it's Nottingham's Adam Russell, it looks like, who's leading them out early on. So 2:25.26 through 800. Russell of Nottingham, Davis of Bath, Bennett of Birmingham is there as well in this lead group, and Cameron Deverill of Cambridge there as well. And looks like leg number 5, Callum Crook of Reading, the other at the sharp end of this race. And it's a gap back to Jack Castellino of Durham. And then further behind in 7th place is Keelan Hopewell of Liverpool John Moores. So starting to pick up the pace now, just to set a mark in this opening heat of the day. Going to come through and hit the bell now. Davis using that as a trigger to push on. So is Bennett in the red. Justin Davis showed a great front-running style last year. Had a good season. He was also the England Senior 800 champion. Seems to me like it might be his stronger distance, although he has won a fair few medals over 800. And He can afford to ease up over the line, as Deverell looked like he came into second place there, and the clock stopped, well, didn't stop actually, but around 4:11. Six-time qualifying positions, though, that's where the clockings are more relevant, beyond just first and second places, automatically through to those semi-finals coming up at 3:45 this afternoon. So 4:10.88 official winning time for Justin Davis of Bath.
Both the men's and women's long jump in the first qualifying round. The automatic qualifying distance in the men's long jump is 7 meters 15. And in the women's, 5 meters 85.
So, as well as the track action getting underway, we also have qualification for the men and women's long jump. So, both happening side by side, so quite busily packed in. So, let's have a look here. We've got 3 groups, in fact, of long jumpers, which is yeah, really high energy, because I often say that people, instead of having 14 heats of sprints, people should actually enter the long jump where they might have a higher chance of making the final or get a medal. Potentially, anyway. Suzanne Palmer of Derby. So just early stages of long jump qualification here, 3 attempts each. On the far side, they are ready for heat number 2 of the men's 1500 metres. And in this race, Sam Clark of Edge Hill, and then Tyler Billiard of Birmingham. So, as well as being a BUCS champion, he was also part of the World University cross-country team, along with the likes of Bethan Morley, Luca Minali. Quite a few of those going in the 3,000 metres. Alex Malloy as well. So nice to see them combine and get GB vests. Tyler Billiard last year, part of a very successful year for Birmingham. A bit of a lockout on the men's side as well, with Cameron Bailey winning the 400. And also did quite well in the relays as well. So Hugo Hewitt of Exeter joining, then Ross O'Brien of UWS, University West of Scotland. Durham's Ellis Swindle, then Henry Fisher of BCU now. Justin Strover of Sheffield Hallam, Jack Letitia of Winchester, and Tristan Hyung of LSE. So 5 laps to go for these athletes, and we can see there Sheffield Hallam's Justin Strover, early leader at the front, and then it looks to me 354 Henry Fisher. Interesting, BCU typically having a sort of navy vest, so opting for the light purple here. Yet another purple university, along with Manchester, Leeds, Beckett, Loughborough, partly Durham.
believe he does most of his training at the University of Birmingham, though.
And yet, if you ask me to name a purple football team, I can only think of one. Fiorentina. So anyway, Ross O'Brien of University of the West of Scotland now leading.
So our new leader here, Ross O'Brien of UWS.
So O'Brien from Fisher, and then Billiard in third place, just putting a lap on one of the back markers. And then it's the Exeter athlete Hugo Hewitt. So 4 athletes with just under 400 metres to go, looking for 2 automatic spots in those semi-finals coming up later. Hewitt trying to manage that gap, but just being dropped at the moment. Space really starting to open up now, and as you might expect, 3:29 at the bell. Tyler Billiard starting to show his quality also. 3:29.2 at the bell. What a battle this is. Billiard and Fisher, and O'Brien slipping back a bit, and that is crucial. So O'Brien's got to try and run the fastest time that he can. 3:59.15, so some 11 seconds faster than the previous heat won by Justin Davis, who did ease up on the line.
Official time for the winner, 3:57.8. Slightly quicker than what the board says.
Given officially it's 3:57.8, so that's quite a big bit quicker than the trackside clock. So applause here for LSE's Tristan Jung, London School of Economics. And this here is Sam Clark of Edgehill. So just having another look here, Tyler Billiard easing up across the line, and nice and easy for him.
So next up is our halfway heat, heat 3 of 6.
So you're watching live coverage of the second day of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, and pleased to say Tom Wilcock has joined me in your Loughborough hoodie as well. So yeah, tell me what you enjoy about BUCS. Obviously in the final yesterday, getting onto the podium, another BUCS medal for you. I'm sure you would have been going for gold, but how are you doing?
Thanks for having me, Alex. Yeah, really appreciate it. I think my favourite thing about BUCS has got to be the team atmosphere. Coming here, representing Loughborough, and just having a friendly rivalry with the other universities. It's nice. It's nice to come. You don't get that too often in athletics, especially at sort of this level. So it's really nice to come here and have a team atmosphere. And not only go for a medal but go for points as well and try and get Loughborough on top. So that's really, really, really positive.
Yeah, well, Loughborough always seem to find a way to get on top, don't they?
We do. We have a pretty big programme. We're doing really well. Emma Wiltshire leading the pack, and it's going really well. Yeah, they have a really good programme, strong support staff, and a lot of people that buy in because they want to. And it's an environment that fosters good athletes and that brings more in. So we're really pleased. Yeah.
I mean, you've had, like, between your Loughborough teammates, some good battles. Indeed, you know, not just other universities, but I mean, we had chances of like a Loughborough 1-2-3 in the past. So, I mean, that's pretty cool in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, we're fortunate to have the high pack, so I guess the attraction is that we can hurdle indoors or all throughout the year, which we'd be very fortunate for. We've had Josh Armstrong in the past, Ethan Akani, Oab, and we've had a really strong
Cam Fillery.
Cam Fillery, of course. Yeah, Cam Fillery was doing a little masters last year that sprung out a little bit. It's good to have him there. I think we always push each other at Loughborough. It's nice to have a battle. I think with the hurdles you've got to have a bit of back and forth, people to really drag you along. It's an event that fosters an environment where if other people can run well, you're forced to run well as well. You know, so going back and forth people in races, it's vital to have that competition, and it fosters a better race environment.
I mean, you talk about masters. I think this year is maybe the first year I've not spotted someone that did actually the BUCS in 2012 when it was in the Olympic Stadium. You know, like multiple PhDs or multiple part-time PhDs. Or
11-time BUCS appearance.
Just madness actually. But you never know quite who appears. But just run through this lineup quickly of the third heat to the men's 1500 that we have. So Luke Haynes of York, Jack Patton, Strathclyde, Jacob Reynolds, Cardiff, Daniel Davey of Bangor, Cardiff Met's Adam Eade, Jack Wilkinson, Oxford, Josh Blevins of Leeds Beckett, Alex Dunn, Leeds, and James Grant of Stirling, with Adam Eade of Cardiff Met just out front at the moment. Josh Blevins of Leeds Beckett just making a move there, with Jacob Reynolds, the young Welshman, in the red vest of Cardiff in a good position too, with Jack Patton just on the shoulder. It's interesting how BUCS also mixes people that wouldn't necessarily mix if you think about, you know, shot putters, distance runners, hurdlers like yourself into a team, but also potential Olympic level from people who really enjoy the sport, but maybe BUCS might be the pinnacle for some.
Yeah, it's a good mix. I think it's nice for people to be in teams that have those sort of athletes. And I think in my first year at Outlaws, we had Jess Judd in the team, who of course went to Tokyo, and then you've got, you know, people where this is their first time representing Loughborough, let alone Great Britain. So to have that in the same team and to be a part of that squad means a lot. I think so. It's really positive to see that sort of level and to see people being proud to represent their universities as well as Britain, their nation, and go on to major champs. So I think again it's a positive team environment. Coming down here on the bus, hotel, it's nice. I think a lot of people don't necessarily get that team environment in this sport, so it's vital that people have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's certainly one to make the most of. So Patton of Strathclyde, Eade of Cardiff Met, 2 to go. We're just under now. Hit the bell this time around. Good battle here with top 2 going through automatically only. And look here at Adam Eade, eyes down at the track, very focused. He's going to make a move just like Justin Davis did in the first heat, but big difference there was between first and second heat in terms of timings, but they are making a big breakaway and probably step on the gas just a little bit longer and then ease up, because Jacob Reynolds is just out of shot just behind this pair. So maroon and then red, and then also making a move is Alex Dunn of Leeds, finishing quite quickly, but he's going to be behind this trio, Reynolds, Eade and Patton, 4:04.91. So that slots in that big gap between the first and second heat on times. As someone who's been in track and field for quite a few years now, you know, what else do you enjoy? Do you enjoy watching it, and which events do you find, you know, the best to watch?
Yeah, absolutely love watching it. I think my favourite is the high jump. I think I love watching the high jump. I think when it's done right and an event like that is so technical.
Yes, when it looks effortless.
Yeah. So of course, me trying to clear 140 would not be as elegant, but seeing Barshim or something like that make 235 look like it's no problem, I think absolutely brilliant. I think I love watching Owen Hurd in the pole vault yesterday. Great event to watch when it's done right and it looks effortless. I absolutely love watching.
Yeah, well, I suppose the interesting thing is that the fewest amount of people attempt pole vault, maybe of any other event in athletics, but it has those kind of gymnastic qualities that you see obviously in high jump, and to a lesser extent maybe you see in hurdling. And often people who are good at hurdling are good at high jump. There seems to be quite a parallel. Obviously, you know, when you do combined events, they very much go hand in hand. But yeah, you do sometimes see that hurdles and high jump people are quite good at them too.
Yeah, I think that with those events, technique is vital. You know, you can have natural speed, you can have natural spring, natural talent, but with those events, technique is vital. A good coach is vital. So I think one of those ones where if you've got ability to pick up and be positive and have a good attitude when it comes to your training, that it can translate quite nicely. So high jump and hurdles would go hand in hand. It's a lot of coordination just as much as sort of like endurance or speed. So it's an event that doesn't surprise me when it goes hand in hand. Pole vault as well. I know Sasha Zoya, I think, vaulted and hurdled and was quality.
That's right,
in
yeah,
both
it's a
of them.
great example. Yeah.
So there you go, I think it's a perfect example of that.
Yeah, no, incredible talent. I think pole vault just relies on so much trust in your ability as well. I think if you slow it down, you know, sometimes you actually see how much goes on within a few seconds of one another, and it just looks incredible. Yeah, so you know, because you have to build up speed. Otherwise, if you lose momentum, then you don't have it at the top. But have you ever vaulted at all?
I have not vaulted.
No,
Kate Rooney is testing me and trying to get me involved. But you know, to run at a 5 metre high bar with a pole in your hand, it's not quite a it's not a relaxing environment to be in. But I think you can see why people. Why though? I've got a lot of respect for those sort of technical events, because it's a patient game. You can see why not as many people do it, because it's not something that you can necessarily do naturally. So you wonder why less people do it. It's because it's not easy to do first time. So it's really nice to see those people who stick with it, are patient, have the right attitude, and give it a go.
Yeah. Well, of course, anything under 3 meters, it's a completely different, way simpler technique, because you don't have to do what's going up to 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And get your legs in the air. You know, you're just sort of lifting them, and that's sort of what the masters age 80 world records are like, because you're not actually doing that. So that is it, and that's where people start.
Yeah.
You know, I think when you ski jumping, you just sort of jump onto a mattress. I've seen like very rudimentary techniques of that. You've got to sort of start somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, it's not something you can just. You can't just pick up a pole vault and jump 5 meters, you know, or something like that. So it's you got to have respect for those masters athletes. They're fair play. Some of the hurdle record and the sprints and the jumps, they're still flying. You saw Dwayne Chambers run, was it an 85 of the week? So those guys are still very competitive. Yeah,
and you know, I mean, in field events particularly, you know, when you don't rely on speed as much, in some events, certainly some events, speed actually is underrated. As we see shot put qualification, so 2 pulls aiming for 14 meters, but often the qualification marks aren't realistically needed. And, yeah, that's one of those events where Loughborough just seems to have a specialism in shot put, just picking up all of those points across shot put, pole vault. I suppose it's because in some cases the best coaches for some of those specialist events are based at Loughborough. You know, as you said, Kate Rooney, Lucas Zavila is here as well. So yeah, all of those specialisms just kind of help bring and attract the best athletes in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you have coaches that you know have done it themselves and pedigree, you know, when you've got Olympic coaches who have, you know, Olympic athletes who've been to the Olympics and now coaching. It makes you have that trust, that extra bit of trust in the athletes. I think with the pedigree and the athletes they've had, you've seen who they've coached and their personal best with their athletes. Again, it makes you trust them, especially in those technical events when you need a coach that knows how to work the rounds, work the qualification, stay patient, say the right things at the right time. It's vital. It's vital, and you know, the coach doesn't realise how far their inspiration can reach. So I think it's vital for them to be as good as they are, because it can ultimately keep people in and out of sport.
Yeah, so what do you think some of the best coaching advice that you've received in your time?
Well, my coach George is a man of few words, but I think George Macikiewicz.
Yes.
He's 85 now, from Poland, so he's still going strong. But he sort of mentored another coach called Alex Uwenwu, and he said one thing that he told me was raise the floor, not the ceiling. Just get that consistency going with the hurdles, and that's something that I've taken a lot into. Sort of just, if you raise that floor, not the ceiling, you just keep those consistent. You keep those positive, and you eliminate the negatives by knowing what you did well, working the rounds, and instead of aspiring too high or worrying about running a quick time. You just stay consistent. You do the things, you do the fundamentals well, and the rest will come naturally.
Just run through this this race lineup. Sam Stevens of Leeds, Mackenzie Woodward, Liverpool, Andrew Moore of Bangor, Patrick Griffith of Loughborough, Sam Stevens of St Mary's, Theo Cheshire of Bath, Harrison Chambers of Portsmouth, Jack Dockrell of Hull, Christopher McClue of Glasgow Caledonia, so he's top ranked in this one, the 4th placer of the Scottish Championships last year over 800 with a personal best of 3:47.62, but this is his first track race of the year. You can see that blue and white stripes of St Mary's out front, and then Theo Cheshire in the blue of Bath, and then it's Sam Stevens of Leeds in 3rd place, and then Loughborough's Patrick Griffith. How good are you on your university colours in terms of vests?
Not too
tricky ones.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah. I think there are a couple with similar colours, aren't there? So you have to look closely. I'm not too bad.
Well, I never understood why so many pick purple.
Well, I think probably the original thing is it would be unique, but then it's just become, everyone's started to go for it. But no, there are some unique ones out there. There are some ones that you can tell who it is, but not in this case anymore.
Yeah, and are you still calling it African Violet?
We are.
Yeah.
Bleed AV. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, African Violet. That's our stretch away from the purple. That's how we know it. That's how we know it's us.
So hitting the bell at the front then is Sam Stevens of Leeds, and just about to make a move, Theo Cheshire in 2nd place, Patrick Griffith in 3rd. St Mary's man Sam Stevens drifting back in the 4th. So this is a good battle between the top 2. We're on the last lap now, and 2 automatic places for the semi-finals later on only. So only looking in front though is Sam Stevens. Cheshire driving behind, but Griffith, a decent finish. He's just going to be outside the top 2, 4:05.29 on the clock. So, well, it's the 3rd fastest heat so far, but Griffith was very close behind the top 2, which is different to the previous heats. So what about in terms of team talks and motivation? What's kind of the routine before the day gets going? Or
is that individually or for the team?
Yeah. I mean, what's the process? What don't we see behind the scenes?
A lot of I think a lot of self-talk, a lot of positive talk. For myself anyway, I think we have a team meeting on Wednesday, and it's a lot of positivity about being proud to represent Loughborough, how important it is to make that team, and how actually by making the team you are in a shot of doing well in the comp, and that you need to respect the competition, but making the team is it's a big deal. I think a lot of people want to be in our positions, want to be where we are, and having that motivation and that determination going into the race, it's important. So a big thing for me as well is just positive self-talk, self-imagery, trusting what I'm doing. And
what helps with that? Do you feel, just imagining it going well, just thinking about when it has gone well in the past?
Yeah, I think just trusting what I've done, and that obviously nothing I can do on the day will necessarily make me a better hurdler, but trusting what I've done in that week and the things that I'm focusing on, that I'm working on, is going to help me on the day. And thinking about not hitting a hurdle, that'll be a thing, because I think you don't want to come up to these comps, you don't want to go abroad and hit hurdle 1 and fall over. So just trusting that you know what you're doing, and that you've done it before, you've done it 1,000 times before, and that you can do it again. Yeah,
I mean, some of the best advice I've received is about when you have negative thoughts inside your head, it doesn't help you, it doesn't help your coaches, doesn't help your competitors. So why? That's just silly. Just what's the use in that? Just cut it all out. And if you're thinking that someone's thinking the worst of you or comparing you to someone else, it might just be completely non-existent.
Well. No, I think I agree. Just going to ask you, Alex, what's your favourite event to commentate? I
suppose I actually enjoy javelin the most.
What's that?
I think because it's an explosive event, it's one where speed's underrated, but if you just watch javelin back to back to back to back, there's something very, very special and powerful about a final. But I think it's a weird skill as well. the fact that you're holding javelin at quite a weird angle, it strains your body actually beyond what some people would want to strain it in. You see people's shoulders and elbows and the serious nature of the injuries and how explosive it is. But yeah, just watching a full javelin final, and nothing else is.
Watching them battle out, it's cool. Yeah, I think you're right about seeing them put through the strain. You see some of the still images of them throwing it, and their arm is practically behind them, and their chest is forward, they're pushing their hips through. Watching, I think a lot of those guys train enough for a lot of throwers. They're seriously athletic, and they're seriously underrated as athletes, not just as throwers. They are really impressive to watch train and lift in the gym as well.
Indoors, when you see the 800-meter races where someone like Jamie Webb can be within a shout with 1 lap to go and then finish 8th, or well 6th, incredible races where there's a change of lead every 200 meters, and everyone is raring to go, but not all can get on the podium. So some of the indoor races we've had here have been incredible over 800 and co.
I think that's a skill that's undervalued as well, not talked about enough, is round management and how you deal with the rounds. If you sort of remember last year, Charlotte Young diving for the line in the heat in the semi-final of the 800 meters. So some working the rounds and not knowing how quick you're running compared to other heats and how well you've got to run that to get through to the final. It's a very undervalued skill of the 815 and a really impressive one to get right. If you know what you're doing, it's really it helps you a lot, I think.
But it's interesting because like different people always seem to have different ways of going about it. Some people just don't want to really know and think about who else is in their race. Obviously, it's a bit different if you think that there might be someone really fast in an 800 and you might try and latch onto them and see how far you can stay with them. Is quite different to just being in your own lane. But I don't know about you, when you just think about, okay, I'm probably going to try and run the race of my life here to make sure I get top 2, or you at least, it's very important surely to know the qualification conditions.
100%, 100%. Yeah, it's important to know if you can ease up after the line, or if you have to run a technical race, a really clean race. I think yesterday for us was top 1 and 4 fastest, so you can't really afford to ease off the gas if you are unaware of those who else is going to get in. So yeah, it's important just to run your race, focus on your strengths and what you know you can do well, and to run the rounds. I think if you look at someone like Max Berger, you know he's going to go out quick, you know he's going to go out hard. So then how do you know, based off the qualification standard, is he going to go out hard enough that you can latch onto him, or is he just going to take it easy and you're going to have to go past him? So it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah. So just looking at the lineup for this one, another St Mary's athlete, Rafe Serif, personal best 3:49.04, actually has a mile personal best this year from Lee Valley of 4:18.6. Harry Sweeney of Sheffield, Sunderland's Oliver Hope, Josh Smith of Cardiff, Adam Lane of Cardiff Met, Anastasios Kousis of Manchester, Cambridge Adam Dre, and Jake Leng of Sheffield Hallam. So Dre was 5th here indoors last year. So another will think that if he makes the final, he'll have a chance of improving on that and getting a medal. Tom Wilcock of Loughborough joining me here in the commentary box. Tom, yeah, just going back to your hurdles performances, anyone that you kind of look up to as a hurdler on the international stage, or in British terms as well, either growing up or currently?
Yeah, I think, well, of course, Colin Jackson, watching his technique, how he flowed over those hurdles, it's unbelievable. His technique was just immaculate. And there's some sort of still images on the boards at Loughborough, and to see how he goes about it, really impressive.
So Adam Dre making a big move there on Rafe Serif. Josh Smith in 3rd place. Adam Lane, watch out for him, in 4th at the moment. Top 2 going through automatically. Serif has got to push on. Hopefully he saves something for the home straight. Only he knows. Adam Dre, though, what a fabulously timed final lap. 4:01.60 there. So that is the 2nd fastest heat that we've seen so far. Really well timed final lap.
1 second, 60.
I think, yeah, and answer your question again, Alex. I think currently, I love the technique of Asier Martinez. I think he's got a really lovely technique. I think George, our coach, is, like I said, Polish. He's got a very certain style about him, very old school style, and very more of a stretch, more of a lean, rather than sort of relying on that natural speed. So I think if you look at Asier Martinez, he holds his technique really long. He's really nice flowing, then he gets that lead leg down nice and quick and gets into his run and stays nice and tall. So I really enjoy watching Asier Martinez run.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I was speaking to a coach called Peter Warden, who's former 400 hurdles Commonwealth bronze medalist, although it was called the Empire Games because it's so long ago. And he was saying that obviously 400 hurdles a bit different, but sometimes he said, like down the back straight or down the top bend, he'd make an adjustment. He'd decide when he got there what he was going to do. And I think that's quite unusual, but particularly you're not really making many adjustments at all unless something goes wrong, right, in your races.
Yeah, I think to me, the more I think, I try not to think as much. I think just let that adrenaline kick in, let that natural, because it has to become autonomous at a point. I think you do it so often that it becomes autonomous. It's a weird thing that you just pick up and feels natural in the end. So I think if something goes wrong, you feel it because it's not how you should normally feel. So you know what to make that adjustment to. But you have to make it very quickly. So I think that rewards those who are good at that, especially in the indoors. You can't really afford to make many mistakes. You really can't afford to make any in the 60. So yeah, thinking that's interesting. I don't think I could really make any adjustments that quickly and rely on them.
So looking here at long jump competition, this is the qualification once again. So men and women's long jump happening alongside one another. So men's automatic Q distance is 7:15 and women's is 5:85.
What are your thoughts on the World Athletics proposition for the long jump board, Alex?
But I think there's some details that are a little bit unclear, such as the idea of eradicating no jumps, and whether that would really be the case. Or obviously you could miss the takeover zone entirely. The idea, though, is that I suppose it would be big enough that that wouldn't happen. The difficulty from a broadcast's point of view is you don't know when the best jump is going to happen. And therefore, if we want to see more long jump, we want to ideally cut to a jump that's not going to be a foul, that's going to be better. That's why, you know, the Diamond League have tried to do what they do, and they've gone quite far, obviously, you know, kind of against the athletes, really. Well, certainly some of them have been quite vociferous against it, but then also you have the issue whereby if you change something, then the historical precedent is different. Yeah, so it's a bit like, you know, changing to a new javelin, although that was for safety reasons that was needed. But just shows we very rarely make those changes in athletics.
Yeah, I think Jazz Sawyer's posted about it and made a really good point. I think it takes away an essential part of the skill. That's part of the thing. You know, if I think you're widening the gap, then, you know, rewards those who just are naturally good, which of course is, you know, that's the event, I suppose. But you are taking away a vital part of the skill, which is your ball management and how good you are at getting, managing your takeoff, your ability, the coaches are going to have to do less really in the movement of the runway, because you can guarantee you effectively you're going to hit the board.
Yeah, well, changes needed so far as the recent boards that are seemingly causing injuries. So I think that maybe that's why the opportunities present itself to discuss change, certainly. But yeah, I know, look, it's a sport that doesn't really like too much change, or certainly change where people don't think change is needed. I know that some female athletes have discussed maybe that their hurdle height should be higher, and that would reward that more technical skill potentially.
Yeah, I think yeah, you look at the height of the men's, we do rely on a lot of where the women maybe not so much. You know, you could argue they are smaller in comparison, but I suppose then, how does that affect those who do rely on their speed and who aren't as tall? Maybe, you know, someone like Devon Charlton at the moment is quite small. She's very speedy and it's working for her. So if you move the hurdle height up, how is that going to affect her and her ability to earn a living, really? So
yeah, I don't think there's a major movement for it, but I know that.
Yeah, I agree.
Bethany Kennedy, former BUCS champion, has said that she would like to see that. So interesting, but yeah, I don't think there's a huge movement for it. So looking at the final 1500 metre heat, Tom McKeveny of Manchester, Luke Davidson of Robert Gordon, so he's the fastest in the field, 3:49.12 at best. Obviously most of these heat times outside 4 minutes, and Scottish University's indoor 800 champion last year. Andrew Thompson of Edinburgh, his teammate Adam Bailey, Lawrence Manley of Sheffield, Jack Dixon of Loughborough, Harry Hayes, Leeds Beckett, and Callum Lorimer of Winchester. So this one's a little bit more bunched together, so a little bit more cagey, tactical. Don't always get that in the final heat, but haven't seen too many really quick times. Obviously just the first two going through, and then 6 non-automatic qualifiers. We've also got long jump qualification. As well, 3 pools of that across the day, just the first pool so far. Doesn't look to me like anyone has been over the automatic qualification distance in the women's event at 5:85. Ruby Georgius of Loughborough 5:77 from Amy Waugh 5 5:61, and then take up 5:53, top 3 for the women. In this race, though, let's have a look. Leg number 2, Luke Davidson, Robert Gordon out front with the headband. And then one of the Edinburgh guys, it's Andrew Thompson. And then Loughborough's Jack Dixon making a really strong move here around the outside. Bit of a breakaway of 3:31.34 at the bell. So 4/10 off what the previous heat finished in. And that previous heat was the second fastest. So pretty strong chance that we could see all 3 of these athletes qualify for those semi-finals coming up this afternoon. So Dixon able to ease up, able to look round. Strong race from Luke Davidson, who made it a decent pace to begin with. And we finish, in fact, with the second fastest heat, 3:58.51, only the second inside 4 minutes. Yeah, talking about the mix of athletes, participation, every place important, and finishing with as fast time as possible. Well, Tom Wilcock, it's been great to have you join us from the commentary box for a little cameo stint. Your ambitions for this season? I've noticed you've got BUCS outdoors. What else might feature? What are your thoughts?
Oh well, I think if I'm honest with you, Alex, I just want to run consistently in the 14. I didn't do that until until the national trials last year, and the 23 trials. So I think my goal this year is to make 14 a past time, and with that, hopefully bigger competitions come. I think my coach George will hopefully be seeing me in the Continental Tour Gold in Big Gosh again. Hopefully if I run quick enough, early enough. National seniors, I'd like to get on the podium for that. But again, I think just running sub 14 and running consistently will naturally come with it. So again, and British Champs final is definitely the goal.
Yeah, it's interesting though, just touching on your coach there, George or Jerzy Mikiewicz. Yeah, I mean, he's been coaching in the UK for a very long time, so probably quite underappreciated actually in the number of strong hurdlers that he's coached. And you mentioned, you know, really experienced veteran coach as well. So yeah, tell us a bit about what he's like.
Yeah, George, if you know George, you know you think he's sort of arrived in the country in the last like 6 months. His English is a bit like, but he's been here about 20 years. But he's an absolute legend of the game. You just trust that we do very old school stuff. We do a lot of gymnastics, we do a lot of med ball, we do a lot of really unorthodox stuff that you wouldn't necessarily associate with hurdles. But you trust in what he does. He's got a big, like, sort of rounded approach. We do a lot of long runs sort of early on in the year. He gets the heart going. He always says heart must be strong. The heart must be strong. That's all he says. So he says you just got to get fit, and enjoyment is his big thing. He always says you've got to be walking away from training happy. So I think when he sees us having a good time and sees us enjoying ourselves, he knows that will foster a good training environment. That will therefore foster a good race environment. And you know, George has had now 4 in a row BUCS indoor champs. We had Ethan Akani pre-BUCS, we had Josh Armstrong, then Joe Boza, and we had Dan Goriolo this week. So you know, to have 4 on the bounce, I think that just speaks volume about his ability to sort of like continue to produce athlete after athlete, different athletes, different abilities, different height. You know, so to do that for so long, and of course he's had someone like Lucy Hatton, William Sharman in the past, so you know he's got international experience as well, so you trust that, and you trust that what he tells you, he's coming from a place of where he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, so Dan Goriolo is your training partner then?
So Dan will train. So Tony Jarrett is, I think, his primary coach,
right,
but Dan is at Notts, so he will come down and hurdle with us about twice a week. Okay. So lovely guy, really deserved winner, and very gracious in his winnings. So fully deserved winner. He's been a valuable training partner. To have him and Joe doing starts together every week is probably the reason we run so quick.
Fantastic stuff. Tom Wilcock, it's been great to get your insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
The first heat of the women's 1500 metres, not due for at least another 10 minutes.
So let's focus on men's and women's long jump qualification, particularly here. Men's looks like women's is starting to head towards a conclusion.
In the women's long jump, the next
So
best
how long
of
of Liverpool looking at here?
is Amy
Frustration,
Ward,
looks like a red
5
flag. I saw this happen yesterday. Well, I think he's just a bit disappointed with that effort. Maybe doesn't feel he's achieved his potential through these rounds.
In the men's long jump,
James Brimble of Solent. So we're going through the jumping order in the final round then.
The best so far is 6 metres 84 in round 2 by Sam Danson.
6 metres 84 in round 2 by Sam Danson is the best so far that we've seen.
And in both the men's and women's long jump, we're now in the 3rd and final round of qualification.
So Danson 684, that compares to 715, the automatic qualifying mark. So really, realistically, doesn't look like we're going to need that, even though there are more pulls to come later. Samuel Ebenine, second best, 668, same distance as Ndoye Abuagye, both of those from Manchester. Wojtek Berger 660, Josh Woods 655. Of course, Josh Woods one of the favourites in the triple jump, in which he's also going. Niall Order Jimmy Riley 644, Alistair Mackay 643, multi-eventer, and then Matthew Liu of Leeds 643 also. So that's the top 8 at this point. So as things stand, realistically those have a chance of qualification. Now that may have been a foot that was over. Yeah, they are raking the pit rather than measuring, so both these qualification pools happening simultaneously. Shot put has finished, and there will be a men's shot put final later on. So you can have a look at the roster athletics website. As you can see, all of the timings and results, even field results, are coming through pretty quickly, which is always good to see. So Ruby jersey is still best for Loughborough, 577 for the women, ahead of Amy Waugh, 561. Amy McTaggart, Manchester Met, 553. Eleni Francis of Birmingham, 534. Stephanie Brooks, Cardiff Met, 533. So that is the top 5 as things stand. Looking here at Lucy Woodward of Liverpool, white flag, 3rd round. Lucy Woodward, 516 so far for 9th place just in this pool, so needs more than that. .495 for Woodward, so hasn't been able to improve. Ryan Wells of Warwick, and on the other side, athlete 157, Gabby Dickinson Yui. So Wells 6 metres and 5 so far, 11th best in this pool. 12 places available for the final across all of the preliminary pools. Women's 1500 metres, the next event on the track, coming up in 9 minutes' time.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
He will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
You're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships from the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. Day 2, long jump qualification, men's and women's, final round. Kevin Afonso, Royal Holloway. So third attempt for him, gets the white flag. Herritt of Leeds Beckett, her third attempt.
So the women are out for heat 1 of 3.
5:47 for Afonso.
1500 metres.
And 4:43 for Perrott.
We'll let them get underway, and then we will take you through the 9 athletes who are contesting this first heat.
Samuel Ebenine of Manchester in a good position, second best in this pool with 6:68. Be surprised if that didn't qualify. Three heats of the women's 1500 metres coming your way. Top 2 in each, and then 3-time qualifiers across all of those heats, making it through to the final. So just the 2 rounds for these women. Let's have a look at who lines up here then. So Kate Francis of Newcastle, Hermione Jewell of Nottingham, Grace Ingalls of St Mary's, Ty Brockley Langford of Loughborough just on the inside, formerly representing Manchester, now in the colours of Loughborough. She was 5th last year in this event, 4:23.89 at best. Northern Indoor 3000 metre silver medalist this year for the former English schools champion. Alexandra Shipley of Oxford, so found some real quality in the steeplechase last year and was a silver medalist in 2000 chase outdoors. 4:15.16 puts her fastest ranked in the 1500 metres this year coming in. She was second indoors last year behind Bethan Morley, another member of that World University Cross squad. Shipley also competed last weekend at the UK indoors, in which she was 7th in Birmingham. Also Sarah Coates of Leeds in this, also highly ranked coming in. 5th at last year's Scottish Championships over 800 metres. 4:22 new personal best outright set indoors. Tegan Rayner of Leeds Beckett, Danny Sinclair of Cardiff Met, Emily Field of Bristol. So Brockley Langford from Shipley, the top two as things stand. Four laps to go.
In the early leader, Ty Brockley Langford is the Oxford student Alex Shipley. Reached the final of the UK Indoor Championships last weekend.
So Shipley top ranked, Lee Carr goes in the second heat.
2023.
He's second ranked overall on personal best coming in.
2:26.9, 800.
2:26.9 at 800 metres, and then
So it's Alex Shipley and Ty
Hannah
Brockley
Anderson, his
Langford,
third
almost
ranks,
shoulder to
goes
shoulder there.
as the fastest seed in that third heat. All coming away, and then we'll have 400 heats and 800 semi-finals after that. All the schedule and results available at rosterathletics.com.
Now injecting a quicker pace and moving clear at the front of the field.
So Shipley's made a move then, and coming into second, Sarah Coates. Brockley Langford into third. Wonder whether she can respond
So 400
over the
to
next
go.
lap or so.
And moving into second place, Sarah Coates.
So still Shipley and Coates. 3:16 was with the 400 to go. They're going to hit the bell this time round. Inside 4 minutes, 3:53.75. 200 left. Brockley Langford has just drifted out of picture then, but still is in third place.
Sarah Coates looks to be our two automatic qualifiers. Choosing my words carefully, look to me.
Some great winners of BUCS 1500 metre titles over the years. Mari Smith, Jess Judd, Sarah McDonald, also all making senior GB selection. Shipley 4:29.56.
4:29.56. The official time for the first across the line, 4:29.54. There'll be a few minutes in between each of these heats. The next heat 2, due out at 2 minutes past 11.
So last few jumps of qualification. This is Niall Jimmy Riley of Nottingham Trent. Not in a bad position, 6:44 showing as his best jump so far. That's 6th best in this particular pool. Ideally, if we can get over 6:50, might make the difference. Sam Danson still best overall. Josh Woods improving to 677. And then Ebonine 668. So I'll make it 2 jumps left. Wojtek Berger, again, good position, 660. Looks to me like the women have finished their 3rd round, so just 2 jumps across all of Pools A qualification. Second pool's coming up 12:20. High jump men's qualification coming up at midday. So Berger here gets the white flag. Representing Portsmouth. And we've seen Serena Vincent dominate the women's shot put in the last few years. Another who have a small contingent, but sometimes you have an outstanding quality athlete who can win you medals. We saw that with Stephen Loewe winning the 60 title for De Montfort, East Midlands-based university. So Ryan Edwards next, 676 by the way. Berger improves by, what's that, 16 centimetres, so that could really help him make the final. He's now 3rd in this pool. Provisionally, rubber stamping his place, arguably, but still more action to come. Come to think it, provisionally rubber stamping is probably an oxymoron, but Ryan Edwards' final jump. And this new look Cardiff Met vest is being measured at 660. So that puts him in the top 6 in this pool. Danson 684, Woods 677, Berger 676, Ebonine 668, and Abuagi the same, and then Edwards 660, the top 6 in this group. Will be, as I say, coming up 12:20.
Sponsors here at the track and field, New Balance. They're set up downstairs in the foyer area, just beneath the stairs. And of course, you, I'm sure, are aware that you can access New Balance kit online. AmeriCamp should be set up on the concourse behind the main seating. A chance there for students to earn a minimum of $2,000 working at AmeriCamp. So the women out for heat 2 of the 3 in the 1500 metres. Once again, we'll let them get underway and then we will take you through the 9 athletes listed. Let's hope they're all out there.
Second heat of this women's 1500 metres with Kyra Gibb of Stirling. So then Neve Carr of Edinburgh. Second ranked athletes coming in with a lifetime best of 4:19.62. She was second 2 years ago behind Sabrina Sinner of Birmingham. So silver medal on that occasion. Also silver at the Irish Under-23 Championships last summer. And she was 9th indoors last year and 8th outdoors. Ellie Howarth of Northumbria, Lois Dooley of University of the West of England, Kira Brady-Jones here representing Loughborough, Emma Powell of Exeter, Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, Morgan Squibb of St Mary's, Southern Indoor 800 metre silver medalist, personal best of 4:26.09 seconds, and then Jasmine Palmer here for Bath. Group of 7 out front, you can see
silver medalist here in 2022.
Neve Carr in the dark green and white right there on the inside.
1:18.7.
Zoe Hunter of Birmingham just in front of her. Kira Brady-Jones of Loughborough at the front.
400. Morgan Squibb, St Mary's there in second place in the consecutive blue and white.
So Brady-Jones of Loughborough,
Of my alma mater.
Squibb of St Mary's, Hunter of Birmingham, Carr of Edinburgh.
Morgan Squibb, a very good steeplechaser. Also finished second this year at the Southern Indoors, so 800. But it's Neve Carr who still leads.
So just staying with this group is Emma Powell in the Exeter vest. Quite a clean break for the top 5 though.
2:32.4 at 800.
2:32.4 for 800, so that's nearly 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds actually, off the first heat time. It's as you were, Brady-Jones, Squibb, Hunter, 2 in the green with them as well. Powell is there and Carr.
Well, group of 5 at the front, only 2 of them certain to qualify.
So Kira Brady-Jones just being overtaken there by Neve Carr.
3:25.9.
So quite interesting. I think it shows you just how fascinating the middle distance finals can be when you can finish second one year and then 9th another. Obviously, there can be many factors for that, but some good battles that we've seen out front over the years, and sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes you can't quite extract 100% of what you would have expected coming in.
Is it maybe 2 from 4?
But Neve Carr, I think, could probably improve on that 9th place from last year. Will be a medal contender if she can make this final. At the moment, got a strong chance of doing so.
At the front of the field. Morgan Squibb now in 3rd.
So really have up this pace on the final lap now. Hunter and Carr with Squibb in 3rd place. And then Brady-Jones back in 4th now. Very impressive from Zoe Hunter. 4 seconds off the previous heat in 4:33.56. Here comes Jasmine Palmer finishing the race for Bath. So that leaves us with 1 more heat to go, in which we'll see the likes of Abby White and Alice Bates, Hannah Anderson.
The first heat won in 4:29.54.
Haworth of Northumbria here. So this is live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2024. You can see on the Roster Athletics website and app the full schedule and live results coming through on there as well. So indeed, talking of that full schedule, let's have a look here. 400 semi-finals coming up just after this final 1500 heat for women, and then 800 semi-finals. That's because we've already had round one yesterday. Then we have the very curious mascot race, which is all fun and games, as is the relay indeed, which ends day 2 on the track. Medalists crowned today will be in the men's shot put at 3:10. That gets underway.
So it will be 7 athletes who will contest this third and final heat of the women's 1500. There should have been 8, but we have 1 DNS. So heat 3, women's 1500.
Heat 3, women's 1500 metres. Inca Padfield of Exeter, Erin Burt of Cardiff, Sophie McElroy Nottingham, Hannah Anderson then of Edinburgh. So 3rd ranked athlete. She was 2nd at the Scottish Championships outdoors last year, behind Sarah Culbert, who hoping to see in the 3000 metres, with those heats coming up later on at 3:05. And Anderson personal best 4:21.75. That was set last weekend at the UK Indoor Championships. She came 9th in the final. Anderson of Edinburgh. She's already seen Neve Carr go through, so same vest, hoping to do the same job. There she is, just making a move on the outside. Edinburgh in that dark green vest, similar sort of base colour as Nottingham. So from Sophie McElroy just a little bit further behind, with the gold and white stripes also on that vest.
Also up there is Alice Bates, Birmingham, and Hannah Anderson
Colour as Exeter as well. Inca Padfield there, just on the inside, the back of that pack. You've got Abby White with the blonde hair just on the inside there, maroon vest. And then 2 in red out front. Cardiff on the inside, Birmingham on the outside, Erin Burt and Alice Bates.
Hannah Anderson now in the green vest of Edinburgh University moves into the lead as they approach 400.
Alice Bates, 5th ranked athlete, the English schools champion last year, 4:22.14 at best. So 4:29 in the first heat, 4:33 in that second heat a few moments ago. 3-time qualifiers, of course, going through to the final, which will be on Sunday. one of the later finals. It'll be at 4:10, just before the men's final indeed, as we see Hannah Anderson head towards the front then.
In second place, Lizzie Ingram, Bath University student.
Bath's Lizzie Ingram, second. Abby White of Cardiff Met in third place now.
But the group that was at the front now split up. It suggests Hannah Anderson has injected some pace into this third and final heat. Lizzie Ingram from Bath having a very
So
good
just
run.
having a look at the times from the previous heats. Ty Brockley-Langford 4:32.21. In a very strong position to qualify, so we said she was quite close behind the leaders. And then the next best non-automatic qualifier, Morgan Squibb, at this stage. Again, third in that second heat.
So 400 metres to
So
go.
at the moment, looks like the target time, if you want to make it through, is one of those three with a small Q, is Kira Brady-Jones of Loughborough, 4:37.87.
Two automatic qualifiers.
So a bit of a breakaway from these two, big breakaway in fact. This is looking quite a bit slower though so far. We are trying to push a bit down this home straight. Abby White closing in a little bit behind, 4:03.79. 10 seconds slower than that first heat. With 200 metre go, the comparative split. So Hannah Anderson and Lizzie Ingram of Edinburgh and Bath respectively. You can see just gradual progress being made by Abby White. She has that target in front of her. She needs to hold off those behind as well. Doing that very, very well. And that is a great run race, particularly from White. Just having a look at the time though, looked around 4:41 on the clock. I think the pace there just wasn't quite enough.
4 minutes 40.22.
4 minutes 40.22. So it means that Brady-Jones does appear to hang on to that third non-automatic qualifying spot behind Squibb and Brockley-Langford. Not much in it in the end. Brady-Jones 4:37.87 ahead of 4:37.94 for Emily Field from the first heat, which just misses out 700ths of a second off.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
He will take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So you're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, and we're getting ready for the men's 400 metres heats, and they are coming up next on the track. And I was looking at the time to see when they were coming up, and I realised it was a minute ago, so they are in the past. They're also in the future, so yeah, just a couple of minutes behind schedule. Zach Blair of Birmingham has joined me in the commentary box. You've got a high vis on, so presumably you're doing some building work this weekend. No.
Trying to rebuild the EIS, sure, yeah.
Yeah. But no, actually, you're doing some photography, media, whatever.
Yeah, we are running the UB Sport Athletic account this weekend for us.
Now, those are big shoes to fill, aren't they?
Just a little bit. I do have big feet, but you know, it's even with the big feet that I have.
Ah, what a great start. No, I suppose university social media accounts have actually got so much better.
Yes.
I know you've had someone called Liam Blackwell who's done your social media in the past. Yeah, just a fabulous quality of stuff, because in the past you're scratching around trying to find who's on the team and stuff, and now you get like team announcements in the week beforehand.
Oh yeah.
The excitement's really built, so you're trying to really make the most of it.
Yeah, we've got a whole sort of media army now, sort of where we can delegate out graphics, delegate out videography, delegate out photography. We've got 3 different photographers here with us this year, working with the team.
So we go in E1 of our men's 400 metres.
Yeah, I mean, them all being able to help is more than I could ever dream of, because it's such a big role now.
Brilliant. Well, we'll talk more about that in a moment. Guess what, though? These are the men in the first heat of the men's 400. Drew Burridge leads Beckett. Panacidi of Imperial. He's the top-ranked athlete. Italian international as well, so really interesting when someone comes over to BUCS. It's maybe a lesser known quantity than someone that everyone's been racing since English schools for the last 10 years. Archie Sloan of Nottingham, Indranil Kadlagunta of King's College, Jack Littman of Cambridge, so he's in second place. Littman behind Panacidi now.
Panacidi looks comfortable, very, very comfortable coming down the home straight.
Yeah, so maybe more to come from him. So he's got a personal best outright 46.9. 48.96 is his new indoor best set this year. at Lee Valley, that Italian track. So
it's generational, Lee Valley. It's generational.
Oh, absolutely
Italian.
is, yes.
No, the infamous Lee Valley bump, but he's still got a 48. It's not bad. Not bad at all.
So yes, he's actually in the European Under-23 squad last year in the 4x4.
One to watch then.
Well, we get some real good quality at BUCS. I mean, you know, on your Birmingham team, you've had the likes of Izzy Boffey, who will be going to the World Indoors.
Yeah.
So, but she's
very
someone who's kept very, let's say, close to her university roots. Obviously, she has graduated now, but even when she's at the club, you know, she's making international teams while also being quite an important part of the university team. So, you know, what's that like? Just to rub shoulders.
Well, I mean, it's great. I mean, she'll be here tomorrow. She's helps does the media with us as well. Like, she's a real keen interest in that. It's just great to still have sort of that level of ability, but also echelons in terms of who she knows, sort of be able to bring that sort of side into the media as well, and bringing those ties that way, whilst also still being who she is. She's still so down to earth, still so friendly with everybody. Just a lovely person to have around sort of the team.
Yeah, and what more could you ask for? So second heat of the men's 400 with Archie Harper, Cambridge, Scott Gunning for Hertfordshire, Peter Goss, a banger, Will Critchley of Liverpool, Cameron Bailey of Birmingham, and Harry Bridge of Nottingham Trent. So Cam Bailey looks like he's going to be second ranked overall, but he is also the defending champion.
He is.
Yeah, Birmingham doing really well, particularly on the men's side, because historically Birmingham seems to have done well indoors on the women's side with 800 and 1500 victories, but it was a bit of a men's lockout last year.
Yeah, our men's team last year was really, really strong, and we came away with our first ever 1-2 in the 8, Cam winning in the 4, Tyler winning in the 15, so we're looking to sort of repeat that sort of success this year. Yeah,
and it was close overall with Loughborough on points difference. I think Birmingham are just trying to bring bigger and bigger teams. It's difficult. We had Tom Wilcock of Loughborough earlier.
Yeah.
I was talking about the fact that, well, Loughborough have so many specialisms that those events like pole vault and shot put, tending to win those when other universities don't necessarily have athletes of note in those fields. But it seems like Birmingham just tried to bring bigger and bigger teams, attract more athletes to university to have beyond sort of a middle distance specialism.
I think definitely this year we've tried to really bring in more decathletes, more field athletes as well, to sort of fill out where we were particularly not weaker in, but not as strong as Loughborough before. And we're starting to really see how we sort of patch our team together into a really cohesive unit to try and challenge Loughborough, which I think is something something exciting to watch, especially for outdoors, when everyone's really gunning to go for Manchester.
Yeah, so Josh Wood's an example of that, you know, done very well in the triple jump last couple of years.
And doubles in the long jump. The long jump
getting points, even if he's not, you know, gold medal favourite there. Not getting points. So Harper, Gunning, Goss, Critchley, Bailey and Bridge. Cam Bailey there on the outside, makes a lightning getaway. On his inside there, Will Critchley.
I did forget until yesterday that we are directly underneath you guys. So when Darian won his medal yesterday, the screams that we heard when we watched back the video was deafening.
Yeah, I mean, certainly worth its value in terms of noise at these championships. Bailey from Critchley.
Great heat we found here.
So, of course, he only has one round today, so unless he wants the relay heat later, but that's in a few hours' time. 49 seconds for Bailey.
I'll be happy with that. I'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, doesn't need to exert himself anymore. Fifth at the outdoors over 400.
Yeah.
But he's the ideal sort of person for a 4x2 relay as well.
Yeah, he loves the 4x2. Really, really loves. Well, he loves any relay anyway, being able to help the team in particular. But he really, especially loves 4x2 indoors, when we can pull in people from the 60 and people from the 4 together to really make it one team.
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes see real chaos, though, indoors in the relay. 2 years ago, we had the heat where there was like 3 or 4 people fell. You had like 2 athletes waiting to take batons, and someone decided that they would just try and shoulder barge their way between them. So that knocked the first person over, yeah. And then what was hilarious is you had someone going backwards down the track to pick up a baton, and sort of like, whoa, sorry, wrong way. But going back a bit further, Birmingham got a silver medal in the final changeover because 2 people fell over, and one of them is a great still image of what looks like breaststroke swimming.
Oh, God.
But it's actually Cardiff met on the ground, and Birmingham just did a dart through. Fishtailing, yeah, fishtailing through. Jamie Vickery it was, getting the silver medal.
My time.
Yeah. Well, you never know that Jamie Vickery posted on Facebook. The other people still use Facebook if they, you know, went to uni at a certain generation. He said he wants to get back into athletics, and just shows you. I mean, people kind of try and extend their BUCS careers to stay at university and have an incentive to, you know, kind of stay in the sport, but also in the team environment within the sport, you know, rather than sort of thinking about your budget individually and what you're going to achieve, what you're going to do, yeah.
Well, we have one of our shot putters, Jacob Matthews, who's come back to do his, he's doing his Masters, but he used to be at the uni, went to the army, came back, and just to have him back in the team, like that sort of, he used to put, even as a Master student.
Who was that again?
Jake Matthews.
Yes, I saw that, and I thought, because I always look back to see like who's been competing in BUCS the longest, but yeah, he's in the army. I thought, is this the same Jacob Matthews? But it appears to be, yeah, because there aren't any other shot putters by that name, so.
No, but it's really, really good to have him back in the team. We're really, really excited to see what he could do today.
Yeah, shot put qualification. Looks like they're just getting started in the first round, so we'll check in on that in a little while. It only takes 5 minutes, the shot put qualification. Blink and you miss it. Barnaby Dougal of Portsmouth, William Boker of Reading, Will Parkinson of Cardiff, Alex Hoochin of Loughborough, and Sam Pooley of Salford. So Hoochin is 3rd ranked overall.
Controversial, but because Hoochin used to train with us, Hoochin's the only Loughborough for honour cheerful as a Birmingham team. So when he's up against one of us in the semi, it's going to be a real conflict of interest.
So Will Bowker of Reading looks to be DNS, no athlete in lane 2 there. Hoochin personal best 47.62 outright. This is his first 400 of the year.
We think it may be his first indoor 4 ever.
Oh, right.
Because he only started 4s properly last summer.
23.34 at the bell. 2nd place then, Will Parkinson in the red of Cardiff.
He's looking very, very strong.
No Alex Cooper here, who was the 2nd ranked athlete on the entry list coming into the event, so provides an opportunity for someone else to get a little bit higher up the rankings.
Great heat from Alex.
So 50.05. Reminder that it's the top 2 going through and then 6-time qualifiers from 12 heats. It's interesting because obviously the 60 metres or 100 outdoors, we always see like 150 heats.
Yes.
But actually the participation for some of the long distances is pretty good too. So I don't know if it's an increase overall or some people deciding that maybe they'll try a longer distance.
People are just finally realising that the 4 is a great event to do. As a 4 runner myself, I can tell you that even though it is hell to run, it's still great. People should do more of it.
I think it's lots of fun on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially indoors, it's a lot of fun.
On the indoor track, sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Outdoors, maybe not so much. Outdoors feels a lot longer, but
it is. I know it is weird that yeah. But there's that sort of vibe of the 800 when you've got people side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and with lots of pace to burn and not enough time and space to do it in. Obviously, it makes a great watch.
Thank you.
We've just been handed some field cards. Obviously, what I'm going to do is going to get you to fill all these in.
Real learning on the job there.
Yeah. And then what what you do is you send them off in the post and you get a little badge.
Yeah. What, a little
From Blue Peter.
Ah. Let's get a little first class postal one.
So, this is Group B. Lewis Shaw of Glasgow, David Paulett of Cardiff Met. Don't think he's any relation to Abbey. Caden Uzogbue of Manchester. Just throwing there. This is Leeds Beckett's James Wordsworth, Zach Davis of Loughborough, then Jacob Matthews, who we were mentioning, of Birmingham, and Carl Tosin of Bristol. This is actually a much stronger pool. Obviously that doesn't matter too much because they're just having 3 chucks and then seeing who does the best 12 overall realistically. But if you look at those who are best ranked, they're pretty much all in this second group. So obviously just a case of saying you're better, we'll let you have more sleep because you deserve it. This is Lewis Shaw of Glasgow.
Seem very happy with that one, but still, sorry.
Nice to see the shot putting in the arena because it's sometimes behind a curtain, which just that's obviously when it's top secret. They don't want you to know about it.
I think I remember last year they put it down on the back straight, and it was very, very tricky for the people to warm up around it. So I like it a lot better when it's in the middle, sort of like how they do for English champs.
Yeah. No, I mean it's quite impressive in that they put it up on the 60-metre track and that you can just put it up quite quickly. This is Zach Davis, so he's the best ranked overall, 16-12 personal best. Well, that's, you see, this is slightly not controversial, but just the way it is. It's called best performance rather than PV, and that's in the last couple of years. So, although Jacob Matthews, I think, has a 16-15 best, if that was set some time ago, then it doesn't count towards seeding as much.
Oh, I see.
That makes sense. Which is kind of, there's a way, just the way it's done really in athletics. So, heat number 4, Christian Samuel Nash. Brunel Max Carter of Sheffield, Gus Carter of UCL, Kieran Bourne Glasgow, Jibril Alaniji of Hertfordshire. So Samuel Nash in first place at the moment. Looks to me, just trying to catch that leg number in second place. I think that's Adeniji, yes, so 5.95. Yeah, top 2 going through. Looks like it'll be these men with Max Carter in third place. 50.23. That's the 4th fastest heat out of 4 that we've seen so far. Positivity.
Official time of
50.22. And this is Caden Uzogbue of Manchester. So they're looking for 14 metres in terms of automatic qualification. Final coming up later on.
Jacob Matthews, who's just qualified already, you see him walking off. Seems happy. Job done.
Yes, so there's only 7 in each pool.
And 12 for the final, I remember.
I know it's a bit of an amateur comparison, but I like to use the comparison just because it brings kind of the ability to relate when you go bowling and you wait for your turn. And when you go bowling with a really big group of people, you have to wait forever.
Yes.
It's a little bit like having a pool, you know, because especially if you just want to improve on your
what you've done
score,
already.
you just want to get going.
You're in that little groove, and you're like, yeah, you want to throw as many as possible.
Yeah. When you're in a small group, you know, you build that rhythm.
I suppose it's all about conserving energy as well, as much as possible, especially when you've got to do a throw again in about 4 hours.
Yeah, 100%. I suppose fatigue isn't the biggest element when you've only got a maximum of 3 in qualification. So what happens on a Friday and Saturday night then? You will go bowling?
I wish.
Go out for some pizza?
We went out to Wagamama's last night, actually.
Okay.
It was had a pork belly ramen, very, very happy with that. And some pulled pork.
No, I have an issue with ramen whereby you just finish the stuff that's on top and then you're just left with a murky water.
Well, I like the broth though.
Oh, okay.
I especially when because I felt like slightly ill over the last week. It was sort of like the sort of wholesomeness of the soup with it.
Yeah, a bit of a kick. Okay, no, that's fine. We'll allow that. When a ramen's good, though, it's a high quality broth.
Yes,
that's what we're after. Yeah,
absolutely. How was your Friday night?
Yeah, it's good, thank you. I just went through the heats from yesterday. So, and then there was a fire alarm at something like 6 AM this morning. I mean, that was Saturday morning, really, but
God,
yeah.
That would put me in a foul mood for the rest of the day.
Well, I suppose it should have showed athletes' skill, just in a different context.
True.
You know, how quickly can I get out the door?
Reliving the glory years.
Yeah. Would you like to learn the 9-up for the heat number 5?
Go on then.
Okay. Finn Whiteman of Sheffield. Again, don't think that's any relation. Callum Charlson of Bangor. Worcester's Joshua Turner. Chuk Wai Yi of Manchester Met. Jacob Lambol of Cardiff Met. He's pretty good. Richard Arthurs of Glasgow. And that sound is the gun. That means they go. So Jacob Lambol, 48.61 at best. He was first at the Welsh indoors over 400. I have to keep saying first at the Welsh indoors or something, because it seems though lots of non-Welsh people competed at the Welsh indoors, just because Cardiff was a good facility indoors, one of few
facilities.
It's a very
good track, very good track.
Lots of people went there. They weren't Welsh. I'm sure there was some sort of, arrangement where the Welsh people got the Welsh medals, but it doesn't say that on Para 10.
No.
So we'll just say.
I think some of the non-English may have got a medal as well, to be fair.
Oh well, they got a medal for winning the race, or etc. Yeah.
And then a separate Welsh one.
A separate one, yeah. Well, the more the merrier. It seems to be the.
I was going to say, it looks great on the shelf.
It definitely does. Lambol, 49.63. Well, as expected, that was comfortable for him. It's quite easy to follow when you have like the fastest ranked athlete in the first heat seeded that way.
Yes.
And also for the athletes as well. Does mean though that once you get a bit lower down the heats, it's quite close.
It's a little bit more squeaky bum time for them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sir Alex. So back to the shot put we go. And this is 6.92. James Wordsworth of Leeds Beckett. So nicely out into the second, a bit off to the right-hand side there, but still does get the white flag. Mats, so this kind of mats remind me of the sort of thing when you're at primary school and you do your roly-polies.
Gymnastics, when they had the climbing frame as well on the mats underneath.
Yeah, but you see, I remember I told the teacher that I'd done my first roly-poly. I got like a round of applause from the class, but secretly I knew it was my last, and it was.
You tell me you didn't take up a career of gymnastics on the side?
Well, no, because with roly-poly, it's just like you get to the point where it's all right initially, and then you get to that awkward stage. The neck bit. Yeah. What about you and gymnastics? Is that something you ever explored?
I have the balance of a toddler, so I think from early I realised that gymnastics probably wasn't for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, difficult to know that, because you don't want to limit your ability, but sometimes you know that something isn't for you, yeah.
Yeah. I like to think that sometimes I know my capabilities from fairly early on, and I think balance and flexibility wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it's a very human response. So just waiting for the full shot put results to come through, but I'm sure they will do on the Roster Athletics website and app. So tell me, what stage are you at university? Zach Blair of University of Birmingham, to give you your full title so people recall if they just joined us.
We are third year now. Got another year. I'm doing an integrated Masters of Sports Science. So
in what way is it integrated? Integrated with what?
So it integrates the bachelor's and the master's into one degree, and then get a Master of Science at the end of it.
Yes.
It's going well. Do a placement alongside it as well. To
what's the placement?
I work at
gymnastics.
I wish. No, I work at West Bromwich Albion's football academy actually.
Okay.
Which is very cool, very cool experience. Massively enjoying it. So
In a more sports sciencey aspect rather than a media aspect.
Yeah. So we're working alongside the sports office team to sort of deliver footballers of the future, really.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating, because that's probably a great opportunity for them to improve their practices so that they get good talent out of it, but also to partner with the university, right?
Yeah. Best of both worlds.
Interesting transition there from Sir Alex Ferguson to Hannah Montana.
We've got it all up here.
Heat number 6, Bradley White of Bath, Mitch Jewett of Oxford Brookes, James McIntosh, Robert Gordon, Kareem Selman Jackson, King's College London, Joe Wheeler, Cardiff Met, Lewis Martin of Stirling. So Kareem Selman Jackson, best ranked in this, 5th at the Southern Championships in 2022 and 4th outdoors that year, so that was a bit of a breakthrough season for him. 48.62 his PB, just outside 50 seconds this year is Kareem Selman Jackson, but going well so far is Joe Wheeler. Here comes the KCL man in the black and red vest. Well, this one could be nice and competitive at the front. Selman Jackson just going to focus on his own race on the inside right now. Joe Wheeler's going to try and come back.
So important.
So we'll watch out for third place finisher just behind as well. 50-52. Coming across the line pretty much together there. Nice little battle there. And yeah, you know what? Indoors last year in Manchester, there was World Indoor Tour meeting, and there were a couple of races where there were just 2 athletes in the 400 metres indoors.
That's odd.
And obviously that's odd, did you say?
Yeah, that's
obviously
so
it's low
odd.
participation, but it did make it a bit like a cycling time trial race, because you're really head to head with the other competitor. There's no, you know,
the jockeying about. It's
yeah,
just
exactly.
for days, yeah.
Which really makes it fascinating, because obviously you're not kind of wondering who's who. You know exactly what's going on, and it's quite interesting.
I reckon it'd be a good spectacle. I feel like racing it would be slightly
horrendous.
Yeah. Because if they've seeded it wrong, then it's completely, you're just running a time trial basically, which is really unideal for when you want to. Because I feel like racing always gets you a better time. You sort of get pulled along more when you're in that racing mentality.
But do you like experimental athletics meetings? Because there are a few of them these days, and
I don't mind them.
They have a place.
Yeah. They have a time and a place, I think is the best way to say it. An open, yeah. Maybe not in a championship.
Yeah, I think what people worry is that then the experimentation will like slip through into, you know, the Olympic Games, in which that's not what people want. So.
No. Keep the Olympics pure. Old school, what we know. Not start the campaign for the pure Olympics.
Yeah. Let's get the hashtags trending. Or there's Devil takes the hindmost, I think it is when the person who's last at the end of every lap or I don't know, every kilometre or something gets eliminated, which is
like
it's pretty harsh, isn't it? Yeah. Well, yeah. It's pretty harsh, and then also, you know, you have something similar to a points race in cycling. You have where, let's say, top 3 at the end of every kilometre, you know, get points or something. But then that encourages you to surge, which is also
I feel like if they had I feel like an elimination would be the only sort of distance event I would try and actually somewhat enjoy doing. I don't know why, it just seems really fun. Because I'm not from a distance background, just being able to sit on the back of somebody and then just go, yeah, I'm just going to sprint 100 metres every time.
Yeah, well,
why not?
Then you might actually have a photo finish situation if it's not obvious.
But they can't kick me out then.
That'd be weird. Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah. Anyway, sticking to the traditional 2 laps of the track coming up next. So heat number 7 of 12. We'll have Nathan Gavahan of Leeds Beckett, Matthew Gillen of UWS, Kasper Matuziak of BCU, Julian Priest of Birmingham, bit of a derby there, Henry Webb of Warwick, and Liam Daly of Edinburgh. So Matusiak, best ranked athlete in this particular heat.
Julian Priest is also my my housemate. So
Oh, right.
very much nervous for this one. Just to hope he gets through safely.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you were talking about this race while having your cornflakes together at the breakfast table the other day.
Yeah, well, the man wakes up about 11. I'm at the house by that point.
Oh.
He's a very late sleeper.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Is he going to be okay with this 11:49 start?
I would hope so. I mean, he left he left the hotel at 8:45. So.
Oh, well, that's fine then. So Gavahan, Gillen, Matusiak, Priest, Webb and Daly. Top 2 going through to those semi-finals. So decent getaway it is from Julian Priest. And now really driving his way through is Matusiak in the lilac.
Good start from Jules. Very good start.
Of BCU. Gavahan leads Beckett on the inside. So BCU, Birmingham, and leads Beckett. 23-29 at the bell. Good breakaway from this top 3. Only the top 2 going through automatically now.
Good from Jules, very good from Jules. Great racing. He'll be very, very happy with how he's done this.
So Julian Priest should be overtaken here by Matusiak, 50-79.
Job done.
Breathe a sigh of relief
now,
yeah. There we go. Julian Priest qualifying for the semi-finals along with Matusiak. Priest, yeah. There we go. Just under 3 hours after leaving the hotel.
He is awake.
Might be a new
he is
PB.
alive,
Yeah.
I know. I think it's very close. It's only his second ever for indoors that he's done.
Oh, right. It is interesting that, but then there aren't, you know, as many indoor facilities.
No.
That's one reason why, isn't it?
But it was sort of, he turned up for training start of winter and he went, yeah, I'm just going to try fours this year. And we went, okay. Because he used to be a 2 runner. And we went, yeah, okay. And he's come through and produced some great times.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do see that. Sometimes it's the coach encourages and says, well, I think you may be closer to your ceiling in the shorter sprints, but if you tried 400, you might actually have good speed endurance.
Well, his twos haven't been half bad either. I think he's done about 22,
right.
22.3, 22.4 for the 2 indoors this year. He's cooking along in both.
I mean, yes, Hannah Breyer is someone who has won the BUCS 60-metre title, always been known as a very fast starter. Great at the shorter sprints, doing a few 200s, and then suddenly her coach has encouraged her to do 400s, and now she's made the world indoors 4x4 selection. So yeah, that's a good example. I know that the world indoors relay selection isn't quite the same as the Olympic 4x4 selection necessarily.
Not quite.
Not everyone does indoors, but still, yeah, a great achievement. So heat 8 of 12. Bradley Francis, Aberdeen, Greg Mitchell, Edinburgh, Lenny Saville, Newcastle, Cole Flint, Worcester, and Tom Hunter of Manchester. So 47.81, that was at the Steel Cup, which is held here, battle between universities. And he was also second at the Northern Championships last year outdoors. Very, very close last year to challenging for a medal. Just a little bit unlucky, I felt. Small margins in it. Maurizio Carodas of Liverpool.
So now 2/3 of the way through our next 400 meter heats. We'll heat 8 of 12. In lane 1 in this one from Aberdeen, Bradley Francis. In 2 from Edinburgh, Greg Mitchell.
So yeah, getting ready for heat number 8. We have rounded off shot put qualification. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Oh,
Zach Blair of Birmingham University.
great question. Obviously the relays, always entertaining.
Always chaotic?
Always chaotic. From a personal point, the 400 final.
Well, yes, I mean, if you're happy to stay with us until these men's 400 heats are concluded, we can analyse really how we think you know, how it might go generally. Now we've seen everyone, or when we will have seen everyone.
Got everyone with a race under their belt.
Yeah. And that's the thing about the heats. If you have 12 of them, you know, I mean, let's be honest, it's not as exciting as a one-off final, but you have to kind of build the story, see everyone in action.
So that's a great narrative for tomorrow as well.
Yes. It's almost scary, the amount of finals back-to-back tomorrow.
Tell me about it. Be running about.
So Francis Mitchell, Saville Flint, Hunter and Kurodas, and was expecting Tom Hunter to make this kind of start. Really wants to make the most of the opportunity. So overtaking Kurodas of Liverpool, you've got Francis of Aberdeen right there on the inside. Hunter hugs that inside line, 22.52. Very, very strong opening lap here. Doesn't need to keep up the pace.
It's very, very comfortable.
Francis in second place. Not completely secure in that second spot. Kurodas trying to fight back. Tom Hunter, 49.37 in the end. Almost wanting to...
That felt like a statement from him.
Yes, you make
Very
a
much.
statement, yeah. Do you like Years and Years, the band?
I don't mind them.
Just because this is the fourth song that they played of theirs out of 2 days. So that's an average of 2 a day so far.
You don't hear it down there as much, to be honest.
Okay, right. I mean, there are worse songs that you could play repeatedly, yeah. But interesting. I haven't got a pie chart tally quite going, but
created a list.
Once you get to 4, I think that's quite noticeable. What's your music taste?
I'm a big R&B guy myself. Like a bit of a 90s, noughties R&B.
My biggest musical revelation of the year was actually on New Year's Eve. So it was a drum and bass mix of Sweet Caroline.
Oh God.
Absolutely blew my mind.
I feel like that's something you could only enjoy whilst with a drink in you at a club. Or in the gym. Like those are the two very polar opposite ways you think you could enjoy that. If you're just listening
in the gym.
Yeah.
So high jump. Let's have a look here. So early stages, bar at 1:53. And we've got men's and women's high jump action. Again, both qualification. So 2 groups once again. And actually, high jump tends to be one of the better battles that we see in terms of field event at these championships. We've had some really good jumpers. Kimani Jack of Birmingham, of course, been in great form, hasn't he, the last 12 months really. Improved his personal best this year, I think, to 2:15.
Yeah. Seems very relaxed. Sort of came yesterday, warmed up a bit, went back to the hotel, chilled. Head seems locked in, seems ready to go, to be fair.
Yeah, and I think, no disrespect to anyone, but once you're reaching 2:15, certainly at the moment, you are really one of the best in the UK. That's the way it is. So, I mean, that's an opportunity to improve on that up to sort of 2:20s, and then you may be looking at selection opportunities. But Kimani Jack is one of those that could win gold, but some other decent names: Harry Wiley, Cardiff Met, Tom Quisser, Leeds Beckett, Luke Ball of Bath, UK senior medalist last year outdoors, Kelechi Aguacha of Loughborough, not here. He may have graduated by now, but yeah, he was fantastic last year.
I think Kamani also feels a sense of redemption based off last year. When he came away with the silver, he was very disappointed in it. He wanted the gold desperately. So I think he's ready more than ever to sort of go for what he wants and finally get the gold that he's set his eyes on.
Yeah, so qualification is reasonably straightforward, but then, you know, sometimes in the high jump you not quite find your rhythm early on, and you can find a tricky situation. But 2:02 is the automatic height, and yeah, just looking at high jump generally, Kamani Jack 2:15 is the best ranked, then Luke Ball 2:14, and then Morgan Williams 2:06. So that's quite a difference, quite a jump there between the top two. We'll see who else might contend on the day. Right, so this is heat number 9, unless I've lost Cam, which I don't believe I have. Callum Gregson of Exeter, Edge Hill's Bassett Abedemi Kareem. Edge Hill, I think, the loudest university in terms of cheering.
They are rivaling us. Normally, we are the loudest. Edge Hill.
Well, that's your opinion.
Oh, well, it's normally fact, but normally we're the loudest on a Sunday when everybody comes up. So we'll have to wait to properly battle it out tomorrow, but we'll give it to Edge Hill for the minute.
Okay, Tom Barber of Liverpool, James Shaw of Newcastle, Benji Davis of Sheffield Hallam, and Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met. So now underway, there's Dias in the blue and orange of Man Met.
It's a great race vest from Man Met, to be fair. Very, very nice.
Yeah, just being overtaken now by Davis of Hallam as they get ready to cut sharply to the inside. 23 seconds at the bell, so 4/10 off the previous heat. Yeah, Dias continuing this fantastic opening 300. What about Davis? What has he got left?
Doesn't ease up. Wow.
49.26.
Thought you'd ease up towards the line. No?
Yeah, again a bit of a statement. 10th faster.
Seems happy with
Tom
it as
Hunter.
well.
So this is the second day of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships in Sheffield. Zach Blair is alongside me from University of Birmingham, and yeah, Sheffield very accustomed to this being the home of the BUCS Indoor Championships. I mean, it's a great venue, isn't it? Because it's well, it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? It's a bit intimate in terms of the atmosphere and the sound it creates. It's
because you can spectate on both sides and sort of get around the back. It's very easy to move. And I suppose when when everyone comes here so often to compete or to watch, you sort of know instantly where people are going to be, and it sort of creates that atmosphere even more, I think.
Yep. You've got to be careful, like leaping over rows of seats, though, because I did once destroy a pair of trousers doing that, which is difficult for the rest of the day, really.
So how early did you do that?
I think it was mid-afternoon. So what you just do is you can just get a jumper, you wrap it round like you're in a school trip, you know, around your waist.
Not too. It could have been the start of the day. Then that would
could have been the
very
start
bad.
of the day, yeah. Okay, so high jump here. You see it's adjacent to the first bend at the lower heights. As I say, men going for 2:02. Women's high jump to come later at 3:05, in fact. So two pools happening adjacent to one another. Bar looks to be at 163. And this is Ellis Watson of BCU. So bring the bar down. First attempts we're going through at 163, I believe. Just going through the warm-ups as well in the second pool of long jump qualification. Men will be aiming for 7:15. Seem to remember. Then 5:85 for the women. Okay, 3 heats to go of the men's 400 metres. Daniel Bruce of Stirling, Thomas Leacock, Brunel, Piers Lockwood, Loughborough, Patrick Miller, St Andrews, Nick Manker of Nottingham, Josh Gray of Portsmouth. So we'll keep across long jump and high jump as best possible as well. This just pools of qualification. It's also the heats of the 400 metres. They are ready to go. So 2 laps of the track, of course, indoors, what is now known as a short track. Well,
Very
World Athletics bringing that in officially. So decent opening from Lockwood, but slightly better from Leacock. These two very, very close already. Stolen a bit of march on the likes of Nick Manker. 23:20 at the bell, so yeah, pretty competitive with what we've seen so far. Just taking a tiny breather so that they've got something left down this home straight, but although they're not looking behind, which is the right thing to do, they are pretty comfortable, and I think they'll become aware of that. Manker in third for Nottingham.
Very, very well controlled by both of them.
Behind this top 2, 51.05.
It's sort of always hard when you know you've got 2 strong athletes like Leacock and Lockwood in your heat. Sort of know how to judge it, but both did very, very well. Very,
yes.
very well.
I would say Calvin Harris is acceptable in the 80s, playing around 51.05. Probably what you'd say for that as a men's 400 time. Yeah, 40 years ago, I'd say so. Because now you'd want to go a bit faster, really. So 2 heats left to come now, and we'll go through the lineup in a moment. What's notable about BUCS, I know we were talking about it, like kind of making the most of it beforehand, and kind of, you know, team announcements and stuff, but afterwards, do you feel a sort of a come down post BUCS, a bit post BUCS depression?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do so.
We very much say that BUCS doesn't feel real. You're very, in the way that you're so, in such like a intimate environment for 3 days, where sort of you're like, you then go back home and you're like, oh, there is still real life to do. You sort of forget everything's happening like outside in the arena for 3 days straight.
All right. I guess so. I mean, also the outdoors, you maybe do have reminders of the exam season pressures. Maybe this a little bit less. I don't know. But people have their dissertations.
Yeah, people do have their dissertations.
Sorry.
That was the topic of breakfast this morning.
Right.
Was how far people have got through with their discs when all their posters are due by Thursday. Going well. Who knows?
Is that the case for you, or are you having the integrated years?
I do my disc next year.
Ah, right.
So I've still got another year left, which I say happier with, but I still had to do a lit review article this year to then be able to do my disc next year. So it's sort of like a mini disc and then a proper dissertation I had to do. So more work, but
in theory making it easier for yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, unless you lose where it is. So high jump bar looks to have moved up to 168 now, in increment of 5 centimetres, and looking here at Jonathan Cameron, no, 366. That's Oliver Atkinson of Bristol. So Cameron edging towards this bar, 168, so bringing it down. Looks like we're going through first attempt still. So these two pools, as I say, adjacent. And, yeah, Kimani Jack probably enter a little bit later, closer to the qualification height.
Ideally should be just one jump for Kimani. Get to it.
Simple one and done.
Yeah.
David DeGogo Jack, representing Portsmouth. Journeyed up from the south coast.
Great clearance.
Lovely flight over. Okay, penultimate heat. Let's go. Scott Hannaway of Abertay, Ed Shields, Callum Jeffries, Coleman Corrie of Exeter, Joe Lane of Hallam, leads Victor Camera, Kai Wang Shum of Bristol. So we see the clearance there for the aforementioned Atkinson. All very hush-hush. Now the gun goes, and that changes, thanks in part, I'm sure, to the Edge Hill contingent. Joe Lane making a good getaway with the sleeves through the centre. Corrie on his inside. And then watch out for Hannaway in the yellow and blue of Abertay. Joe Lane, 23.17. So just a fraction 300ths faster than the previous heat through that bell. These three all beginning to close up.
Ooh, this could be tight. This could be very, very tight.
Lane, Corrie, Hannaway making the move now. With Corrie trying to react, but fantastic timed final 100 from Hannaway behind Lane in 50.46.
Joe Laneton's happy enough with that.
Yeah.
The confirmation of the winning time there, 50.45 for Joseph Lane and Sheffield Hallam.
So, reminder that the top two go through, and then 6 non-automatic qualifiers across all of the 12 heats. So, fairly small window for that. Women's 400-metre heats, of course, coming up next, and then we've got the 800-metre semi-finals, which I think will be quite exciting to see.
Indeed, yeah.
Going back to the high jump, that's the Sheffield vest. Luke Burden. Atkinson once again, so just looking at the bar, I think it was actually previously at 163 in this other group. So Atkinson cleared previously, it will have moved up to 168 now for both of the pools. Atkinson bringing that bar down. Let's have a look at what people are saying on the chat, because it's normally filled with BUCS and someone called Jack Johnson, I believe.
Normally.
So, lots of support for Jasmine Wood, for Hallam, for Team Jamaica.
Yeah.
It always does make me laugh when it's like, I don't know, European Championships and someone says, where's Team Jamaica?
Well, where are the Americans?
Where's the Americans? Yes. To go Jack then at 168. Well, both bars are at.
Oh, there we go.
Support for Cam Bailey. Emmanuel Sasanya was watching that. Emmanuel Sasanya, the East London team manager. some comments that aren't necessarily readable. Luke Burden at 168 then. Again, not everyone will have entered necessarily at these particular heights.
Not yet.
These two almost taking turns. Atkinson next to go. Okay, Oliver Atkinson of Bristol here. Third attempt now. So unfortunately, failure at a height of 1m68 there. So bar's then going to be reset. Luke Burden waiting. As is Digogo Jack.
Sets himself.
So let's see what the Portsmouth student can do. Oh,
Good
beautiful.
clearance.
Yeah, no sign of a great athlete to put it all together with the third attempt. And he does have that kind of deliberate stutter, if you like, but then really focuses on pulling, pulling it himself over really cleanly.
So next up we have E12 of our men's 400 metres. Running lane 1 from Lawrence, Samuel Newton. E2 from Sussex.
Tall figure in the Sheffield vest, Luke Burden.
E3 from Kent, Cole Sinnott.
Oh, what a rattle that is.
In 5
Stays up. I'd be looking back at that just to check.
Run off as quickly as possible. Let it count, let it count.
and final heat of the men's 400 metres.
We'll never find out if that was a high five. The replay comes in.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so. Luke Burden. Well, you've got to take the clearances, they all count. Atkinson then. So that was the third attempt then. Right, Sam Cooper, Durham, Dylan Andrews of Sussex, Cole Sinnott of Kent, Tom Street of Imperial, Ben Heron of Strathclyde and Alexander Newell of Manchester in this final heat of 12. I could see a clear early movement there.
Lane 3, I think.
I think it was lane 3.
That's majorly unlucky in a 4 to get a DQ if it is. If they do black and red card him.
Yeah, we saw obviously 60 and 60 hurdles. You really want to get a brilliant start, but
just a green card.
Oh right, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we saw a few green cards, and then we saw a DQ, one DQ yesterday. Similar sort of situation to that.
It's always hard to balance yourself on the bend as well. The centre of mass is thrown completely off, so it's understandable.
Cooper, Andrews, Sinnott, Street, Heron and Newell. So this heat represents all the way from Kent up to Strathclyde, and in the middle Manchester's Newell, well geographically anyway, on the outside, and Ben Heron flying through from Cole Sinnott. 22.88 at the bell then. Could be a really, really good battle for second. Automatic spot now. Ben Heron trying to keep this up. Sinnott just beginning to close now. Aaron, though, should be able to hold on to this.
Second place is Paul Sinnott for Kent.
Very
Great work
strong.
from both.
49.48, Sinnott in second place. Okay, we've now seen everyone race in the men's 400 metre heat. Your thoughts generally? And
Overall, very, very strong across the board. A lot of very comfortable qualifications from some of our key athletes, I think.
yes, obviously Cam Bailey, kind of the one that you're most cheering on as the contender. It was Andrea Panacidi in the first heat who looked very comfortable. There's just more to come from him. I think we need to see him in the semi-final.
I think the semi-finals will definitely show the true form of where people are at and where people's heads are at with the form.
Yeah.
I feel like the heats you can sort of, you know you're only racing once in the day, you know you can sort of, almost like a 350 rep, sort of ease off that last 50 and know that you're qualified through. The semi tomorrow is going to very much be the telling point for a lot of athletes. But I think Cam did very well. I think Chris did very well for Brunel as well. Manchester's Tom, I think, put out a real good statement. It'll be very, very interesting to see, really.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Zach, it's been great to have you join us.
Great to be here.
Yeah, I know you said looking forward in particular to some of the middle distance race, but I guess just to savour the 3 days as much as possible before you go back to real life.
Back to reality. Yeah, no, pleasure as always to be up here.
Yeah, have a good rest of the weekend as you run around.
You too, Alex.
Try and be in as many places at once.
Automatic qualification in the women's long jump is 5 metres 85, and in the men's long jump 7 metres 15.
So Luke Burden then at 173. Second attempt now here.
Due in about 5 minutes' time. Meanwhile, would the driver stroke owner of the following vehicle please report to reception? The driver stroke owner of a grey Renault traffic minibus, registration number NG72.
So we're just watching high jump qualification at the moment. And Tyler Panton and Brunel has joined here in the studio, sort of studio, inverted commas. Yeah, how are you doing? Obviously, you raced yesterday in the 60 metres.
Yeah.
Got yourself a BUCS medal. Got quite a collection now, no?
Yeah. Well, after a bit of a shaky semi-final, I mean, I came into this championships wanting to win. I mean, Dave Morgan Harrison here last year, great athlete, has graduated, so I thought it's time to go for gold. Didn't quite happen, but after a shaky semi-final and a couple of injuries throughout the last couple of months, I'm happy to upgrade from last year, definitely.
Yeah, well, I suppose, you know, coming into BUCS indoors in mid-February, not a huge amount of chance to get that much racing in, but you know, you would have had the winter. So, yeah, I mean, what are the last few months been like for you, the start to the year generally?
Well, in December, I was planning on opening up January 7th, but in December I tore my adductor. And it took about 4 to 6 weeks to get back to proper sprinting again. And I didn't actually open up till about 3 weeks ago at South of England Champs. And then, yeah, this is my second comp of indoors, but my main goal has always been outdoors. I'm more of a 100-metre runner than a 60 runner. I struggle a bit at the start, but I tend to pick up my top end around 60 to 80. So me and my coach said we'll use the 60 as more of a training session for outdoors. So I'm happy to come away with PBs this indoors and building on something for outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, we see with the 60 that people are so desperate to get a great start.
Yeah.
And as a result, almost kind of, trying to chance it, start as quickly as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen that.
Happen, yeah.
Bar at 173 there, Luke Burden looked like he failed third attempt, high jump qualification. So, yeah, I mean, you're now kind of spectating for a bit as well. What do you enjoy watching out of the whole sort of track and field? I mean, 400 we've got here as well.
I mean, definitely, I love the 400s, you know. I think, especially indoors, I love the excitement of braking at the 200 metres. Like, quite a lot of time, I think the tactics are very much different for an indoor 4 versus an outdoor 4, because you have to go out hard first 200. I love watching them. I think the 800 is really fun. I like the long jump as well. 4x200 metre heats as well. Brunel we're running later as well. So yeah, I think I like a lot of sprint events, but also like the 800, the long jump. What I like about indoors as well is everything's in one kind of area, so you get to see all the events. So
that is true.
Yeah,
it's a good view.
It's just it's very good comp, and I like watching just all the events all over really.
So, just looking at this first women's 400, it's the same qualifying as the men, 2 from each heat, and then 6-time qualifiers across all. We've got Phoebe Moncur, Robert Gordon, Emily Newnham of Loughborough, defending champion, Rebecca Weeks of Edge Hill, Layla Zul of Stirling Hannah McLaughlin of Leicester. So Newnham also comes in ranked in fastest with 52.15, which is an incredible time for this level of BUCS competition, really. And yes, a sort of time that can certainly earn you relay selections at the very least. I mean, and Newnham as well, she broke that championship record last year that was held by Amy Alcock, which you know was a great record, and also someone who dominated BUCS competition during her time. Some good athletes for Brunel though, also in the 400. Kiyama Kofi comes in the second heat, and then Raquel Chernagle in the third.
Definitely. We have some people definitely got it for medals here, but I think if people can come away with a good experience made, fun, and also potential PBs, then they should be happy.
So Moncur, Newnham, Weeks, Zul and McLaughlin. So watch out for Newnham coming through, but Layla Zul of Stirling has started very well. Newnham looking very relaxed, and she's going to hit the bell. 25. So we'll mark that down. 25.93. Zul in second place, and then a really big gap behind these top two. Around twice the margin between Newnham and Zul.
They're running away with it.
The semi-final last weekend at the UK Championship, going to East Home in this
so Newnham, I wonder whether she can challenge her own championship record in the final. 56.64, that's all she needed to do. And Zul, well, all credit to the Stirling athlete there, because she really kind of stole a mark. She did enough and built that gap, and the others kind of let her get away a bit.
Most comfortable 56 I've seen. Yeah. Looking good.
So, one done. We have 9 heats in total, by the way. And a giant panda as well. Suggests the mascot race is not too far away. Have you ever been asked to do the mascot race?
You know what, I haven't, but I've always wanted to do it. I think Brunel have an athlete entered for the mascot race, but it's just such good fun. That is actually one of probably my favourite events to watch. I think it's hilarious, and it's for a good cause, so yeah, it's a great event.
It is for a good cause, that's right, yeah. But we've seen kind of tactical costumes to help people actually be able to get spikes in contact with the ground, as opposed to like
some soft like flipper shoes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I think even though it is for a good cause, you still want to win it regardless. So, you know, yeah, I think there's always going to be a competitiveness there, even in things like mascot races, you know.
So long jump qualification also happening. This is the second pool, and 7:15 is the auto qualification mark. This is all while high jump qualification is also going on at the same time, with a bar at 178. So women in their second long jump pool aiming for 585. Ruby Jurgis was best overall earlier, 577. So no automatic marks just as yet. Actually 3 pools of long jump qualification, which is interesting. I know you said it's one of the better events you think to watch. But yeah, really high participation for it, when you usually think that the highest participation is in sprints, because people kind of fancy their sprinting ability over their jumping, when they might actually have some good skill at jumping.
I feel like with sprinters as well, like quite often, I feel like you can translate your speed into the jump hit. So I think if you're a sprinter, you should definitely try out long jump one time. I mean, I'm a bit too heavy for it myself. I think I'd do an ACL or something, but I think, yeah, definitely, you just give it a go, maybe at a YDL or SAL or something, try it out, see how you get on. But it's good to see a lot of participation in the long jump this year, for sure.
Yeah, it does actually make it quite difficult to get through to the final. It'll be very competitive.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes just 1 or 2 centimetres in the horizontal jumps. Yeah, even separating medals or separating qualification.
I think it's all about them fine margins. I mean, especially even with sprints, like in the 60, I think there was a couple thousands between 3rd and 4th yesterday. So it really is just about keeping your nerve in jumps, sprints or throws, really.
So, heat number 2 of the women's 400 metres, with Amy Smith of Swansea, Eliza Hayden of Durham, Jessica Astill of Loughborough, another with GB junior experience, going to the World Under-20s, part of the squad that won bronze in 2022. Of course, you're also someone who's been part of that team.
Yeah.
And then she also won European Under-18 gold, part of that medley relay squad.
So
Millie Sidafin of Bristol, Daniel Jensen van Rensburg and Kiama Kofi of Brunel. So she's going well on the outside.
On the outside is Kiama Kofi, Brunel.
Well, lane number 3 coming through as well.
At the break point, and it is with Kiama Kofi.
So Kiama's a bit of a shorter sprinter and also 400. Jess Astill pretty much 400 through and through.
First 2 in a good position.
Yeah, a little bit similar like that first heat indeed, but Janssen van Rensburg, there she is, just coming into shot. So 56.93, 3/10 off previous heat.
The official winning time, 56.95.
So we saw Emily Newnham win the first, and then Jess Astill following through. Loughborough victories so far, and well, Loughborough are often quite strong in the women's 400 metres. But I'm sure Brunel would be trying to challenge, especially in the relay.
Oh yes, always. I feel like always in the relay there's a bit of rivalry there. Brunel, Loughborough, Birmingham, but I think it adds a bit of sportsmanship to it, you know, and it adds a bit of excitement behind the event. I love rivalries. I think it spurs you up more to run a bit faster, and yeah, it'd be good to see what happens later in the heats for the 4x2 men's and women's, for sure.
I think particularly because it's a 4x2 relay, it kind of brings Loughborough a little bit closer with Brunel. You know, kind of Brunel tend to be a bit stronger 60, 200, and Loughborough tend to be stronger 400.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Loughborough has some great athletes. I mean, Alex Hoochin, Bailey Swift, Evan Blackman, there's a few others as well, but they have a lot of very strong 400 metre and 200 metre athletes, so I feel like it makes it really competitive and really close. And also Birmingham, Sheffield, Hallam as well have good teams, so yeah, I think it definitely makes it a good heat and also a good final for tomorrow. But yeah, I have faith in my Brunel team to defend our title.
Of course.
World Youth and World Under-20. Over 200.
So this is quite a strong group indeed for women's long jump qualification. So it includes Molly Palmer, got a British medal, the UK indoors. Also Shelby Odier of Brunel. Yeah, last couple of years we've seen Loughborough as well, but Brunel sort of bringing a few international athletes from abroad. I think Raquel Chernagle is Canadian, Shelby Odier Swiss, so slightly different, you know, pedigree, but good quality from these athletes, even if not everyone has raced them or competed against them before.
Yeah, for sure. I think with international athletes too, it adds a bit something different as well, because I think within British athletics and stuff, you're used to racing kind of the same faces, but when you have heads from Canada, Switzerland, other countries, it adds a bit of something different. I mean, Stefan before yesterday, Italian athlete, someone I haven't raced much, so it's good to have new faces to race and gain experience from, for sure.
Yeah, and the top-ranked athlete in the men's 400 metres we saw is Italian as well. Yeah, Panacidi. So, yeah,
Italy doing well here.
Yeah. So, getting underway then with Lenka Kubkova, Worcester, Kyra Sethna McIntosh of Swansea, Raquel Chenagel of Brunel, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow, Kira Patterson, St Mary's, Neve Woodward of Leeds. Yeah, really strong opening.
First 200 metres.
Let's have a look at the bell. So, yeah, 3.5 tenths faster than that opening heat from Newnham. Really just keeping up that pace, really working hard out front, trying to continue building that gap.
Has a bit of room to relax here for coaches.
So Neve Woodward of Leeds also qualifying for the semi-finals. So, yeah, all 3 heats so far, 56.6.
Very even at the moment.
That's really setting up nicely.
56.71. The official.
Good thing about the timetable is these athletes have time to recover and rest for tomorrow as well. So you have a bit of time to, I don't know, get an ice bath, use some Normatex, do some stretching, and hopefully have fresher legs for the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the first day does provide a bit of a 60-metre kind of spectacle, doesn't it? I mean, it might be nice to kind of mix up and not have the full finals day on its own. Have some medalists crowned. People can relax. Some people might prefer actually to get their final underway sooner.
I mean, I like the outdoor setup where usually it's 100-metre heats and semi on one day and the final on the next, but I also feel like it gives you room to overthink a bit too much, whereas when the semi and final say an hour apart, you haven't really got much room to overthink too much. So I think it's kind of double-edged sword really, but I do like how the 60s are all on one day, and then you have time to focus on, let's say, the 200 or the 400 or the relay. All time just focus on that as well.
Yeah, so the beauty of it is that you can have 3 days. Not all events can spare 3 days, but BUCS indoors and outdoors certainly do high participation compared to most other championships there, of course. So, looking at men's long jump qualification, 6.18, that's Kieran Isaac of Kent. Still in the first round here.
And in lane 1, representing King's College, Vanessa Mansour. In 2, from Northumbria University, Melissa Bills. Representing Robert Gordon in lane 3, Iona Eslamon.
So we're moving on next to heat 4 of the women's 400 coming up shortly. See Grace Morgan on the runway there. Competed in the 60 hurdles already this weekend, the heptathletes.
In lane 5, representing Leeds Beckett.
This is Olamide Odupatan of East Anglia. Morgan gets the red flag. White flag though for Odupatan.
Indoor title very recently. Rachel McCann set a championship record there, so she is in very, very good form.
Lexi Brown of Newcastle next. 5.62 coming up as the measurement for Odupatan, so obviously a bit off what is needed to progress through to that final. Okay, so whistle goes on the track. You can see the athletes are out there on the start line. Vanessa Ansua of KCL, Melissa Bills of Northumbria, Iona Esselmont of Robert Gordon, Rachel McCann of Queen's, Emmy Gregg of Leeds Beckett, Daisy Jowers of UCL. So McCann, fastest ranked here, the Queen's athlete, Irish University's indoor 400 champion, 54.12. She was fourth at the Irish indoors recently. And also a previous member of the European Under-20 4x4 squad. That was back in 2019 in Sweden. So getting ready for this fourth heat. Quite interesting, Tyler Panton, who joins me, of Brunel, that the Scottish and Irish athletes, they have like their own universities, Scottish and Irish, as almost like a warm-up to get themselves prepared for the Nationals. I know that some unis have a like the Steel Cup here in Sheffield. Do you have a sort of warm-up? What are your
Well, we used to have a varsity championships at Lee Valley, but it wasn't put on this year. I think it was replaced with the Steel Cup in Sheffield. But I would love for us to have like a London universities or something similar like that, or maybe South of England universities. I think it'd be a great competition to have. But yeah, I think really if you time your season right, you can have a South of England champs or a British champs, which you can kind of use as a bit of a warm-up ready for the BUCS Championships.
Yeah, and as you say, many people have raced, not for universities necessarily, but at similar Lee Valley meets.
Yeah.
Rachel McCann comes through then in 56.35, wow. So that is the fastest heat so far. I mean, she didn't really ease up at all across the line. It was a really close battle there behind. But yes, 3/10 faster than all of the previous winners, and Newnham, Astle and Chenagle.
56.33, the official winning time.
56.33. That's the official time. All the times, results schedule on the Roster Athletics website and app. So, 4 heats remaining. Long jump qualification going on as well. Men and women adjacent here. Looks like Ewan Urquhart of Glasgow in that black vest. Look pretty solid on the board. Yeah, against that white flag there. Now on the other side in the women's event. So women aiming for 5.85, men for 7.15. But in all likelihood it's going to be the best 12 athletes. Rob Warman of Sheffield there. So results on rosterathletics.com. So Rob Woman in the black and yellow of Sheffield, trying to get the atmosphere going, trying to get the crowd on his side, driving hard down this runway now, pumping those arms hard, trying to hit the board correctly as well. Yeah, good placement from him. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about changing the long jump in the last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't seen many athletes in favour of it either. I see a lot of TikToks and Instagrams of people just not liking the new idea, and I think if it isn't broke, don't fix it in a way, but it might help. I don't really know too much about long jump, but all I know is a lot of athletes seem to be disputing it, yeah.
Yeah, which is, their voice is, yeah, as you say, raised quite loud, but I mean, is there anything that you would generally change about athletics, be it something more relevant to your own performances?
I think mainly we just need more eyes on the sport, really, whether it's through fundraisers or just back in the day there was I think it was Donovan Bailey versus Michael Johnson in the 150 metres, just more fancy events like that, like maybe more of them would get more eyes on the sport. But I think as a whole, sprinting is okay. I think athletics is okay in general. But yeah, I think the only thing really is just more people viewing it, just more eyes on it, make it a bit more fun for the local audience, and just make it a bit more accessible as well. I mean, I think it's great that the BUCS Championships on YouTube, but you get quite a lot of competitions where you just won't be able to find the links for it anywhere. So I think, yeah, just making athletics more accessible for people is the main step we can kind of take in making it a more popular sport for sure.
In the middle of the summer, it's so competitive really for sports to get a look in, you know.
Sure. I mean, you have football, which is hitting its prime around March, April, May, which is when our outdoor seasons start. And
yeah, and then you have the Euros.
Stuff. Yeah. European champs, which is, I mean, European football champs, which is about middle of June, which is our prime time for Olympic qualifiers, things like that. So I think it is very hard for athletics to get a look in with stuff like that going on, but I feel like we can definitely improve our viewing on the sport and just get more eyes on us. We're never going to be able to compete with football, realistically, but if we can just make athletics more accessible for people, get more of it on YouTube and sites that are easy to reach, then I think we'll definitely have more people watching it and just more people enjoying it, and showing some support for the athletes.
So this is Alfie Ward of Newcastle going through second attempts out of 3. Kirsty Archer of York on the other side. Heat number 6 of the women's 400 metres with Isabel Nero of East Anglia, Edge Hills, Lucy Baker, Rachel Callan of Strathclyde, Katrina McFeet of Glasgow, Hermione Mason of Nottingham, Natasha Turnbull of Stirling. DNS in lane 1, in fact, so just the 5 athletes in this one. A little bit more open here.
Mary Takwangi, the Liverpool student, also having a good run. And I think it'll be Ola Brennan who breaks first.
So that's heat number 5. Ola Brennan coming through here. Mari Patience was the DNS. Millie Walton, Ola Brennan, Mary Takwangi, Millicent Russell and Tess Farr. So Brennan, obviously 400 metre hurdles specialist, similar to Emily Noonan, but both very strong over the 400 flats.
You see a lot of 400 metre hurdle athletes come down to the indoor 400, as there is no 400 metre hurdles indoors, and it's good to see them doing well.
So 7:06 behind Mary Takwangi of Liverpool. Brennan going to come through very strongly here. 57.1, and Takwangi also joining her through, making it into the semi-finals. 6 times qualifiers after that, with a small queue next to their names after all the heats are concluded. 4 left to go. Yes, Ola Brennan, the silver medalist outdoors last year, behind Newnham. Rachel Callan winning gold in the relay, along with the likes of Kelsey Stewart. Back to high jump qualification we go now. So let's have a look. Bar at 188. This is Makar Babenko, Newcastle athlete. Very, very nice clearance. Tall athlete.
Made it look easy.
Fantastic atmosphere being generated
Effortless.
today. Great support down that back straight, both for the track athletes and
So you
for
do
the
get
high jump.
spectators all the way round as well. You see some there getting a close view of the high jump, but also pretty good view of the oval track. I imagine seeing athletes thundering past nice and close up. So Tyler Pan, just remind us what stage you're at of university now.
I'm in my final year, so this is my last indoor BUCS. I've got one more outdoor BUCS where I do hope to upgrade the double silver from last year to double gold this year. But yeah, I'm in my final year now, so yeah.
What do you study?
Sport, health and exercise sciences.
So, yeah, I guess that I mean, people say it's their final BUCS and then they end up doing a Masters, so
I don't know.
never rule it out.
I wouldn't rule it out ever, but I don't know, man. I think a Masters looks a bit too long for me. Yeah, I'm more of an athlete student than a student athlete for sure.
That's funny, yeah. Well, there you go. So, yeah, big opportunity to try and savour that moment.
For sure.
Representing Strathclyde University.
Jay Rawson of Newcastle in the other pool, so Barstow at 188, first at 10, but not everyone has entered yet, and automatic qualification height is 202, so some of these guys having to jump for quite a long time in order to make it through. Qualification started half an hour ago, might continue for another half an hour, so fatigues may start to become an element, as we saw in the pole vault as well.
Heat 6 of 9, women's 400.
So, heat 6 of 9 coming up, 4 heats left of the women's 400 metres. So once we've seen all these heats, really, good chance to see everyone in action and kind of assess where we feel the competition is going. I have to say, I mean, in the men's 60 yesterday, it was really tough to call.
For sure.
Actually, wasn't it? Even having seen the semi-finals and everyone in action twice.
I mean, yeah, with the 60, I think in the semi-final, Stephen really did step his foot down. I mean, I got absolutely left in the blocks, but I think it was still, I think people were like debating who was going to win, really. I think it was probably the most open the 60's been before, but it was very good to see that kind of everyone was kind of guessing who's going to win, and it had a bit more of a question mark over it than previous years, for sure.
Yeah, well, last year I think there's only something like 5 athletes by the end of it.
I mean,
yeah, with some DQs,
2
didn't we?
DQs, 1 DNS. It was all over the place last year, but it's good to see this year everyone got to actually run.
Yeah, you get a few oohs and ahs though once you start to get that second DQ.
Yeah,
everyone was like losing their minds.
Yeah. I mean, I think it got to a point where the crowd were all oohing and ahhing as well, and it just added a bit of something to it.
So, apologies for reading out heat number 6 before. This is heat number 6. Nero, Barker, Callan, McFeet, Mason and Turnbull. Going well on the outside there. Hermione Mason of Nottingham. Tasha Turnbull of Stirling is starting to come through though, is Rachel Callan of Strathclyde now. So let's have a look as we get ready to hit the bell. 26.71. Again, fairly competitive, 6-time qualifiers. Is a decent opportunity really if you are outside that top 2. Well, I wonder whether Rachel Callan has seen some of the previous heats and has seen some of the statements that have been put out by previous athletes like Orna Brennan and McCann, Newnham, Astill, and wants to really push on to the line. Mason's going to go through also, 58.28. Just tiring a little bit there, but as you said, you know, 1 round today really gives the opportunity to push in these heats.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
lane draw as well.
Gives them time to go back, get some food in them, do some stretching, whatever, have a good night's sleep, and then go back tomorrow. But I think with an indoor 4, the lane draw really is, I wouldn't say a decider, but it does kind of alter how you got to approach a race, really. I think if you get drawn in lane 1, you have to really go out hard and really push the first 200, whereas lane 5 or 6, you can definitely be more comfortable. But I think whatever lane you get, you just have to make it work and just give it your all, really.
Have you done many 400s without stalking you on Power of 10?
I did one in 2018. It was more punishment from my old coach for being 5 minutes late to training. I had to do an outdoor 400. I think I ran 52.3, but it's not in my plans anytime soon, but I will be doing a 300 to open out my outdoor season, definitely.
Oh, nice. I mean, not too many opportunities to do that.
I think there's 1 or 2 open meets where you can get yourself in an indoor, an outdoor 300, but it's very hard to find, definitely.
Yeah. There we go. I mean, a bit like you said, Donovan Bailey, Michael Johnson. Maybe you want to make it a bit of a, get a bit of fundraising in, and
I'd love to. I mean,
do it against 400 runner.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to do it against a 400 meter runner. Maybe one of the men doing a relay or something, but try and make something work. Yeah.
So this is heat number 7. Now Emily Bowick, Cardiff Met, Katie Robbins, AECC, Abigail Fitton, Bedfordshire, Ruby Nelson of Newcastle, Amy Christian of Chester, and Charlotte Williams of Cardiff. No, because it's funny when you see, like, in January someone they post on Instagram like, oh, open up the year with a PB, and you're like, well, and you look to see what it is. You're like, oh, it's like 600 metres.
Yeah, it's always some.
It's funny, isn't it? Yeah.
It'd be like 1,000 metres, or it'd be like a 75 metres or something weird. And you're like, well, if it's your first time running it, it's going to be a PB. But I do like the idea of like different kind of distances and events. But I think running something like a 300 or something, I'd be annoyed I didn't run a 200 if I ran really well, because I'd be like, oh, I could have just run a 200. But I think it's good to just mix it up every now and then and do something new to start your season at the very least.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one, because we do sometimes see the use of split times from longer races taken as a time. I mean, most, particularly in the mile, where the 1500 split is taken and can be a qualifying time as well, which I always think is interesting. If you look on Power 10, actually, I think Dwayne Chambers and Linford Christie's 60-metre split from a 100-metre race is on there. And it is not officially a British record, though. But it is, I think it is officially faster than anything else.
I don't even know that was eligible.
Yeah, well, it's a bit strange that it's on there, because people don't consider it to be the British record. Yeah.
No, because I mean, I consider a 60-metre record to be what you run in the 60 metres, not what you're splitting 100 metres, but I mean, each to their own, and it's still incredible that they ran them times. But I think, the 60-metre record should be over 60 metres, not 100 metres, definitely.
Let's go.
So 3 heats to go, and then we can have a few thoughts on who we think looks the strongest of the contenders so far. Quite a few factors playing into that. Heat time's probably towards the bottom of those factors, potentially. Not everyone will have run at full pelt. Athletes just asked to stand up here, so long jump and high jump adjacent. Looks like actually high jump qualification for the men has now wrapped up. So the final for the men's high jump coming tomorrow, 2:35, same time as the women's high jump as well. So that'll be quite excited to keep across. And then the women's high jump qualification at 3:05. So Tyler Panton and Brunel with us. So you're very accustomed to these BUCS championships now. I asked the same questions as Zach Blair a moment ago. Like, what is there behind the scenes that we maybe don't see? You know, what are you trying to do during your downtime, or what do the team do to kind of, you know, gather themselves?
I think mainly, like, I think it's kind of team tradition. We always go to Nando's after. I think that's most teams. I mean, yesterday I think every single team here was in Nando's, but I think just kind of chilling out together, just like having a bit of like a debrief about the day before, or how things have gone, and I think really just say you've got to run Friday, Saturday, Sunday like myself, you just have to use, for instance, the Friday night to just try to recover as much as you can, really. But I think traditional Nando's after today as well, probably after tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, it's got to be overall 4 days really, because we come up on a Thursday because we're down south.
So Bowick, Robbins, Fitton, Nelson, Christian and Williams. Yes, I often find it amusing with a team Nando's whereby you'll go in and they'll say wait time about 45 minutes, and everyone else in the group will be like, yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
and I'll be like, but it's empty everywhere else.
I think, I don't know what it is about athletes, but for me, like, it's either got to be Nando's or Wagamama before a comp, either one, because I find anything else just pay my stomach too much. So I think you can't go wrong with a Nando's really before your race, for sure.
Can't go too wrong. 26.54 opening split here, very close. Katie Robbins just leading at the moment. Teammate Brooke Ironside getting a medal in the 60 metres. Yesterday, of course, Abigail Fitton of Bedfordshire in this. Ruby Nelson of Newcastle as well. So good battling out front with this top 3. Coming through in 58.1 seconds, a couple of tenths faster than that previous heat. Again, a reasonable chance for top 3 to go through from that one. Difficult when you are third, just outside of those automatic places.
For sure.
Happens in your races as well, I'm sure.
I mean, for the 60 semis, it's first place goes through as a
only,
qualifier, and then I mean, I went through yesterday as the fastest non-automatic qualifier, so it's really tight, especially when you have the semi-finals with some of the fastest entries all in the same one. It does make it very competitive and very tough to get yourself qualifying, but I think really you just got to run your own race and just stick to your plan and see what happens, really.
So will you be going the 200 metres tomorrow?
Nah.
No, so, but you'll be part of the relay squad?
I'll be part of the relay squad, yeah, but I think I'm just a bit too big for an indoor 200. I can't navigate them bends properly, no. But I love the relay, I think it's great, and yeah, I think you stay in lane 1 the whole way round as well, so it's not as, I don't find it as taxing on my body, but no, I'm very excited to run 4x2s later for sure.
Yeah, obviously for many years now, 200 metres hasn't been at senior international competition, and also at the British Championship scene there was just typically, yeah, one lane left, lane 1 left empty, just the 5 athletes in the final, which you sometimes think, oh, it would be nice for another person to make it, but then
I'm sure someone will take the lane 1.
Someone might take it, yeah. You go down along.
If you ask everyone for the semi-final who was lane 1, I'm sure someone will take their hand for a British final. But yeah, it's very much unlucky lane draw to get, especially for heats, for instance, if you're the fastest going into it, etc. Yeah.
In lane 1, representing Sheffield University, Catherine Reynolds.
Okay, so 2 more heats to come. Catherine Reynolds in this, the fastest ranked in this one. 5th at BUCS Outdoors over this distance last year. 55.91 PB. So you can see, so Cat Reynolds kind of in the top 8 ranked, but 3.5 seconds between Emily Newnham and the 8th place ranked athlete. So it just shows you the quality of athlete that Newnham is. Kira Alexander of Solent, Samantha Baker-Jones of Oxford, Olivia Harwood of Cardiff Met, Imogen Pugh of Cardiff, and Hannah Hope of Northumbria.
Race heat 8 of 9, women's 400.
So 2 more heats to go. You've seen the 2 Brunel athletes, of course, already. I think Kiama was 2nd and Raquel won her heat. So they are safely through to those semi-finals, and they have kind of even more, downtime. Just to rest. People go back to the hotel as well.
I mean,
midday, yeah.
I think most people are in the hotel about, I think it's like a 5-minute drive, but some people are in the hotel literally opposite the stadium, so I think they'll probably go back, watch from home, but I think there's still a few events today people want to be watching, so I think most people just stay just to watch the overall comp because it's a fun watch, and also I think you can sit down and relax from here really.
Reynolds, Alexander, Baker-Jones, Harwood, Pugh and Hope. So now they push on and out away from those blocks. Some decent starts there, right on the inside. That's Reynolds as expected. So interesting there, the fastest athlete coming in and getting that inside lane. Lane 4 also going well. Olivia Hardwood, Cardiff Met. Reynolds of Sheffield then, 26.72 at the bell. Same time as Callan from heat 6. Reynolds, another really driving down this back straight, building that gap. There's a 3-way battle for second place, and steaming out of it really, really nicely there. Imogen Pugh, I think that is, of Cardiff in second place. They're all behind, some way behind Kat Reynolds, 57.83. So quicker than those last two heats that we've seen, and yeah, really good solid run there from Reynolds. So interesting there, the fastest seeded athlete on the very inside lane, but looked quite smooth from her. So it was okay in the end. One more heat to go.
So one final call for people who are
And it will have Aliska Privagova of Oxford, Olivia Bochi of Warwick, Ella Barker of Exeter, Isabel Gear of Newcastle, Maddie Turner of Durham, Molly Swingler of Birmingham.
The track and field, the mascot race.
What is Brunel's mascot then for the mascot race? Do we know?
Now, this is going to sound really bad, but I don't actually know. I'm not too sure. I'm sure it's something like a lion, maybe, or a tiger, but I haven't actually seen it.
Yeah, well, they're pretty much all lions.
They'll pull it out somewhere, yeah. I'm sure it's somewhere in the stands, or I think our athletes probably getting warmed up now, but...
Do you know something, like, I was looking at mascot costumes, some of them cost like £300–400.
Jeez, I wouldn't have even thought that, you know. I mean, to be fair, they are quite big costumes, so you would look at it and be like, yeah, it probably is quite expensive.
Yeah.
But especially ones that allow you to have the spikes in them as well, because running in trainers give you a disadvantage here, definitely.
Yeah, well, you should just cut off the feet.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
The thick pair of scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, some of the mascots are indecipherable. A, what uni, and B, what animal.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I quite like when they have the vest over the costume, so it really allows you to go, right, that's Birmingham or that's Brunel, for instance. So
yeah.
I think the mascot race is after this, isn't it, at some point?
Yes, coming up after the 800s first semi-finals.
That should be good as well.
Yeah, 800 semis, I think, will be one of the best to watch today.
For sure. And the finals are tomorrow, I presume. Or
yeah, all tomorrow.
Very well spread out, because I think running 2 800s one day is very cruel, so it's good that they've let them go heats on Friday, semis on Saturday, finals on a Sunday.
Yeah, for sure. And you won't really see many doublers at all in middle distance. Even though it is spread over 3 days, it's a really tough ask.
Thousands and thousands of meters to be doubling up for sure. I mean, you see with sprints quite often a 60 and a 200 or a 100 and 200 double, but I think anything over the 400, you're asking for trouble doubling up for sure.
So Freibergova, Bochi, Barker, Gear, Turner and Swingler in this.
Heat 9, up 9, women's 400.
Bochi of Warwick, best ranked in this heat. She goes from lane 2. Saying that Warwick don't have the biggest contingent, but they did get a gold medal last year. 400 hurdles outdoors, George Seary. So 2 laps of the track, final heat. The women's 400 metres. Here we go then, at last underway. Bochi getting a good start in the maroon of Warwick, and Swingler pushing out hard down that back straight and into this top bend. The raised banking, Swingler and Bochi, Birmingham and Warwick. So mid-26s we've seen so far, similar, 26.4.
And it is Olivia Bochi, Warwick in second place.
Again, big gap back to third place once again. They are making up ground though. Yeah, indeed, it's Swingler it is of Birmingham. Third place looks like Maddie Turner, Durham. Swingler holding on and being roared on as well. 58.09 ahead of Bochi.
We'll give you the
Okay, so we've now seen all 9 heats. What were your thoughts?
I mean, overall, the women look very strong. I've got to back up Brunel athletes, Raquel and Kiama, but I think, yeah, trying to challenge Newham from Loughborough is going to be a big ask. I think she's undoubtedly the favourite, so it should definitely be a good semi-finals tomorrow to watch, the women's and the men's.
Okay, and then, you know, kick back, have a Nando's. What's your order normally? Do you have a, are you the sort of person
double chicken wrap, spicy rice, and then I'll get a lot of hate for this, but the macho peas. You have to get your greens
in.
But
yeah.
people always hate and tell me to get the chips, but I feel more comfortable eating the peas. I feel better the next day, so yeah.
There's almost too many sides to actually just choose 2. I find.
Yeah, you can choose about 3 or 4 really. You could eat quite easily, but yeah.
Well, Tyler Panton, it's been great to have you join once again. Thanks very much, and yeah, wish you all the best of luck in the relay.
Thank you very much. Talk as well.
We'll be back after this.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham, reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So to bring you our 12 qualifiers from the men's high jump. Oliver Adkin of Loughborough, Jay Rawson of Newcastle, also from Newcastle, Maka Papenko, from Nottingham Trent, Harry Riley, from Birmingham, Toby Cherry, there's Strathclyde's Cameron Forbes, Sheffield Hallam's Ben Pitts, Birmingham's Kimani Jack, from Leeds Beckett, Morgan Williams, Bath Luke Hall, from Nottingham, Jobat Ashiru, and the final athlete qualifying for the men's high jump final from Leeds Beckett, Tom Quinter.
So, you're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, and this is what we've got to come. In a few minutes' time, we'll have the semi-finals of the men's 800, and indeed women's 800. After that, mascot race, always fun and interesting. So many mascots, I think we might have 2 mascot races, or at least 2 heats of that. And 3,000 metres, 1,500, and then the relay to finish. So that's the track timetable, and then field. Main focus really will be long jump, high jump qualification, and then the final in 2 hours' time of the men's shot put. So my name's Alex Seftel. Thanks for joining us so far across the weekend, and hopefully you've put some time in your diary to keep across these championships. And of course there's a swimming stream as well, but if you're here it's probably because athletics is your sport of choice. Maybe out of those 2. So do stay with us through the weekend. Rossa Athletics website and app for all the schedule and results.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham, reigns supreme.
And he will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Just the first in each of the 3 semi-finals certain to go through, and those 3 athletes will be joined by the 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from across the 3 semi-finals. And in this first semi-final, lining up in the lane 1 and representing Durham University will be St. Smith, Midland bronze medalist outdoors last year. In 2, representing Newcastle University, Aidan O'Brien. In 3, representing Dundee University, Lawrence Ketty. In 2022, Scottish University Indoor and Outdoor bronze medalist. Also in lane 3, Jack Tracy, Exeter. In 4, representing Durham, Jacob Smith. And in lane 5, he was a bronze medalist here last year, UK finals in Birmingham last weekend, representing Loughborough, David Race. And in 6th, completing the lineup, representing Birmingham
So you're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Another guest hot off the heels. You're standing right there, Lee Thompson, so couldn't help but notice that it'd be worthwhile chatting to you for a moment. Hot off a great performance at the UK Indoor Championships.
Yeah, it went really well. Obviously won it a decent time. I wanted a bit quicker to try and get the World Indoor Standard, but wasn't quite in the legs, but a great race with Ben nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. You're both in the Sheffield and Durham colours, you know, local club here. Yeah, someone you're used to racing against, and someone also who's done very well at BUCS in the past, but
yeah,
it was a cracking race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I knew I had to get out hard because I think Ben's plan was to try and get out hard as well, so we kept each other on our toes, and he stuck on me like glue, and he was strong as well, so I was just fortunate enough to hold on at the end.
This particular venue, I mean, you know it pretty much as well as anyone, right? I mean, because it's you know, your place where you train, pretty much do a lot of your training. You're very grateful to have it because it keeps you warm during the winter.
Yeah.
It's a great place, and there are not enough of these indoor tracks around the country.
No, there's very few and far between. I feel like this is my second home, if I'm honest. I'm training here at least 3 times a week, and yeah, like you say, I'm very grateful for it, because when it gets too cold in the winter, it's nice to come inside, especially as you're preparing for the indoor season as well. And then obviously racing here a lot as you go through the season as well.
Yeah, we have held previously, I think the UK Indoors was once here.
Yeah, I got a medal there in 2017.
Right, yeah.
Well, they did it in 2016 and 2017 when I did it, and I medalled in 2017, so it'd be nice to come back here. I get to stay in my own bed and then just travel 20 minutes to get here. So, but Birmingham is such a great facility as well. One of the fastest tracks in the world, so can't complain.
That's very true, yeah. Not as fast as Boston.
No, not the American tracks. It's difficult to find anything that's as fast as the American tracks.
You know, we don't often talk about home advantage in athletics.
Well, yeah,
true. All the time in football, but
got the home advantage next weekend in Glasgow, and a new track there as well. So see how fast that is.
Yeah, well, that's been talked about, having minimalist banking. You know, that it's less steep.
Yeah. I don't know if that helps though. To be honest,
I
think Birmingham got a less steep banking for the new track, and I don't know if it's as fast as the old one. So. With the bends being so tight, it's sometimes nice to have the angle to push you down the straight rather than throw you to the outside of the lane.
So the 800-metre semi-finals kicked off. Obviously, you're a 400-metre man, but you know you're. Well, that's what can happen on a tight indoor track. 2 fallers there, but they're both back on their feet. Yeah, all credit to them. I mean, we see in the 800 some real feisty racing though on a tight indoor track like this, don't we?
Oh, definitely. You've got to get your elbows out. We saw it last weekend in the 400 with Josh Folds falling. But respect to these guys for getting back up and going again.
100%, yeah. So interesting because David Race is in this one. So he's the fastest athlete ranked with 1:47.74. That's his outright personal best. But this is a close semi-final, this one. You've got Ben Gardner of Birmingham, 53.22. Halfway point. David Race in second place there, and it looks like it's the Durham vest. I think that's Jacob Smith in third place. So a bit of a breakaway here. Now it's only the winner goes through here. Tough qualification. 3-time qualifiers across the 3. Here we go. David Race making a move around the outside. 1:21.63 at the bell.
I think that's what makes BUCS so exciting, the fact that it's just one that goes through in most events because there's so many entries in the whole thing, you know.
Jacob Smith looks determined. What about Gardner trying to react, trying to manage that gap? Jacob Smith, David Race only looking in front. Smith comes through, he takes that spot.
Strong finish.
1:49.82 on the clock there. Well, that was so well timed to come through on that last lap. But in that situation, you know, the Loughborough man, he could only really run it himself, give everything he had left, and that just shows you how it gets tougher in the semi-final.
It's a difficult way to run it when you're going out there hard and trying to beat everyone, and then your shoulders get tensed up when someone's on your shoulder. So it's credit to him, credit to the other guy for finishing strong.
Have you run many 800s?
I've done a couple.
Yeah, a couple.
At the national leagues. I did one, I think it was back in 22, and then I did one again last year at a Northern League. 1:55.2 2, I think it was.
Yeah.
So not too bad.
Yeah, we'll be all right here.
But I'm definitely a 400 man. I don't think I'll go up to 800s. I'll stick to the speed side of things.
Yeah. Well, and was that something that you thought you'd have a go at? Was it coach's suggestion or?
It was end of the season, and my last couple of seasons haven't been anything to shout about. So I thought I'd have a bit of fun at the end of the year, you know. Chuck myself in at 8 and then see how it goes. And I enjoyed it. It was painful. It was definitely painful. But so was the 4. So maybe not next year. If it's a busy year with the Olympics and the Europeans and hopefully World Relays. So big year ahead.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. As you say, it started off really, really well, really promising with that UK title after a couple of years that you would have wanted to be at slightly higher levels. So yeah, I mean, you must be really high on confidence now.
Yeah, definitely. It was. I think it was coming off the back of the Olympics. You know, you have a bit of a downfall in performance, but the motivation's back this year to get back on that Olympic squad. And you've got a battle to get up with these guys now. It's 45 or nothing, you know. So got to put in that hard work when I get back to training and make sure I make that squad.
Yeah, I mean, it is incredibly tight to make squads these days, but then you never know how a season's going to unfold. You know, you could be one race away from a fantastic time.
Exactly, yeah. And there's always going to be people who get injured. There's always going to be people who come out the woodwork. So you just got to adapt to the situation as it goes. And I guess you can relate that back to indoor running, you know. React to the race as it happens and react to the season as you go as well.
So that's voice of Lee Thompson, UK Indoor 400 champion. I know that you were just with us for a short while just to watch, but if you're all right to watch one more semi-final with us.
Do it.
Yeah, 800. So Connor Hood of Cardiff, Jake Minchell of Birmingham, Basil Rock of Bath, Anglia Ruskin, Stefan O'Loughlin, Nairobi Smith-Nils of Trent, and Henry Walter Jonas of Loughborough. So Henry Jonas is a second-ranked athlete, then he was the England under-20 indoor champion. So that event also, of course, held in Sheffield here. England under-15, under-17, under-20s, and it's always a place that you get to see stars of the future open up their seasons. So Jonas,
a little more clean on this one.
Yeah, they're a bit more separated, aren't they? I feel like he might be the forgotten Jonas brother. The fourth one. I think there are 3. What are there for?
3 musicians and one runner.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So, and then the Bath Vest, Basil Rock in second place. And Nairobi Smith-Mills in third, in the pink of Trent.
A little slower on this one than the last one.
Yeah, by some considerable margin, 3 seconds off.
Might be a burn up for this now.
Well, Smith-Mills has certainly got plenty left.
Big kick.
He's pushed himself past Henry Jonas, who now begins to respond. Remember, just the winner going through automatically. Have actually closed that margin. It was 3 seconds off. Halfway point, it's now just over 1 second off.
Strong finish here. I think it's nice that they get 3 rounds in 3 days for the 800. Gives them time to recover to be able to run fast in the final tomorrow.
Look at this from Henry Jonas then. 1:51.67 this year for the English Schools 800 champion. Really, really strong. And it's actually a season's best by half a second in the end from Henry Jonas. Well, Lee Thompson, yeah, great to have you join for a little while. And I suppose, have you come along to watch, you know, sort of training partners in particular, or just because you're local and stuff?
Yeah, there's a few training partners here. We've got Joe Lane and Benji Davis and Nathaniel's in the 400 earlier. All made it through to the semi-finals tomorrow, which was good. A few guys yesterday in the 60s, and then some more guys later in the 4x2s.
Well, Joe Lane strikes me as one of the most passionate, really, about representing his university. You could tell it just means a lot to him. And in the relay, they really wanted a medal, and they were disqualified.
Yeah.
A lane infringement, and you know, you could just tell how much those sorts of things meant. And it's wonderful to see that, you know, that passion to wear any vest, but
exactly,
you know, club, uni, whatever.
Yeah, but he won his heat earlier, so on to the semi-final tomorrow. Get a good lane draw, and he's a strong guy, so just got to hit it hard and see what happens.
Yeah, well, yeah, great to hear also of your own ambitions for this year, and I hope it's a great season.
I appreciate it. My commentary debut, so thank you very much.
Well, yeah, we can certainly invite you back if that's something. You know, everyone's going into a media career, aren't they, nowadays?
I know,
anyway,
it seems
so.
that way, doesn't it? It's content creation. It's good. Everyone's popping up and it's good for the sport, so love to see it.
Brilliant stuff, mate.
All
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, so lots of insight coming in thick and fast, and if you're watching and you're an athlete at these championships would like to get on, yeah, we're in the top corner of the stand, overlooking the 60-metre start. Come and join in. So Matthew Mustard of Sheffield, Josh Ruhr of Kiel, Joseph Morgan of Warwick, Harry Wilshaw of Sheffield. So two teammates in this, two local teammates, Sam Brown of Heriot-Watt and Frank O'Brien of St Mary's. Well, two Sheffield vests are first and second at this point. We talked a little bit before about home advantage, and then it's Sam Brown of Heriot-Watt. Frank O'Brien actually fastest ranked in this, Irish under-23 1500-metre bronze medalist, and Sam Brown, the Scottish 800 bronze medalist from 2022. They're both at 159 PBs outright. Mustard 151, but always looked like someone who's capable of a faster time. Let's see how much they might be pushed in this. 55.06, middle in terms of time between the two semis that we've seen so far. Sam Brown is looking a little bit menacing, you feel, in third place. Frank O'Brien's got a bit of work to do further back. And the famous blue and white stripes of St Mary's. Only the winner going through automatically. 1:23.76 then at the bell. So obviously Henry Jonas had that fantastic penultimate lap, so this is now the slowest pace up to 600 as they begin to push on. Mustard now headed here, a terrific finish that is. 1:53.46 through the line there, and well, Mustard came through into the lead, overtaken by Brown, and then Joseph Morgan of Warwick it was, in a flash, towards the end of that race. Extraordinary last lap, of course. Everyone had something left in those final stages. Women's 800 semi-finals coming up next, and the athletes already out on track. That's what we like to see. So they'll be going very shortly. Results and start this on the Rostra Athletics website and app. Just the two women's 800 semi-finals, so not as tough qualification in terms of just the winner going through. It's 2+2 for Q. So here we go. And Sam Brown had made that move, but then it was the Warwick athlete, Joseph Morgan, coming through, and Frank O'Brien left it so late. Well, always try and put it in the athlete's own words, and I feel like Frank O'Brien would have wanted a little bit better from that. So let's have a look at the lineup for first of two semi-finals here, with Tia Lily Crane of St Mary's just at the back of this pack at the moment in the blue and white, of course. Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, first at the Welsh indoors, over 800, 2:8:49 PB. Hannah Gaskell in this for Manchester Met, also in the thick of that pack. Set of navy vests there, you can see. Ella Fryer of Oxford with her just on the inside, trying to find some space, but there isn't really much to squeeze through, hoping it will open up. She will be. The one who's really got away is Indian King of Loughborough, as we expected, of course. Hannah Roberts of Sheffield Hallam in this, and Roberts, the Southern Indoor champion. King won the England Under-20 title last year and was second outdoors, 2:04.89 her PB. Quite a bit faster than Charlotte Young, second ranked by 5.5 seconds. King finished in 6th place at the UK indoors over this same distance as part of the European Under-20 team last year in Jerusalem. So King hitting the bell, 1:37.74. She's had a breather. She'll have another gear to go into for sure. Charlotte Buckley of Oxford there for company, and that's that sort of situation where Buckley think, well, Indian King is in front of me now, I'll just try and hold on to her. But look at that, trying to make a move all the way round the outside is Hannah Roberts. Looked like her path was a little repelled there. Just the fact that everyone was pushing on and going up the gears, King just looks round, and that's all really she needs to do. The race of an experienced athlete for a youngster from King in 2:10.31. Well, it's, yes, sometimes the case that we do get KG 800 metre races, we do get tactical battles, we do get really quality athletes just doing all they need to do to make it through, and that means that even if someone is close to 2 minutes, sometimes don't need to break 2:10, sometimes even in the final as well. And those 1500s and 3000s can be like that as well. No one wants to put a foot wrong and show all their cards at once. Right, Charlotte Young on the outside there. Sure, she will have seen that Indian King won that heat and will be looking to follow suit here. Full lineup with Poppy Elton of Leeds Beckett. Cameron Kelly-Gordon of Birmingham, also impressive in the heats yesterday. 5th at the England Under-20 indoors here. Earlier this month, of course, 2:10.27 personal best. Ruby Simpson, her Birmingham teammate. Charlotte Clare of Edinburgh. Kate Bain of Exeter. And then the aforementioned Charlotte Young. So Young was at 5th outdoors last year, following up 6th indoors prior to that 12 months ago. Bit of a tight battle for space there. As you can see, it's Ruby Simpson and then Poppy Elton, leg number 1, with the lighter purple vest. These women very, very close together now. Charlotte Young got the sense that she wanted to try and venture into the lead. Ruby Simpson wanted it also. So Young now has clear vision in front of her. 2:10.83 this year. Hitting the bell then, and half second off previous semi-final. Charlotte Young trying to build that gap, making an appearance near the front for the first time. Charlotte Clare of Edinburgh, Kate Bain of Exeter also, who was near at the back 200 metres ago. Just showing you how much some of these have got left, and not going the way that Ruby Simpson would have hoped. Young and Elton, it looks like, go through there. So here comes Charlotte Young from Clare, from Bain, and Cameron Kelly-Gordon. Well, if you were confused, yes, join the club. The bell was rung a lap early there. Hence the confusion. I mean, does sometimes happen. I'm sure it happened last year in the Diamond League, if I'm not mistaken, in Monaco. Happened here at the England Under-20s in the women's 1500 final. Yes, well, certainly, as far as Charlotte Young was concerned, still a good victory for her and through into the final. Charlotte Clare also following her home. It's unfortunate though for Poppy Elton. Ultimately, I guess, typically said that the athletes are responsible for counting their laps. So, if you're just tuned in to the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, no, you are not hallucinating. This is the mascot race. We'll have 3 heats and a battle, first of all, to decipher exactly what animals these are. Don't know any heart-shaped animals, I'll be honest. What we can decipher is Edgehill Bill on the inside there. That's Rory the Lion of Birmingham. And same for Sheffield as well. Rory, mascot. Heart of Middlesex. I get it now. And the Trent Tiger also joining in this one. So what we're really interested to see actually is the footwear and whether they do all have spikes. I can see some trainers, but crucially, these are mostly costumes which have a trouser leg. Yeah, lane 2 certainly got spikes and some decent footwear on Sheffield's Rory. Not sure anyone has had to cut with the scissors off the bottom of the costume. Hearing out for the sound of the bell through that thick mascot costume, and Rory, as ever, has to hold on to his head and hold on to the nerve, and well, this looks like quite some performance from Rory the Lion for Birmingham, setting what will be a decent gauntlet down to the rest of the competitors in this mascot race. What a gap this is. Some looking round, a flourish at the finish, 27.89 from Rory of Sheffield. The Heart looks pretty happy, and Edge Hill Bill flapping his way to a last place. So if you enjoyed that, there are 2 more heats of these mascot races. And they all look very excited to be here. In some cases, stunned. So second heat with Lenny the Liverbird for Liverpool, being slightly dozy. Llewellyn the Lion of Bangor. Then the very originally named LJMU mascot. Hector the Panda, non-alliterative they've gone with. George the Gryphon of Leeds. I expect to see Herc of Sheffield Hallam as well, not appearing on the start line. I think, well, we do have a DNS of sorts. So 5 in this mascot race ought to step forward towards the line. It's difficult to actually see the line when you haven't got full vision. So Liverpool, Bangor, LGMU, Edinburgh, Leeds and Hallam, and arms flying all over the place. But look at that, it's a great choice of costume from LJMU, streamlined, no extra weight. Hold on to your face suggestively, like an emoji, as if you're wondering what's going on. Big gaps behind. Not exactly aerodynamic, but still in many ways effective and enjoyable. Coming through there, Bangor's Llewellyn the Lion like a referee playing the advantage. 29.80 on the clock. That's interesting, 2 seconds off Birmingham. I think we might be able to say that Birmingham had a high quality athlete in there. Was it Zach Blair? I think it was Zach Blair did say that he was going to run the mascot race, if I was paying attention to what he said. So, yeah, good on Zach, if indeed. We don't know it was Zach Blair, that's the thing, we don't know for sure.
Well, this is quite good because there are 6 mascots out on the track, and I've got 6 on here. Right, apparently...
Well, I suppose the difficulty with the mascot race is that you almost feel speechless at some of the things that you see, and that's proven the case. Brian the Lion representing BUCS. Glasgow's mascot. We've got Thor of Loughborough. I suppose that relates to Loughborough Lightning. Bobby the Boar of Robert Gordon University. Terrifying, almost. That is Abby Mills. Finally, we know who someone is. Thunderhoof of Exeter. And Sterling completing this lineup. So this is quite a packed field. So I'm seeing spikes for Robert Gordon, potentially also for Sterling there. Obviously, you'd expect Thor to have that more streamlined costume. Thunderhoof not aerodynamic, and giving Abby Mills slight difficulty there. But look at Sterling here. This is ridiculous. It is sensational. Look at this lap here. Well, we're going to keep our eyes on the clock. 27.89 for what we think was Zach Blair in the opening heat for Birmingham. Coming through now, oh, 26.82. And Abby Mills working her way round, holding on to the inside line and holding on to her balance as well. Very well done. Well, this is the 10th time that in BUCS Nationals history that the mascot race has effectively been hosted by Brian the Lion. It's a 200-metre fancy dress race, and it's an aid, as it has been, for the Danny Porter Foundation. And well, Dan Porter was an inspirational individual. He championed sport at Sheffield Hallam Uni here and across the country. He was a real advocate for BUCS Nationals. He was a driving force of development of sport and physical activity here at this uni, and inspirational for all at Hallam. He passed away, as you may know his story, after a battle with numerous cancers, and after his first diagnosis it was actually that he set up the Danny Porter Foundation to raise money for good causes, and honoured with an MBE as well, services to education and fundraising. And this is why it's for a good cause, as we touched on earlier, and it is absolutely bonkers watch too. Difficult really to choose who the favourite mascot is in terms of creativity. So do use the hashtag BUCS Nationals in Twitter posts or Instagram stories as well. 6 sports across the weekend, including this one. So the next scheduled action is at 2:20, and that's on the track with the men's 3,000 heats. And the next field action is women's long jump. Third pull of qualification at 3 o'clock. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a break, a bit of a chance for you guys to catch some lunch at home. Seems a good time to do it, and we will catch you in around about 20 minutes time, which is the next scheduled action. We will have mascot final, I'm told, though, first, which is interesting because there's no recovery time. I wonder who will have qualified. They've had those 3 heats, so might be biggest ever mascot entry. Actually quite little space to start a full final, given how wide they are. There are some probably sweaty people underneath mascots trying to catch their breath. So mascot final coming your way in just a moment's time.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham. Reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
watching live coverage of day 2 of these BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. And, well, a chance to celebrate really all of our great student athletes and indeed university sport in the UK, together with BUCS partners, including AmeriCamp, one of our amazing sponsors of BUCS Nationals. Of course, opportunity to work in an American summer camp, earn $2,000, teach your favourite sports, and get 30 days to travel after you've finished. BUCS also proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign. Milk can be a great post-race drinks, with being a top-notch source of high-quality protein. Well, who knows what the pre-race meal is for a dog or lion mascot, but this is the mascot race final, just a couple of minutes after the heats. There we go, some actual proper spikes appearing. So that is Robert Gordon's Bobby the Boar. We've got Brian the Lion, of course, of Birmingham. We've got the LJMU mascot. Better name may be available. That's what I've got here. Rory of Sheffield, second in heat. Hector the Panda of Edinburgh. And then Sterling on the outside. Fantastic start by Sterling. Well, Sterling 26.82 fastest time, and Birmingham also a heat winner, but if this one goes to form, it will be Sterling and Birmingham first and second. Battle for a bronze medal behind, and that is a fantastic run by the Panda, close at the finish as well. Have a look for that Panda getting Edinburgh on the podium, 26.85. Very close with that heat time, but brilliant win for Sterling. 2 Scottish universities on the mascot race podium. So, as I say, for an excellent cause, the mascot race in aid of the Danny Porter Foundation. And safe to say everyone enjoyed that. So after that mascot race final, the timetable showing us that the next action at 3:05. Oh, sorry, no. Well, that will be after the men's 3,000 metre heat. So 2:20 for the men's 3,000 and 3:05 for the women's 3,000. And it means there's a break in the schedule of around 15 minutes.
you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
So BUCS proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign, and as part of it, helping athletes get the most out of their performance. 8 essential nutrients, including calcium and protein. 1 glass of milk has everything you need to build and repair your muscles. To find out more, head over to milkeverymoment.com. Bit of a break in the action, but Orla Brennan is here, so safely through the 400 metres, and I'm sure as ever enjoying yourself out there.
Yes, it's my last BUCS indoors, so just want to enjoy it, which I did, and looking forward to the semis tomorrow.
Yes, but you say that. Are you sure it's your last BUCS
Probably
indoors?
come back for a PhD or something.
Yeah, well, you never know. You never quite know. Or you might do, I don't know. Yeah, some people have a very clear objective of what they want to do, but not everyone does. But yeah, I mean, you're now probably one of the more experienced members of the team as a result,
Yeah.
you know, because obviously you've been on podiums, you've been at the thick end of the relay teams as well. So are you now giving advice to the freshers?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially with Birmingham, but I'm sure with every other uni as well, like we try and have it that everyone helps each other, and it's such a accepting sport, which helps it as well, and showing people the ropes of it. But BUCS Indoors is always fun, so I think that's trying to get that message across to everyone that it's just to enjoy it.
Do you think the indoors is even more fun than the outdoors maybe? I think it is quite a special sort of spectacle to pack as many events and as many people into a stand on the indoor track with a bit more sometimes chaos, a bit more drama.
Yeah,
sometimes.
no, I think so, because also obviously it's all in one area. You can hear everything even in the warm-up area. So you're always sort of in the moment, and you're like, because of the warm-up area, you're watching every race. It always has the fun parts with the mascot races as well that we just saw. So it always makes it a bit more enjoyable, especially as a 4-hurdler. 4 flat indoors is very different.
Yes, so what we need, therefore you're saying, is a mascot hurdles race.
Oh yes, not volunteering myself, but I'm sure we could get someone to do it.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that would be past safety.
Probably not,
yeah,
but
I don't know.
I think it would hype up the atmosphere.
Have you ever done the mascot race yourself?
No, I haven't.
No,
Maybe after I graduate, I'll come back and do the mascot race.
Yeah, well, no one really knows, so
Yeah.
you know it was you. Yeah, but I don't know what the visibility is like, because I'm not sure that everyone. Sometimes because I've worn mascot costumes. I don't know if you know the charity Nightline.
Yeah.
But like Freshers Week in Birmingham, I wore the giant polar bear
Nice.
outfit, and you can have a choice between looking ahead of you or looking down. So yeah, if you want to see where you can either see people around you or you can see where you're going, not both at the same time. So it makes things like, you know, walking down steps.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Quite tricky. So therefore, I'm quite sure that not all the mascots could actually see where the line was to step forward to it. But yeah, but some people can do it with their eyes closed, obviously. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, this track is probably one of the steepest, one of the more banked on the inside. Certainly, we've seen some tracks recently that aren't as steep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like the Sheffield tracks. It's also the banks sort of make it feels faster when there's the higher banks to me. Whereas like the Birmingham track is very different dimensions, the ones that was for champs. So like each track is so different, but for me, I really like Sheffield.
Is there a noticeable feeling when it's not a permanent track that's there all year round to run on?
Yeah, definitely. Like the Birmingham one, it feels so bouncy and it's so loud because it's just the sort of boards, whereas here obviously it's permanent, so it does feel different. Not necessarily faster or slower, but it does feel very different.
And sometimes they pack up a track,
yeah,
you know, and they take it somewhere else.
Yeah, no, when we were doing a practice session at the NIA before champs, they were having to roll it all out and use the bricks to keep it all flat. So it was entertaining seeing that all being unpacked as well.
But I think Birmingham would like to have a permanent indoor track.
Yeah,
that would be the ideal.
Would love that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously, you've seen the likes of Isabel Boffey come through the club. I think she's going to come and watch maybe at some point during the weekend.
Be up
tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, generally, it's a sort of thing where I think Birmingham have been trying to bring bigger teams in order to compete with Loughborough. So what's the team, kind of atmosphere like, and a real mix of athletes as always?
Yeah, no, it's great. We've managed to get a lot of freshers in this year as well, which is always so good. So it's bringing up the atmosphere. It's obviously always a big team, and even the people that have finished competing yesterday, or unfortunately a couple have had to pull out injured, stay around, they cheer on. Everyone stays throughout the day. It does feel like such a family, which makes it so much nicer to want to compete, because that's why I've stuck around doing a master's, because I do love the family atmosphere.
Oh, I see. So what's your master's?
Conflict, security and development. It's very niche, but it's interesting.
Do you mean conflict as in like war?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, right.
So it's sort of how countries come back after war.
So it's an extension of what, politics or international relations? Or
what? Most people do politics. I did criminology undergrad, but there's some similarities.
Yeah, I see. Well, but it's an unusual subject for an athlete to be doing in a way, yeah.
No, I was very much wanted to have a different degree rather than a sports one necessarily, because the rest of my life is consumed with running and sport, so it was nice to have something slightly different.
Yeah, interesting. And so therefore that's a 1 year master's,
1 year,
obviously,
yes. So This is the big year of my final year, probably.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No. Does sound quite interesting, but it's difficult, I think, to find something actually that will maintain your whole interest for a whole year, I think, as the Masters. But yeah, so we are just looking at seeing the 3,000 meters. Don't think the athletes are quite out yet, but that'll be the next event. You've already warned me that you're not an expert on the 3,000 meters, so
no, it's a lot more laps than I'll ever do.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a lot less than 10,000 meters.
It's very true.
It's interesting. I mean, the bell was rung a lap early, we think, a few moments ago.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've always been told, really, you're responsible for counting your own laps in that situation.
Think when it gets into the longer events, it's probably quite hard. For the 4, I can't exactly complain. I can't lose count in that, and even an 8. But I can imagine by the time you get up to, 15 laps, you're probably starting to lose count a little bit.
Yeah, well, but I did wonder whether someone might have been disadvantaged and might have had a case there. Yeah, potentially. If you generally thought that the bell was going at the point that it shouldn't have been going.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably throws you off a little bit.
Yeah,
you
it would have been thrown
yourself.
off. But then I do find, yeah, there is a way of really, even the sound of the bell sort of blocking so much out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's sort of, it's such a, because it's indoors, it's so loud that sometimes that's the only thing you can hear is the bell, so it is just sort of zones you back in, which is quite nice for when you're racing.
Yeah, well, apart from, there was a British champs once when Andy Butcher was racing, and I shouted, just when it's like, come on Andy, top of my voice, and he turned like his whole head round, like almost like I've never seen like a human head turn all that whole circumference. He's like, who the hell's that? And I was sorry. Keep running.
No, I can imagine.
So yeah, I for some reason he heard that and was distracted. I don't know, but no, there is I think there is a real way to seemingly block a lot. I'd love to block anything the announcer's really saying, anything that's coming through the speakers.
Yeah.
I think so. But obviously some people enjoy the music actually coming on stage, more in field events really. Some people seem to find that actually helps them. But then you see that other people want complete silence.
Yeah. I think it's sort of, for me personally, I do like the music, so I feel like it hypes you up a bit, makes you feel like it's a natural race, whereas sometimes if it's dead silent,
you're alone with your thoughts.
Yeah, whereas it makes it feel, especially at BUCS, it's a fun event. It's such like a big hyping atmosphere, so it does make it a bit better, I think.
So at Birmingham Uni, you've had quite a few new facilities in the last, 2-3 years, maybe a little bit more now. Has that kind of added something to the university, to the experience, to the enjoyment?
Yeah, 100%. So it was just finished just before I came as a fresher, so I've luckily had all the benefits of it. But I think it's attracted a lot more people because you get such wonderful atmosphere there, and the facilities are so good.
Do they still have posters of Hannah England on the walls?
Oh yes, of course. And Hannah is still down all the time. She loves it. She'll
I guess she's there now.
Birmingham.
No. But when I joined Birmingham Uni, that was one of the first things you saw, because it wasn't that long since she had won the world silver medal. And who else was? I think Louise Hazel went to Birmingham, so I think she won a Commonwealth medal maybe in heptathlon.
I think Izzy Boffey is becoming the new poster girl.
She'll
be the next generation.
Yeah, it would be. But also Georgia Bell only recently gained first major championship selection, but she was winning BUCS titles and did a couple of years in America, but she kind of felt that would be the end of her athletics career. So it's incredible what she's been doing recently.
I mean, I might be biased, but 2 of my housemates as well are in the World Champs team, so I can't. Hannah,
those two?
Hannah Kelly
right.
and Izzy Boffey.
Yeah.
So we've got an invested interest in it as well, both from Birmingham.
Yeah, and Johnny Davis at Birmingham, he's previously made a world indoor team, so it's kind of a bit of a stepping stone in terms of selections. Mari Smith as well.
We've had a few come through, which is great.
So we're now ready for some 3,000 metres heats. So I'll just run through the lineup quickly. Ben McMillan looks like being the fastest athlete here. I hesitate to say favourite because I'm sure it'll be quite close, especially in a 3,000 metre race. But 8:02.47 personal best. Rowan Mill Ingram of Loughborough, Joseph Keating of York, Sam Mills of Leeds Beckett, Say Laughlin, Edge Hill, Craig Alrusi of Worcester, Durham's Alex Kilby, James Peck of Cardiff, Jonathan Cornish of Oxford, Sebastian Pomadil Campo of Manmet, and Joseph Farrelly of Liverpool. What's the furthest distance you run?
I think 800 metres in a race.
Yeah,
I've done
fair enough.
obviously training more,
Yes.
but I don't think I'd make it around 15. It's just mentally more than anything.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes, I mean, this is quite amateur level, but I've had to run further than I would have liked just because that's where the gaps were in the team.
Yeah, that was me
No one
always
else-
for
yeah.
all the sprints and all the field events.
Yeah,
I was more
right.
filling all those sort of spots.
If there was an event in the whole, you know, an umbrella of track and field that you could have a go at that you haven't done in order to get points for a team or something, what do you think it might be?
Probably, I mean, I feel like I've tried most of the events because I used to do
Yeah.
multis, but I think either sprint hurdles or long jump, they just look the most fun. I'd like to say pole vault, but I think there's a little bit more technicality of it that I don't think I'd be able to pick
well,
up.
You see, we were discussing though, because there's always somewhere you can start, right? And doing a vault that is 2-3 meters is such a simple, it's much simpler technique, you know, because
Yeah.
you rather than getting your legs right, getting your feet up to
Yeah.
like 12 o'clock position right at the top, you're just sort of lifting
Yeah,
them
it's
briefly.
true.
And that's where you start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gotta start
yeah,
somewhere.
exactly. That's how you build confidence, and that's very possible. So I mean, Trevor Fox is like one of the UK's best pole vault coaches based at this stadium, and he sort of encourages, teenagers at the very start of their career to try pole vault
Yeah.
because they probably like haven't got any fear
Yeah.
from it.
No, I think one of the best things I ever did was try pretty much every event, and then I settled on 4 hurdles, but I'm glad that I tried most events.
Yeah, so having a look at this 3,000 metres. This is, of course, the longest event that we have at these BUCS Indoor Championships. And you've got that sterling vest there. Ben McMillan at the front, Say Laughlin as well, also in the bright green. In fact, it is Laughlin out front, and then the taller figure of McMillan just behind for Sterling. And he actually set his fastest time at BMC Glasgow event in January. And yeah, sometimes we're seeing that in the rankings, athletes are set one fast time. It might have actually helped them get to a European or World Junior or Under-23 event. But then others a little bit lower down, especially in the middle distance, have more medals, more BUCS pedigree, especially at a young age. Sometimes at the start of a season, it's not always the aim to make European Under-20s, but then a terrific time comes up somewhere and selection comes on the way. Decent spectating all the way round. But yes, Ben McMillan setting his fastest time at a British Milers Club meet. And you know a few thing or two about the British Milers Club,
I do.
of course, but yeah, now extending as far as Glasgow, but some brilliant opportunities for athletes to run times, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's always a great standard, and I mean, I do some of the pacing, but I know that a lot of the pacing is so well done, and people are trying to get times for other people, which always makes it a nicer that everyone's doing it for each other.
You do some of the pacing, of course, yes. And well, how do you find that as a challenge? You know, because you've got the responsibility on your shoulders.
It is nerve-wracking. It's when it's someone else's race on your shoulders, but I think it makes it a bit more exciting when you're helping someone else to race. It's not just for yourself. It also always feels a little bit easier knowing you can stop and they have to do another lap.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, but what kind of challenge does it present? Do you find that it's quite simple to see, okay, this is the time, and then to translate that into the lap? So, you know, how much thought does it require?
It does need a bit of thought, because obviously you want to run it as even as possible, because in an 8 they don't want to be doing a really fast first lap, like first 200 and then a bit slower. Like, you need to try and make it as even as possible, which is different to how a 400 is run.
Yeah.
So you do have to put a bit of thought into it, but generally I find the hardest bit is just getting to the front, but once you're at the front it's not as hard.
Yeah, and then conversely, you can have it when it seems like no one wants to go with the pacemaker's pace, and it's almost like, guys, do you want me to stop for a bit?
Yeah,
but
it's hard to know what to do
case.
sometimes,
yeah.
but it's an enjoyable thing.
Yeah, for sure. So, McMillan now at the front. Say Loughlin has dropped back. Let's have a look who else it is in this top pack. So Rowan Mill-Ingram of Loughborough, of course. We've got a Loughborough vest near the front. So he was also part of the World University Cross team. Great opportunity for students. We've seen the likes of Saskia Millard and Sabrina Sinha, I think, in it for Birmingham in the past. 8.15 at best he is. So, yeah, interesting place. That World Uni Cross was in Oman. Muscat don't get too many opportunities to be selected to go there. You've also got the Durham vest of Alex Kilby near the front, also kind of in the top 8 ranked, and this breakaway of 5. So it's top 2 going through automatically, then 4 time qualifiers and 5 laps to go. So 4.5 now. McMillan looking strong. Just trying to drop those behind a little bit. First of 4 heats, of course, this is. And then the women will have 3 heats afterwards. So just being overtaken there is McMillan by Jonathan Cornish in the navy blue of Oxford there. So it's Cornish of Oxford, McMillan of Stirling, these front 2, then Sam Mills of Leeds Beckett. So Mills personal best 8:28.18. He was second at the British Athletics Cross Challenge, and to be honest has a spectacular pedigree in cross country. Second at the England under-20s over 1500 last year, and made European selection as a result in Jerusalem, where he was 11th, but great experience that he gained from that, I'm sure. First GB finish at the European under-20 cross as well, where he came 5th, but becoming a battle of this top 2. Mills, he is still managing that gap really nicely. This is going to be very interesting to see as they come through now. Just 2 laps to go. So 7 minutes 20 seconds into this race, and Cornish still holding his nerve, only looking in front of him. McMillan, we know the kind of pedigree he has. Decent gap based on time, giving him a buffer zone in terms of quality on his opposition, particularly in these heats. So now, as expected, he begins to make a move in the green of Stirling, 7:54.65 at the bell. And Mills, though, no need to look behind at this point, but if he does, that rest assured he's in a great spot right now. And Sam Mills, I think he's been overtaken there, Mills, by Rowan Mill-Ingram, moving up into 3rd. So really just got to focus on times, but Mill-Ingram is making up some ground. Got to use that target in front. Oh, really tiring. Here is Cornish. Oh, I think he might have got that 2nd spot. The Loughborough man, 8:22.20. Well, yeah, early on it does feel a bit like a training session, and then McMillan comes past. Still athletes finishing here. This is, say, Loughlin of Edge Hill, who was out front early on. Now, just look at the punishment lower down for going with pace early on. Just shows you why Orla Brennan isn't the first person to put her hand up for 3,000 metres.
No, not anytime soon.
So, as ever at BUCS, we do see, you know, everyone keeping their eyes out for every finisher. Last couple come through. We'll see Luca Minale in the next heat, also European under-20 representative. Was at the under-23s last year, in fact. So clock ticks on to 9 minutes here. See the Liverpool athlete. So what's getting the Birmingham team excited this weekend?
Oh, I think there's quite a few events where we've either got people in the finals in the field events, or we've got semi-finalists hoping to get to finals. I think in pretty much every event we've had some good competition. Yesterday we got our bronze medal in the men's 60 and DD in the ambulance 60. So that started the weekend off pretty great. Lots of PBs yesterday. as today has been a lot of qualifications. So I think everyone's excited. It should be a good weekend.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you mentioned bringing more field events and freshers, but having a strong ambulant athletes, there's now more events, I think, than there used to be, certainly. And yeah, someone like Didi Oko, yeah, does more than one of those events and picks up lots of points. So that's another avenue.
Yeah, no, she's one of our strongest athletes, our biggest medal haul. Yeah, she's a great asset to the team.
So 3 more heats of the 3,000 metres. And next one, as I say, Luca Minali is in this, so finalist in the steeplechase at the European Under-23s. So, well, you are also someone who obviously, you know, is a hurdler who comes and does the flat indoors. I mean, you haven't got much choice about it really. But yeah, how do you find that kind of translation? Is it more that, well, that's the only event that you are most at home in, or is it a real opportunity where you can use it to work on your 4 hurdles in other ways?
No, I think it definitely helps having some more flat speed to help the hurdles. And I think for me, 400 flat indoors is a lot more fun than 400 flat outdoors. So it's a bit similar to the hurdles where you're always thinking about something. But I really enjoy a 4 flat indoors. It helps the hurdles just for the strength as well and the speed at the end. So it's all relative and it all adds together.
So full lineup: Jamie Stiles, any relation to Harry? Probably not. Newcastle. Ewan Wheelwright of Leeds, Harry Harvey of Winchester, Hallam's Matthew Everett, Joshua Morgan of Manchester, Zacharia Cohen of Plymouth, Joshua Hobson, Mary's, Edinburgh's Peter Bradshaw, Ryan Martin of Starling, then Luca Minali of Northumbria, and then Ethan Hussey of Leeds Beckett. So interesting, Ethan Hussey, because he doesn't do too many 3,000 metres. Real breakthrough over 800 last year. He was 4th at the UK Outdoor Championships. He got a great silver medal at the Europeans, but he might have been a bit disappointed not to clinch the gold there because it was a really close finish. But yeah, very well coached, great training group, as many will know, in Leeds with Andy Henderson, was Alex Bell being part of that group, and others for a long time. He represents Leeds Beckett, Ethan Hussey, so yeah, don't quite know what he's capable of over 3,000 metres. And Luca Minali out front, the steeplechaser. How do you find it though, racing against the 400 flat runners and those who are more specialists in the flat 2 laps?
It definitely, I think it's all a learning experience. They obviously understand how to run it all a bit more. For me, it's a bit more learning each race, what went right, what went wrong. But Emily Newman, who's one of the top seeds here, is also a 4 hurdler. So a lot of the 4 hurdlers come to do a 4 flat indoors. So it's sort of, I think everyone has an appreciation that it is different, but you learn each race.
Yeah, or you could just be Femke Bol.
Yeah.
You could just be both.
Crazy
really.
at everything.
Yeah, crazy at everything. Yeah, obviously world indoor record it was over 400 flat, and that was during the British Championship. So everyone was watching the British Championship and be like, oh, world record.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was pretty exciting. I mean, what is she? Do you think, as someone who does both those, is she one of the event, athletes that you maybe? It seems a bit weird to say look up to because you're probably similar age, but yeah, admire.
Yeah, no, definitely. She's managed to like refine her hurdling so much that she's now able to move to the flat and use that strength. It definitely is something that I think we all want to be able to do, is use your strength from the hurdles in the 4 flat and vice versa. So I think it's more admiring how she's been able to do both, which is something we all want to do.
Yeah, 100%. And she's very humble, kind of within herself as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't kind of shout about her success very much, and just seems like, yeah, just kind of like a normal sort of person who's incredibly fast. And yeah, which is fantastic to see. And it's been difficult to see who can kind of live with the Americans at major championships. So That's been great. But also in the UK, I mean, a couple of years ago, people were saying, oh, you know, our 400-metre hurling isn't that great. But then suddenly, a couple of years later,
yeah, it's taken a real step forward.
It has taken. What do you think that's down to? Just kind of talent coming through at the right time, maybe?
Yeah, I think partly it's down to talent, but I think seeing some of the girls that are the top, like Lena and Jessie, they're such lovely people as well, so they are so happy to talk to you. And like, obviously I know Jessie as well because we're the same club, but it's nice to be able to talk to some of the top girls and they will give you advice as well. So I think it's just such a friendly atmosphere that helps develop the younger athletes.
That's interesting, yeah. The idea that you could approach anyone else within your event group and have that camaraderie that's associated with some of the field events might actually be helpful, especially if a lot of them are part of the same training group. A number of people train with Marina Armstrong, for example. But is it Winter, Slough, Eton and Hounslow Club? So, I mean, one of the most successful clubs. Certainly you do some national athletic leagues from time to time. So how would you compare the club atmosphere? You know, you don't need to point anyone out as superior, inferior, but there is some element of crossover with BUCS, even though it's a mix of ages, obviously. No,
it's definitely, you still have the team atmosphere, and I love doing competitions where it's for a team, so either BUCS or like NALs where it's with your team. I think you're always going to have people cheering each other on. Obviously BUCS is slightly different because you're with these people all the time. I train with them, I live with a lot of them, like you're with them all the time, whereas your home club is slightly different, but I would say it's a very similar level of support for each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and you travel to a real range of places because there's there's all manner of tracks that sometimes seem to be used. Reaching places that you wouldn't expect. But I don't know. I wrote a piece for the 50 years of history of the National League, and people came up with all crazy stories. Like, I don't know, the team bus couldn't move because there was a car parked in the way, so they just asked the throwers to lift the car out of the way, or like the team bus broke down, so someone just walked as far as they could and asking people to borrow their cars. Nice. And they got a Mini Cooper and strapped some poles, to it.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever been in a situation like that.
Yeah, but it seems like it's just eventful for that reason. Being at those events.
No, it's travelling with the team as well is always fun. No matter which team it is, it's always a good time. I mean, I've got lucky this year that lots of my NALs are either in Birmingham or back near London, so it's quite convenient for me.
So having a look here at this race, we have 5 laps to go, 5:34.77, and Luca Minali still at the sharp end. Ethan Hussey's been pushed down to 3rd place. Looks like that is Ewan Wheelwright of Leeds, also near the front of this pack. See spectators down the back straight. There's actually Peter Bradshaw of Edinburgh out front, quietly having a good championships. We never quite know until medals are crowned and people actually make those finals, but setting it up well they are. A few qualifiers with Charlotte Clare we saw before, and Niamh Carr as well. So breakaway of 5, the previous time from the last heat, 8:22.20. Have to move on a bit to try and match that pace. It's a really strong run from Ben McMillan. Ethan Hussey, of course, won a World Under-20 medal a couple of years ago in Cali, Colombia. Sure, great experience that was for him. I know when Mono Duplantis went to the World Youth Championships in Colombia, people were handing him their babies and asking for selfies with them just in case he became famous, which of course he has. I'm sure you would have had a few autograph signings over the years, because there's always someone, I think, like British champs trying to get a selfie or an autograph. I'm so whether it's within your club or something. I'm sure you have people look up to you as well.
Yeah, and it was hard walking around with Izzy Boffey because she got stopped every other person.
Yeah, you could be her manager. Well, I know actually that some athletes do help teammates like that with social media, with a bit of management here and there.
Yeah, no, we all help everyone with the social media posts all go through all of us before they get posted.
That's funny, yeah. So this is proving to be a really good race with Hussey, Minali, and then Bradshaw. 7:45 at the bell. So Hussey will push on now. Don't forget, 2 automatic spots in the 3,000 metre final. Luca Minali, the steeplechase specialist, in second place. 8:45 steeplechase PB, 8:07 in the flat. And Hussey is strolling his way through. 8:22 PB, and he hasn't run a 3,000 for a while, and that's actually going to be 7 seconds off his PB, something like that. Even though he really strolls around the last, 4 seconds. We have tend to see all throughout the weekend that every single time that comes through is, is changed officially.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know all the ins and outs of how it works all the time, but I guess it's exciting when it is even faster than you think it was. So, 400 heats this morning. I know you're going to potentially be part of the relay squad. Generally, the challenge of the 4x2 is something quite special, quite unique that we have indoors, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's definitely very different to 4x1 or 4x4 outdoors. It's a very different event, but it's so fun. Relays are always fun, but I think the added drama of a 4x2 makes it even more enjoyable.
Yeah, so that's to come at 4:05 for the men and then 4:40 for the women. I think we've seen that participation is always loads of heats for the 60 metres, because everyone wants to be a sprinter, but actually, generally, in longer distance events, there have been more and more entrants. I mean, there's quite a few 400 heats. I think it might have been 9 for the women, 12 for the men.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's getting a lot bigger recently, and I think that's probably down to some of the people on the bigger stage improving as well. The 800 is men and women is at an insane level at the moment in the UK, so I think people are starting to be a bit more inspired to do different events.
So that's the voice of Orla Brennan, who was in the 400 metre earlier, and of course BUCS medalist outdoors last year. And you've won, well, at least one relay medal, if not.
Yes, we won the
gold
4x4, and then we got silver last year.
Yeah, gold in 2022 with Isabel Boffey and Hannah Kelly,
and
Olivia Kimboa.
Yeah, a good team.
Yeah, fantastic team. And well, that's probably one of your highlights, really.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It was a crazy race. It was so back and forth with Loughborough, but we managed to clinch the win, and yeah, it's definitely one that I hold close to me.
Yeah, because I mean, Loughborough's 4x4 and the women's side has been, incredible. Yeah, Jessie Knight, you mentioned. I mean, she's used to race with them. Jessica Turner and trying to think who else. Georgie Rogers. It's some incredible. A lot of depth, exactly. Yeah, Kirsten McCaslin. Well, it's been great to have you join us.
Thank you.
What do you do during the downtime on the BUCS weekend?
Just had a massage, and then really just support everyone else in Birmingham, have some food, and then come back tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, it's good you did this now, because you probably might not have voice left later on.
Fantastic.
Thank you. This is heat number 3 of the men's 3,000 metres, of which there will be 4 heats in total. So Brandon Quinton of Edge Hill, Noah Lambert of St Andrews, Janos Vranek of Aberystwyth, Alex Gruen of Oxford, Alex Kelly, Liverpool, John Moores, Hugh Riley of Edinburgh, Matt Geddes of Bath, Dan McKinney of Reading, Jason Heyman, Sheffield, Thomas Crockett of Exeter, Isaac Chandler of Birmingham. So they have done pretty well to represent their universities, make it on here. And let's see though who can get through to the final and go that extra next step. Isaac Chandler of Birmingham was 9th indoors last year, so good potential, I'd say, really good potential to improve on that and go higher, maybe get closer to the podium, because he comes in ranked 4th on times, although there are a couple around that 8:09.14 PB of his. So he's got the curly hair, the Owen Hurd style curly hair, just on the outside there, around 6th, 7th place. You've got Edge Hill's Brandon Quinton on the inside. Alex Gruen of Oxford, he was entered for the 1500 metres, I think, as well, so did wonder what he'd fancy doing this weekend, but electing for this event. 10th outdoors in 2018, so quite a lot of experience at BUCS competition. 2020 he was 9th indoors, and then obviously we missed quite a few because of the pandemic. But yeah, that 2020 indoors, I remember sitting here thinking we had a full outdoor season ahead of us, but wasn't to be, and we didn't really know that at the time. I mean, some people were in the distance talking about coronavirus, but not necessarily thinking it would have the great impact that it would have. So much so that we, of course, didn't return until 2022. So 2:55.7 open K. Gives these athletes with 10 laps to go. Really is looking round there. Thomas Crockett of Exeter asking someone else to take it on, really gesturing strongly there, leaving space to others to come round. Couldn't make it much more obvious. Janos Vranek of Aberystwyth, all the way from West Wales, coming over east to Sheffield for this. Matt Geddes of Bath in the lighter blue on the inside, just being overtaken there by Daniel McKinney of Reading. So a few different vests represented here. We've also got St Andrews, Noah Lambert. Important to give a shout out to all the different unis. 8 laps to go here, and still, whether he really would want to be at the front or not, Thomas Crockett, seemingly reluctant front runner, but that's the position he finds himself in, and he does let the Aberystwyth man Vranek through on the inside. Fantastic to see these guys all racing closely out front. But they might want to just push it on a bit more. 7 to go. So back into the lead goes Thomas Crockett. Well, next time around, we'll have a chance to compare with the split of previous heats, but this one is going to be some way off, it looks like. So 5:52.35, that's 18 seconds off the previous heat, but we'll see how this one unfolds in the 3,000 metre heat, third heat of 4. Emmanuel Sasanya is with me. You're wearing a different pair of shoes today, not literally, but you are actually the team manager for East London, which is awesome. What's it like?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's different being a team manager this year. You know, I've been through the position as an athlete myself. Yeah. But coming back as a team manager, it's nice, it's quite rewarding, yeah. Yeah, so what everyone wants, isn't it? Someone who's been through it and can actually know what the athletes want, that can empathise with, you know, I don't know, pulling people into the relay where they didn't expect to run the heat or whatever, however it goes. But UEL often having, you know, strongest athletes in the sprints. And we saw Korede Awe, didn't we, in the final yesterday, and we've seen kind of UEL doing pretty well. What's it like, though? You know, what are the extra responsibilities that you have? Just making sure that all the athletes' needs are catered to, really. You know, I understand what it's like being an athlete myself, and sometimes maybe not having like a team manager that actually understands the sport or when things aren't going to plan. So it's just kind of mainly just giving that reassurance. We had an athlete that was kind of stressing yesterday after the first round, and I was just like, well, you're into the semi-final, don't worry about the first round. The semi-final is where you need to turn it up now to book you into the final, and she did just that. So yeah, no, brilliant stuff. I suppose that's the sort of stuff that not everyone sees behind the scenes, and the work that's done there, and team managers probably don't get much credit, maybe. Yeah. Especially if they understand the sport like you do. So nice stuff. Just having a quick look here, you can see at the front 9.67. So that's Alex Gruen of Oxford then. This one is broken up from a group of 5 into a group of 3, and impressive that Crockett is still in there. 8:01, 26 at the bell, 14 laps into this race now. Gruen working those arms hard, pushing away from Crockett in second place, opening up this gap, but super impressive. The Exeter man, who was a really seemingly reluctant leader, who was telling everyone else to come past. They didn't want to. And now he's going to qualify for the 3,000 metre final, behind Gruen and in front of Hirschman Chandler. Yeah, well, I don't think that Emmanuel Sasanya has ever had that issue of being a reluctant leader in a race and asking someone to come past. Nah, I can't relate to that one. Once I'm in the front, I'm trying to stay there. Yeah, I would have thought so. Unless you're taking a little breather down the back straight, maybe. Yeah. Save something there. And what I like about that is, I mean, and you can, that is a sort of parallel 400 to 3,000. Only the athletes really know, you know, kind of what they've got left. Yeah. We don't know. Maybe you know sometimes that someone is a fast finisher typically, and that they haven't spent everything that they've got left, especially if they're, you know, they're a big name maybe. But, you know, when you're in that situation halfway through a 400, you feel someone on your shoulder. Do you also feel that you've got no idea, you know, what they've got left? You know, is it clouds close to your chest? Yeah, I guess indoors it's a bit different because, you know, you always want to get the front when you get to the bell halfway through, but at the same time, once you're in the front, you kind of have a target on your back, so all you can kind of do at that point is just try to hold on to that pace that you set. And like you said, sometimes you might have someone that's a strong finisher behind you, you know, so you don't really know what they have left. They don't really know what you have left, but they're just going to try and chase you, so you're trying to hold them off, whereas they're trying to get past you. Yeah, no, but it's an incredible feeling knowing that you haven't used, you know, loads of your energy. Yeah. And the only thing that ruins it is that when you go full pelt, you're like, Yeah,
it's not enough. It's not why. How is it not enough? But yeah, I mean, you gave me a brilliant soundbite quite recently when I came and watched your training. I had a front row seat. Didn't need to book a ticket actually, but that's good access actually. Thank you for that. But no, you said that your coach always tells you when you're tired after 400 meters, you get up and you walk around the corner.
Yeah.
In front of your opposition, you don't.
Yeah, you don't
completely collapse on the floor. You don't show it. Yeah.
So my coach, Cora Nerys, she doesn't let us sit down. If we ever finish a rep, I'm on the floor, she'll literally be like, get up or you're doing another one. Like she does it. But for me, that's helped so much because I've taken that into my races now. I don't stay on the ground. The longer I stay down, it takes me longer to recover. When I get around the corner and I'm away from the fans and the competitors, oh yeah, I can find my spot and I can be on the floor for ages. But it's kind of a thing you don't really want to show anyone like a weakness in a sense.
Yeah.
No,
it's funny because we did have a moment earlier when the bell was rung a lap early, and I was almost about to say that, because obviously the bell rung and then everyone came in and you thought they were finishing, and then I was about to say, oh, these athletes can keep on going, that's mad.
Yeah.
But they will keep on going because there was one lap to go.
Yeah, one more lap.
And they did really well actually just to hold their heads in that situation. Yeah, I mean,
it's interesting because I was having a discussion this morning with someone, and I was saying, do you think sometimes as like long distance runners they forget how many laps they have left and they just wait for the final bell? Because I feel like if it was me, like I'd probably just zone out after like the first few laps, and I'll just be like, all right, well, when everyone starts making a move, I know we maybe have 2 laps to go, or when that bell goes, I know it's the final lap, So I wonder if there's any middle or long distance runners out there that actually do forget how many laps they have sometimes.
Well, I know that I'm going so slowly in like a 10,000 meters that I am waiting to see what it says, and I'm taking a long look because I'm that slow. But yeah, no, it's definitely the case that people. I've asked people if they're keeping count at 10,000 meters, they just laughed at me. Yeah.
Because I guess there's a lot to think about. I always feel like the 400 is perfect for me because it gives me just enough time to think. But I feel like doing like a 5 or 10K, that's too much thinking. I'd be so stressed thinking I've got to think about all about my positioning, what pace I'm at, and then still trying to qualify and remember how many laps I've got. It's too stressful.
I guess so. Part of it though is not thinking for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Overthinking too early in the race often doesn't end well.
Yeah, that's true. Just trying to keep it calm and composed.
Yeah, it's consistent for as long as possible. That's right. I mean, one athlete described to me once why they did 10,000 meters was described as because they have a high boredom threshold. They don't get bored. Yeah. Yeah, but in any case, so we're having a look here in the early stages, just running through the lineup. Oliver James of Durham, Monty Watson of Newcastle, George Booth of Lancaster, Oliver Smith, Cardiff Met, Thomas Bridger, another strong Birmingham athlete in this, Callum Upton of Aston, Joshua McKennie of Northumbria, George O'Connor, Sheffield, Alex Malloy, Loughborough, Oliver Lill, St Mary's, Johnny Brooker, Bath, and Mark Ruby of Exeter. So they'll have to play the Kaiser Chiefs if he does well. But just having a look, we've got 2 big groups of athletes now. And, well, certainly you can see the chasing group, they're certainly doing some thinking. The thinking is, can we catch up to those in front who are now taking a bit of a breather, just slightly. We've got Mark Ruby, wearing leg number 12. And then just in front of him in the red vest of Birmingham, Thomas Bridger there. England under-23 champion last year and BUCS outdoor silver medal. So Malloy of Loughborough it is then in 3rd place. Also highly ranked coming into this. And another who could have had a real choice of events to take part in because he would have been 2nd ranked in the 1500 metres as well, and maybe not running as many 3000s. And in 4th place it's Durham's Oliver James, just top 2 going through automatically. And then behind him it's Newcastle's Monty Watson. Johnny Brook of Bath. 6 athletes trying to get into 2 places. I think next time they'll come around with 8 laps to go. So Emmanuel Sasanya with me here. Probably lost count of your actual, you know, kind of tally from your BUCS career, but
yeah, unfortunately didn't get to do my last BUCS outdoors during the COVID year.
Yeah, annoying that.
No, it's a bit weird because I saw in America, in the NCAA, anyone that missed their last champs due to COVID, they actually got to come back and do their last one. So
no way. Well, that's mad. Well, you'd have had much bigger entries then. Not everyone would have said yes to that.
Yeah.
But that's pretty cool. It's a little bit like when you have those delayed graduations.
Yeah.
Come back and graduate. Just not, you know, graduate on Zoom, do you?
Yeah, that happened to me as well. Actually, my graduation was a lot later than it originally should have been. You know, but same old. We still got it done regardless.
Yeah. I'm sure that was a very proud moment for the Sasanya family.
Yeah, very proud. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you've got another different string to your bow. You know, of late with. Track and Field Talk, isn't it? You know, doing a bit of the media side as well. Trying to take the opportunity, really, that is 100% there to just kind of capture athletes, particularly at this level as well. You know, because these are people who are going to go on to great things, some of them, but also are within reason at BUCS level, kind of, you know, have something to say for themselves. And what an opportunity also, because BUCS is a huge thing just on its own.
Yeah, definitely. That was kind of the aim of the whole platform, you know. I really wanted to give the athletes a voice, you know, to also just speak about things that, you know, they think is going on in the sport, things they'd like to be seen or changed, and then just come down and give them the opportunity to be like interviewed, ask them questions. You know, you don't really see it at maybe like, you know, competitions like BUCS often. You normally see it as like British champs on international, but it's nice someone interviewing you at a BUCS and asking you questions, you know. So by the time you get to the international stage, you're already set up and ready for it.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're training people. Because Tom Hughes, who won the British high jump title, it was unexpected for him, and people never say that in athletics. Whenever I use the word surprise, people are like, "How dare you?" My coach has been backing me to win this gold medal for years. I've been training this hard, but actually, no. It was his first PB in 7 years, and he was ranked 11th in the UK coming in, albeit not everyone was there. But it was incredible for him, and he said, "I've never done an interview before, and I've just done like 5 of them."
Yeah.
So yeah, a fun experience that. What was your first interview, do you think?
Oh, my first interview.
Because I think you might have had a few newspaper articles over the years as well.
I've done little things here.
Yeah, little things here and there. Yeah.
I can't really remember my first interview actually. Maybe my early days of university, my first year, maybe doing an interview. Yeah.
So just going to come in here because this is a great breakaway from Thomas Bridger of Birmingham. 6:48 into the race. Now with 3 laps to go, leading Alex Malloy of Loughborough. If the race stopped now, then those two would go through the final, but that's not the way we do it. Quite a few being lapped here at this point. There was a big chasing group. They tried to work hard together to try and bridge the gap, and obviously sometimes that means you pay the price in doing that work, but you ultimately got to go for it. So 7:17, 400 to go then for Bridger, and he is just strolling on cleanly into a new gear. He'll be very comfortable at this stage. Just having a look at the gap. Malloy could say the same really. And there's 4 or 5 chasers behind, although it's difficult to know at this point, of course, who's actually on that lead lap. Coming round this steep top bend, down the home straight.
Big gap he's left for himself, pulled away from the pack.
And do you know what? We've seen quite a few athletes have a big gap, but you actually want to set a statement in the heat. I think if one person does it, the next person wants to do it too.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you watch the previous heats or you get a chance to sign and kind of see what's going on.
I guess everyone has a different tactic really.
Yeah.
Some people would rather, you know, maybe open up a bit of a gap, make the other athletes work a bit harder.
That's true.
A statement. And then some people would rather just stay in the pack, just keep it calm, you know, But I guess when we get to the final, it'll be interesting to see who's really going to go for a different tactic.
Bridger and Malloy through 8:31.99. Was a good battle behind them. A little off the previous times that we've seen. 22 for the first heat, for example, kind of middle of the road. But athletes really spread out here. So your duties for the rest of the day, because I know you're a busy man, I won't keep you for too long.
Today's a pretty chill day actually.
Oh.
It's more track and field talk based, so a lot more just getting a lot of footage, and getting content, speaking to athletes. Teams are a lot smaller this year, so we actually haven't got a relay. We've had to withdraw, unfortunately. You know, but we'll be back. We'll be back. So
they can't draft you in, really, can they?
Nah. I wish. You know, I wish. Come back to BUCS. You know, just get around there one more time. But you know, my days of BUCS are over. So I'm just on the sidelines now.
Yeah, but you're keeping your part of it. You know, in a different way, which I guess is what people do after they retire generally, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, become a coach and using that experience, and yeah, you don't want to lose out generally on someone who was a great athlete and have them completely disappear. I mean, they can if they want to. Everyone's entitled to the retirement of their choice. But I sometimes feel that, we should be making sure that people of that kind of great ilk, like Richard Kilty, for someone who's stepping into coaching a little bit, isn't he? Robbie Grabars, people like that. Be great not to lose their expertise.
I think it's important to have someone that's relatable, you see. I saw Martin Rooney last week at the British Championships. You know, I know he's doing a lot of stuff with British athletics, with the relay teams. It's just giving a bit of encouragement to the athletes so they know that, you know what, I can do this. There's someone here that's been through exactly what I'm going through, and they're providing me support now. Yeah,
Martin Rooney, I mean, he's just a sound guy all round pretty much. You know, he's very honest character. He'll say, oh, so-and-so, well, yes, they've been a relay teammate of mine for years, but they're a terrible relay runner.
Yeah.
Or, oh, I'm just too slow now. There's no point me strolling around in 55 seconds. There's no point. So
I'm sure Martin could still put us up a pretty solid time.
I'm sure he could.
Pretty strong.
So, as we get ready for this next women's heat, Emmanuel Sasanya, been great to have you join us. Team managing now for University of East London. What's kind of the downtime for the East London team? Because I know that some unis, they do a bit of a meal afterwards. Some of them have a bit of a team talk.
Yeah, so tonight everyone's probably just going to chill. We've got 2 people in tomorrow. So they're going to just come down today, get a shakeout, just get their last minute prep in, and then they'll be back down tomorrow, as well as the rest of the team, just supporting them really. You know, probably go out for a nice team meal tonight, get everyone together before the last day, so we're in high spirits.
And you also, like Brunel, seem to be very big fans of a especially well-known chicken restaurant.
Nando's, that's every athlete's prep. I say in the UK. Anyways, I always feel like that's every athlete's prep. It's easy, you know. It's quick to go to. It's better than some other options, you know. So yeah, I think Nando's, everyone will be booked and busy in there. Without giving them too much of an advert setting, I like the fact that the damage is done. You know, you pay straight away. Yeah.
You don't have to think about, look at this bill.
And everyone's sneaking off to the toilet one by one, thinking who's gonna pay for this. You know, you get it out the way. You get your order there. Once it comes out, you know you're set and you're good to go.
Yeah, well, I was at a restaurant the other night where 2 people refused outright to pay for the bill because there was like a big group of people and they were the last 2 left. They're like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And the other person was like, well, I'm not doing it either.
Oh, jeez, I wonder how that went down.
So didn't go down very well. I
Yeah.
thought there might have been scammers. I thought, you know, it might have been something that they do every time they go somewhere. But yeah,
You do get people that are like that, aren't they? They go from place to place and they just avoid paying the bill.
Wow.
You know.
Yeah, there you go. It's your round next, Emmanuel. On that note, I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your day and your team managing duties.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Okay, let's focus on this women's 3,000 metres. 3 heats this time, so top 3 going through and then 3-time qualifiers. So there is a distinct possibility of top 6 going through as we can see them here. Group of 5 has broken away a little bit, so let's run you through the lineup. We've got Zara Meeby of York, Bronwen Stratton Thomas of Exeter. And, well, Alex Shipley entered here, but of course is in the 1500. So just waiting to see, because doubling up would be quite an extraordinary feat. But I can see that Alex Millard is leading them out early on, and I guess she is marginally the gold medal favourite, although we did have quite an interesting situation last year with Elsa Palmer winning gold for Birmingham, beating her faster teammate on paper, Saskia Millard, so you never quite know. Lily Newton of Bath, Kate Willis of Birmingham, Samantha Mason of Leeds and Leonora Lynn of Durham. So in this group early on, you got Lily Newton of Bath in the blue and yellow. In front of her, you got Samantha Mason in the dark green of Leeds. And then that Birmingham vest is Kate Willis and then Millard there. So, well, Millard, she's started to get more and more GB selection opportunities, but with that background of cross-country in particular, in 2022, at the end of the year, of course, it was the Euro Cross. She was at 3rd individually in the under-23s in that particular race, and, you know, we were saying earlier, it was, you know, respectable to be the first British finisher home, but to actually be in an individual race podium, let alone team podium, which Great Britain often are on, is super impressive. That was actually behind Megan Keith, though, who was 2nd. So incredible race for GB, and living up to potential that you really think that we have as a nation. And in those individual races, though, sometimes slip a bit further back, because Europe continent-wide had some great talent. Millard, 8:58.93, puts well ahead of the rest on time. 6th at the European Under-23s, over 1,500 last year was Alexandra Millard. And then 2nd at BUCS outdoors, and that was over 5,000 metres. Obviously 3,000 is the longest that we do indoors. That does mean that some 1,500 step up and others step down to this, and as a result, well, we've seen some real distance runners in the 3,000. Obviously, just trying to think of previous 3,000 winners. Jess Judd has a great range. Ellie Kirk, someone who has represented Wales in the Commonwealth Games in the marathon, winning this, and down to 3,000. I think we will, though, however, see more and more people go towards the marathon at a younger age, and thereby might not spend as much time on 1,500 and 3,000 trying to go, because it just seems to be working wonders. Obviously the tragic recent death of well, record holder Kelvin Kiptum, really shocking everyone, but not least in Kenya. So track action here, and we also have in the field. So this is the men's shot put final then. And, well, it's interesting because we saw qualification earlier today, not uncommon for 2 rounds of the shot put to take place in the same day. So Carl Tosin of Bristol just before. And this is George Asprey of Winchester. We are in the first round. So red flag there for Asprey of Winchester. As I say, early stages, and he is 5th in the order. And next to go will be Dafford Paulett. So we'll check back in with the shot put as best we can. Paulett 14.99 at best, 14.19 this year. Welsh under 20 in last year, and then he was 3rd in the competition this year, just slipping out of the circle there. So this shot put final going on at the same time as the 1500. And Millard close at the front here with Willis wearing leg number 7. So reminder, this is the first heat of the women's 3,000 metres, of which there are 3. And that number continues because it's top trio going through automatically, and same number of time qualifiers across all 3 heats. Really are shoulder to shoulder. I wonder whether Kate Willis is just going to hold that position. We were talking before about, yeah, not overthinking and just staying there, but I get the feeling that she would quite like to push past, but doesn't want to overexert. Just by hovering there, it's almost like she makes Millard want to make a decision. You know, are you going to push on faster? Are you going to work a bit harder? I think an athlete like Alex Millard, though, will just be content to continue as she's doing. So, on we go to Dylan Claydon of Loughborough. Deja vu as you were, nothing to separate these top 2. Imagine if this was the final. Just imagine that, with these 2 inseparable in the closing stages. I really hope we get something like that. And even though the 3,000 metres, you know, not everyone accustomed to running it, as I say, it brings a real mix into it, including steeplechase specialists, as we saw in the men's event as well. But it does make to a spectacle. You're just waiting for the story to unfold. 9:29:30 at the bell. So big gap behind the top 2. I think it might be Bronwyn Stratton Thomas in 3rd place. Dark green vest. Coming in here, Millard. A little bit of bragging rights, 10:07:26 from Willis. And I think this is going to be Samantha Mason of Leeds. Yes, it is, coming home there in the dark green Leeds vest. back to the shot put we go. So Caden Uzogwe of Manchester now. So again, the one flag once more. Athlete with the 120 on his vest. So field action also with the high jumps. That's just qualification, whereas this is the final where we will decide the medalists. The only medalist, in fact, to be crowned today. So Zach Davis starts our second round here. Davis with a personal best of 16.12. He was 5th at the UK Indoor Championships. $15.79 for Davis in the second round. Really decent effort there. Second heat, women's 3000. Aude Tirouin of Bangor. Jessica Hyland of Swansea. So plenty of Welsh uni representation. Sheffield's Beth Barlow. So really interesting athlete here because she comes in as second ranked behind Millard, who we've just seen. 9:13.98 at best. This is her BUCS track debut. But also interesting because between 2017 and 2023, she didn't really have a full season of athletics. Not dissimilar in some ways, I guess, to Georgia Bell, who've seen qualify for the World Indoors with a spectacular opening to this season. But Beth Barlow, Northern Indoor champion, did the double, in fact, of the 1500 and this distance. Former English schools champion over 1500 back in 2017. So I wonder what she's capable of here. And yeah, Sheffield have had some good medals over the years in some of these middle and longer distances. TJ Ellis of Manchester Met, Isabel Franco of Imperial, Gemma Bridges of York, Jasmine Wood of Durham, also one of the top ranked women. She was 7th at the UK Indoor Championships, where she set a new PB of 9:26.72. So in total this year, she's taken 22 seconds off her PB. And she was 10th over this distance last year. And Sophie Cowper of Anglia Ruskin, also pretty experienced at BUCS competition. She's finished twice. 9th place at the British Universities, 9:29 her personal best. So, Jessica Hyland in the white and green of Swansea. Looks like Isabel Franco of Imperial in second, then Beth Barlow of Sheffield is in third place. Jasmine Wood of Durham in fourth. and Sophie Cowper of Anglia Ruskin in 5th. So these 5 women happy with the opening to their race. I'm pretty sure they'll come through and we should get the 1K split. One more heat to come after this. Will feature the 3rd ranked athlete, Almi Naruka. Elsa Palmer, defending champion as well, will be in it. But this particular heat featuring the 2nd and 5th ranked athletes, Barlow and Wood. Well, we saw that Thomas Crockett of Exeter, a bit of a reluctant leader early on. Jessica Hyland, though, taking it out nicely, but you feel as though there are others with pace to burn behind her. They're just biding their time for the moment with 9 laps to go. Beth Barlow in the yellow and black of Sheffield, on the 2 local universities, 9:46.13 this year. She tries to kind of rediscover previous form and achieve potential in athletics. Interesting to see just how the race goes in the final, if she and Alex Millard and Elsa Palmer are all involved, and maybe we'll have a similar sort of biding of time. Or would Alex Millard try and front run her way, try and build enough of a gap to kind of ward anyone off and not give people a chance? No Sarah Calvert, no, she was entered, but she would have been the sort of person with great 800 speed that would certainly be a challenger were she still with Millard in the closing stages. Have to have a real look across all of the 800 PBs when we head into the final. So Jasmine Wood is doing what Hyland did, just sticking on the shoulder. Six to go. So 6:55.05 2K split. Jasmine Wood of Durham from Beth Barlow of Sheffield, Jessica Hyland of Swansea and Sophie Cowper of Anglia Ruskin. So Barlow making a bit of a move here with Jasmine Wood. These two top ranked in this particular heat. Breaking away very nicely, 3 automatic places. So Highland and Cowper a little further back. In fact, Cowper moving into 3rd place just behind these two now. Beth Barlow sure be happy to stay there for now. So we saw that 15.79 for Zach Davis previously. This is 6.92, which is James Wordsworth of Leeds Beckett. Now, I can tell you that Khan Tosson of Bristol in the first round, going out to a new lifetime best of 16.07, leading the way at this stage. Patrick Morgan next to go, Cardiff Met. As we go through the shot put order, Craig Moncur of Birmingham. So it means that Tossun is leading Zach Davis's 15.79 from the 2nd round, and then Dylan Claydon in 3rd on 15.20. Still in the 2nd round, about to move into the 3rd. So this has become an outstanding last kilometre, in particular from Beth Barlow. Continues her way through. Crossed the line, looked like she could have kept running. So she goes through with Jasmine Wood and Sophie Cowper, 10:04.87. Just over a second faster than the initial heat won by Millard. So bar 160 early stages of high jump qualification there for the women, as you can see. So they're aiming for 172 or 12 best athletes. 3rd round of the shot put. See the measurement coming up there for Jacob Matthews, 14.59. Zach Davis improving. Let's have a look. So Davis of Loughborough, the favourite here, but Tossun, 16.07 PB, the current leader. Starting here the 3rd round. And that is a fantastic effort. Just keeps his balance. He knows there isn't too much in it with that effort. So 16.24, new personal best by 12 centimetres for Zach Davis, our new leader. And then Jacob Matthews here, as we were saying, returning to BUCS competition. Real chance of a medal for him. 14.59 that effort measured at. Khan Tossun, can he reclaim the lead? Just kept his balance once more. Kantosun, the Turkish athlete, already coming away with a seemingly a big lifetime best. 15:08 earlier in qualifying. Dylan Claydon appears to remain in third place, but William Steele 10 centimetres behind, 15:20 and 15:10. This is George Asprey of Winchester. Another with not too big a contingent, so big shout out to them. And then Deborah Paulett going next. And there's a measurement coming up for Asprey of 11:91. Coming towards the end of the first half of this competition, Paulett. Davis, Toss and Claydon in the top three. Paulett finds himself in 6th place, 13:78 best so far. Twelve athletes in this final. And to get inside the top 8 to have 6 efforts. 8th place currently held by Caden Uzokwe. Personal best of 12:99. Back to the shot put in a moment. No change in the top 3 since that Zach Davis personal best of 16:24. Final heat of the women's 3,000 metres then. Jacqueline Penn of Newcastle, Almi Naroka of Leeds, Nadine McIntyre of Nottingham, Merce Sanchez-Ola of Edinburgh, Bethany Wallace of Exeter, Zara Kuliev of King's College, Birmingham's Elsa Palmer, and Ella Leonard of Bangor, just at the back of the pack in the bright yellow and green. Elsa Palmer winning the title last year, of course. Fantastic victory it was, and personal best of 9:20.93. Part of the World Universities cross team, where she was 8th, and also finishing 8th place at the UK Indoor Championships last weekend in Birmingham. No, it's actually last year's UK Indoor Championships, it was in 2023. And also, of course, Almi Naroka, slightly faster on paper, 9:16.14. She was 3rd at BUCS Cross. Really strong achievement there to be indeed the sharp end of that race, given the potential for all kinds of things to happen. Personal best from last year of 9:16.14 at a Watford BBC Challenger meeting. 9th at the UK Indoors in 2022, but starting to achieve her potential, certainly. The Leeds athlete. Of course, Dad Richard, well known as an Olympian, both in the marathon and 10,000 metres. 5th in Atlanta, 1996. My brother, who is a track cyclist as well. We're seeing, though, Jacqueline Penn coming towards the front, a little bit like a Jessica Hyland did, trying to push this race on. So it's Jacqueline Penn of Newcastle, Almi Naroka of Leeds, Merce Sanchez-Ola of Edinburgh, Elsa Palmer of Birmingham, Dean McIntyre of Nottingham, Bethany Wallace of Exeter, and Bangor's Ella Leonard in this big lead group now. So we can have a look picture in picture with the men's shot put final. Let's have a look then. Dylan Claydon in the bronze medal position in this reasonably early stage. Still a lot can happen, of course, but Claydon looking to make it 2 Loughborough athletes on the podium in this third round. 15:20 so far. So it's been measured at 16:13 for Claydon, and he moves past Tosson's personal best into third, and in fact all 4 top athletes are showing as personal bests. So proving to be quite a strong final. Let's stay with it. Caden Ozoigwe of Manchester. With that rotational technique, good balance once again, good strength. So Ozoigwe down in 9th place. Just no improvement there for him. 12:99, also a personal best. That was in the first round. He obviously wants to get inside the top 8. Doesn't look to me like he has improved there. As a result, shortly we'll move on with just the top 8. Ewan Urquhart, he needs 13:02 to make it inside the top 8. So let's see what he can do. Stepping out the circle. So he will only have the 3 throws. 3 efforts. James Wordsworth has moved up to 8th with 13:14. So let's have a look here. Wordsworth, once again, really good balance just off to the right-hand side. So Wordsworth, 12:81, 12:57 and 13:14. Now, out front in this race, still pretty much as you were with the Newcastle athlete, as you can see, Jacqueline Penn. Then Elsa Palmer, defending champion. Almina Rourke, second-ranked athlete on time. Merce Sanchez-Ola of Edinburgh. And Bethany Wallace of Exeter. 6 to go. Patrick Morgan. Best of 12:61 so far. Yeah, needs 13:14. His reaction would suggest he's ended up a little bit short of that. It's come up as 12:70 for Morgan, so 9 centimetres improvement, but unfortunately won't progress on this occasion. What about Craig Moncur, Birmingham? So he looking at last in this putting order for the first 3 rounds. $13.02 so far for Moncur, Birmingham. Linear technique, pushes through, translates that energy, unleashes like a coiled spring. That's uncoiled. And he improves to 13:21 and is now in 7th place. So that means a break in the shot put, effectively half time, and they'll reassess and will start again in a few moments with just the top 8 in reverse order. Davis, Matthews, Steele, Tosson, Asprey, Paulett, Claydon and Uzoigwe. James Wordsworth just knocked out of the top 8 at the end there. Right, Elsa Palmer, defending champion from Almina Roca, at the front here. Naroka 3rd at BUCS Cross Country, as I say. Yeah, similar to both of the heats that we've had so far. A pair of athletes at the front, 3 going through automatically, so that's where the maybe interesting battle is right now, because these two pretty much guaranteed a place. Unfortunately for Jacqueline Penn, just dropping back into 4th place now. Still, of course, still an opportunity to qualify potentially. So 2 laps to go. We're inside the penultimate one now. Naruka looking like she's very easily going to break away from Palmer. Elsa Palmer doesn't want necessarily to exert herself 100%. Nine 39.92 at the bell. 10 seconds off for Millard from first heat. 25 seconds faster. Second heat. So, Palmer might actually come through here. Just finishes behind Naroka. And then Bangor athlete having one more lap to go. So 10:20, 16 on the clock. Rather easing up towards the finish. So, top 8 carrying forward, 8th to 1st in that order as they were after 3 rounds. James Wordsworth going there. I wonder whether we'll see any change at the top of the standings. Dak Davis already with that personal best, but maybe it's a little bit closer than we thought it could be. And still 3 more efforts for those men to come. Craig Moncur this is. Wordsworth 13.28, so moves up past Moncur. So meanwhile, we are underway with the 1500 metre semi-finals. So 2 of these, and same qualification conditions for the women 3000 heats. It's 3+3, so Tyler Billiard of Birmingham course. What a fantastic win it was last year for the Birmingham man, ahead of Dan Howes and Alex Malloy, who this year is going in the 3000. Luke Davidson of Robert Gordon, last year's Scottish student indoor 800 winner. Jack Patton of Strathclyde, well, comes in as second ranked. He was 7th of the UK indoors over this distance. Cameron Deverill of Cambridge, another who looked good in the heats. Previously, Lawrence Manley of Sheffield. They seem to be quietly setting themselves up for a potential of quite a few medals, Sheffield. Ross O'Brien of University of the West of Scotland. Rafe Serif of St Mary's with that new mile lifetime best of 4:18.6 in good form. Theo Cheshire of Bath and Adam Lane of Cardiff Met. So the 2 semi-finals that we have, and Justin Davis, marginal favourite maybe, goes in the second heat, but I think Patton and others, maybe Serif, Deverill will be close, and of course Tyler Billiard returns as defending champion. Just seems though that Davis is in great form after that UK indoor bronze medal. Billiard though comes from the hot off the Oman Muscat based World Uni Cross Championship. So we'll check in with that race in a moment with Billiard leading there from Jack Patton. In this men's shot put final, we're still in the 4th round, and we're seeing here the Sheffield athlete William Steele. So red flag, no improvement for him. And just having a look to see no real improvements apart from Wordsworth moving himself ahead of Moncur, and Moncur closing the gap back. 13:25 new personal best for the Birmingham man. And Moncur in 8th place, but at least guaranteed all 6 rounds now. So it's still Davis, Claydon, Tosson of Loughborough, Bristol respectively, all personal bests, and indeed for Steele and Sheffield in 4th place. This then is Tosson. Let's see if there's any change in this 4th round among the top 3. Unfortunate there for Tosson, stepping out the circle. So Dylan Claydon next to go in the circle. You can see here we've got a group of 6 athletes battling in the 1500 metres. Deverill having to really manage that gap. 3:29.94 at the bell. Rafe Serif, is he going to find enough space, I wonder? Deverill actually has now put himself in a good position if he can make up the ground. Top 3, remember, so still potential for an opening, but Billiard is surely where he wants to be. Patton is fast closing. He's going to push because Davidson is there, and O'Brien is too. Deverill actually does finish in good position in 4th, given that there are only 2 semi-finals. 3:59.59. So Billiard, really nice closing finish there. Davidson and Patton look to have joined him in the 1500 final coming up tomorrow. So our leader Zach Davis, 16:24 PB already. I don't think that's going to be quite as far. Putting together a good series though, you'd have to say. 15:09. So no change Crucial stage, 5th round. Matthews already moved up 1 place in the second half of this comp. Rotating, but out of the circle, red flag. Moncur. Personal best, 13.25 just a moment ago. 3 centimetres off Wordsworth, and then quite a big gap of over a metre to Pullet. So linear technique, another to use that. And let's check in now, 1500 metre semi-final. Number 2, Henry Fisher out front in the light purple, overtaken there by Jack Dixon of Loughborough. The other figure near the sharp end, tall man, light blue vest of Justin Davis. Interesting there, his tactic, just going to let others lead this one initially. Now making up ground round the outside. So 450 Adam Eade in 4th place, pushed down to. And you've also got Sam Stevens of lead behind him, and Adam Dre in the lighter Cambridge vest there. Andrew Thompson of Edinburgh, and Hugo Hewitt of Exeter as well. And then Sheffield vest of Harry Sweeney. And that's the full field. Jack Dixon just concentrating in front of him. Not worried about what's going on, any squabbling for space that may happen. 5 to go. And before, when they come through this time around, bit of noise ramping up inside the arena at the English Institute of Sport. I'm sure this will be a belting final tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. It's a thrilling timetable just to look at. Dixon of Loughborough then, Fisher, Birmingham, Davis, Bath, Eade, Cardiff, Met, Dre, Cambridge, Stevens of Leeds, all on your screen here, but the man really making a move is Hugo Hewitt of Exeter. So 2:23, 3 laps to go. So how long can Jack Dixon hold station for in the African violet vest? This group is not getting any smaller. Fisher not really finding space on the inside. Davis, a real presence there. 2 to go. Waiting a long time, and Davis has decided now is the time to go. So off he moves again round the outside. Dixon just trying to get enough room for himself. Davis of Bath, Thompson of Edinburgh, Fisher of Birmingham City, Dixon of Loughborough, 3:24, 34 at the bell, and I'm sure Davis has got enough left here. Adam Dre moving up into that all-important 3rd spot, and again into 2nd. I think Dixon has got something to respond now, terrifically. What about Fisher? What about Eade? Justin Davis, clear and supreme. Dre and Dixon, it looks like, also through. 3:53.34, so that did end up being 6 seconds faster than the opening semi-final, and that does bode quite well for those in 4th and 5th, and potentially 6th as well.
with the first heat of the men's 200. All the 200 places.
Let's head back to the shot put final then. Paula just heading off to the right there, slipping out the circle. So we are now into the final round. So on to Jacob Matthews of Birmingham. Results on the Roster Athletics website and app. So finds himself Matthews in 5th place. Still no change to the positions above him. Sometimes tends to be the case. Athletes have got a really good mark in and straining everything to improve it, sometimes resulting in a foul or just experimenting a little to get every bit of potential out of the effort. Steele with the personal best in the first round. Really nice fast rotation there. Pretty central. Landing as well. So looking for over 16 meters. It is quite a gap of 97 centimeters to improve by to get a medal. Well, let's wait and see what this starts with. 15:04. So really competition, really good competition for Steele. And now we know that Davis, Claydon, Tosson are our medalists. Just waiting to see, though, if they will finish in a different order. So Tosson, 16:07, needs 6 centimetres on Claydon. And then 17 on our leader, Zach Davis. Not much giving away from a reaction like that. So 14:61, no improvement for Tosson, 2 efforts to go. It's a Loughborough 1-2. He'll be on the top step, Dylan Claydon. 16:13 so far, gives it everything and almost goes high and wide. Ferocious effort. So Zach Davis is the men's shot put champion then. Second field champion to be crowned. After Owen Hurd, also of Loughborough in the pole vault. So Zach Davis, our gold medalist, here in the circle. Just slipping out of it, but he does have a personal best, and that's a really nice celebration. Fantastic to see. Personal best as well as beating the competition 16-24. We've seen some really close and incredible shot put competitions with some great strength in depth, and the standout really headline, top 4 all improving. Particularly impressed with Khan Tosin as well, making a good final, especially with that the PB in the first round, saying to the opposition, what have you got to show for yourselves? Dylan Claydon 16-13, Zach Davis 12 centimetres added to his PB, 16-24, gold medal put. Really nice scenes then for Zach. Loughborough 1-2 in the men's shot.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So the lineup for this first heat, the 5 and 4x2. Edinburgh will line up in 2, Nottingham in 3, Exeter in 4, in 5, Aberdeen.
So just the relays to come now, 4 by 200 metres, 1 lap of the track, a quartet of athletes, and 5 heats for the men. For the women. So this should be thrilling stuff. Hold on to the edge of your seats. It's yeah, sometimes tinged with sadness, I have to say, when we end the final day on the relays, and really do want to milk every moment as the campaign goes and just savour it as much as possible. In this first heat, number 1, Edinburgh, Nottingham, Exeter, Aberdeen, Oxford Brookes. Qualifying conditions, as always, simply the fastest 6 across every heat, across all heats, making it through to that final. Oxford Brookes on the outside there, you know, not a huge contingent of athletes, but they put themselves into a relay team. I'm sure they'll be well drilled here. Exeter looking to hand over now cleanly, staying in lanes of course for now. Aberdeen just on their tails, motoring down the back straight. Really, really good leg this. Aberdeen, Exeter, Nottingham. Exeter runner, really good handover, came in hot, extended it just a little, but Aberdeen, this is really, really strong out front. And showing excellent depth, you'd have to say as well. Exeter just fading a little bit, allowing Nottingham to close. But look at this. Aberdeen maybe front loading a little bit, allowing a fabulous opportunity to close. Going out wide. as I think was entitled to do. Exeter, Nottingham, still fighting, still chasing, to the line. Gosh, looked like Aberdeen did just hold on there. Well, you're entitled not to really run the full inside extent of the bend. And I don't think it was a real blocking motion at all. Did just make the Exeter runner behind just think a little. I think that was pretty much astute. Be interesting to see a replay of it though. Let's have another look here. So Aberdeen coming into the top bend in the lead, is in pretty much lane one. I think that's all fine. I think it was intelligent. Use my words carefully indeed, but Aberdeen very close as well to actually get second place, and that could count. That really could count, you know. Really excited as ever to see how these relays unfold, and just waiting for those times to come through on roster. So some shout on the chat. Go Aberdeen from Tomi Odomeru. Well done, David, he says. Who else? Someone asking for Craig Monker's shot put distance. Well, it was that personal best in the final. Really strong performance it was in the end from Craig Monker. 13.25. Race 2 coming up with Bangor, Edgehill, Loughborough, Portsmouth and Durham. So Loughborough look like the clear favourites here, but let's wait and see. And of course you have to wait and see until all results are firmly given, just in case the officials did spot anything during that race. So, interesting to see who Loughborough field here, and maybe who they can also bring in. Any 200-metre athletes might indeed be fresh as well. Those 3 rounds to come tomorrow might mean they don't want to extend energy now. Shonan Yogu of Loughborough was a DNS, having looked good initially. Individually in the 60. But here we go, motoring through is Portsmouth here on this opening leg, just about saving something for the changeover, but Loughborough working better onto the second leg. Looks like Evan Blackman here, formerly in the colours of Durham, now Loughborough racing against his old team, but ahead of them. Edgehill, second of the 2, bright green. It's Bangor in second place, behind Loughborough here. Really nice clean sprinting. Loughborough, Bangor, Portsmouth, Edgehill, Durham. those are the 5 teams in this race. Pretty clear order. The battle on really is for 3rd place. Edge Hill and Portsmouth neck and neck. There they are. Nice to get sight of everyone. So Loughborough coming through superbly. 1:28.17, and very, very strong 2nd place for Bangor. Another case where might not have an individual champion quality, but a really strong relay team put together. A real hat tip to them.
The official time, Loughborough who crossed the line first, 1:28.15. I can confirm that Loughborough did win that with 1:28.15. First leg runners out for this 30.
So coming up on the results, I mentioned that we have to wait and see really in a relay to see that the race result does come through, and it looks as though Aberdeen have been disqualified from the first heat, having won it brilliantly, albeit falling foul of rule TR 24.19, starting outside the takeover zone. So an issue with handing over for Aberdeen. Of course, they may be able to appeal that if they've got sufficient evidence that can overrule, or the burden of proof is on them over the initial official's decision. So it changes things so far as Nottingham and Exeter both become a little bit more likely to qualify. Nottingham 1:31.63 and Exeter 1:31.65, and they were 6 seconds ahead of Edinburgh, and across 5 heats it might be quite tricky for Edinburgh to qualify. Loughborough then fastest so far, 1:28.15, and then 1:31.70 for Bangor, so that means that Bangor are 4th fastest so far, and Edgehill 5th fastest, 1:33.76. think Durham 134.80 probably be too far back by the time we've had 5 heats, even if there are 6 fastest now. Wait and see. I mean, tiny possibility. So, heat number 3 with Glasgow, Sheffield, Cardiff Met, Birmingham City, Liverpool. Three men's relay heats to come. And then 4 in the women's relay. Here we go. Glasgow, Sheffield, Cardiff Met should be marginal favourites for this heat. Birmingham City University and Liverpool. Might be the first Birmingham City University relay team I've seen. Normally quite a small group, but trying to put together a bigger athletics team clearly this year. Cardiff Met, as we expected, starting to emerge. Sheffield tend to be quite well drilled also. Medal a few years ago in the women's 4x2. They had the likes of Ella Barrett in their team. Let's see how they go here. Cardiff Met have some work to do to close up to Sheffield. We mentioned before, some teams try and front load, have fastest athletes build a bit of a gap, which isn't that common kind of on the senior stage, but yeah, if there is a bit of a difference in ability of relay team members, it can maybe help at this level. Certainly it's one tactic. Right, here we go. Sheffield, Cardiff Met. This could be a good battle. And it could make the difference in qualification, even though they're first and second. Really good cheering all the way round. Quite a gap back to third and fourth. Sheffield hugging this inside this time. Cardiff Met just gonna come through on the line. 1:29.92, which is the second fastest time that we've had so far, which means that Sheffield will be third fastest out of what we've seen to this point. So yeah, not a bad position to be. Third fastest with 3 out of 5 heats having taken place. It means that Durham can't qualify. Unless of course there's any DQs or anything like that. So the qualification situation for the relays, Reece Marley, always the fastest 6 teams across all the heats. So as I say, at the moment, Loughborough fastest, 1:28.15. Then Cardiff Met, it looks like, although that result not official yet, 1:29.9. We saw Sheffield just behind will be third fastest. And then Nottingham fourth fastest, 1:31.6. Exeter 1:31.6. Bangor 1:31.7. Medalists in the men's shot put: Tosson, Bristol and Claydon, and Davis of Loughborough in bronze, silver and gold order. That great 16:24 personal best for Zach Davis. Well, we still have 2 heats to come. Birmingham in the next one, Brunel in the last. And we're just waiting for that confirmed result from number 3. Still not coming through just yet as official. Heat number 4 with Cardiff, King's College London, Warwick, St Mary's, Leeds and Birmingham. Well, Birmingham have had real success outdoors with the 4x4s in the last few years. Also winning the 4x1 outdoors with Cam Bailey as part of their team. Ideal sort of 200, 400 runner to have in this 4x2 relay. I wonder whether he'll be in the team initially or whether they'll bring him in for the final. Keep eyes on that. Darian Moore, of course, a medalist in the 60 metres yesterday. Leeds then behind. Birmingham making a good showing on this first leg. Just a bit of a slowdown towards the end of that 200. And Warwick with an opportunity to be second as they break for the inside. Birmingham, Warwick, Leeds battling with Cardiff. King's College London then behind them. Oh, and a dramatic fall there. Leeds and Warwick involved. Catch up with that after. Birmingham, Cardiff it is, the two red vests, then Warwick, KCL. King's College have really benefited there. Well, drama in the 4x2 relays as always. Birmingham from Cardiff now. Really escaping the inside of the bend. I think that might be Suresh Black, who also featured very prominently in the 60-metre final. Look at this lead, sailing clear, giving it everything. Now he can slow down, certainly. But he wants to make sure that it's a fast time, and yeah, certainly not the fastest time that we've had so far. 1:30.24. Just see if that third result has come up yet. Not quite yet. So, interestingly, Loughborough remain the fastest team, and that could actually be the fourth fastest team, Birmingham there, even though they had a clear lead, because it's the 6 fastest teams across all heats that qualify. Just the one heat remaining then. Brunel, the big ones to watch in this, but also Stirling, Swansea, Kingston, Leeds, Beckett and Bristol. Brunel often tend to be marginal favourites for this title. Good strength in depth in terms of sprinters that they've had over the years. From current slide, Tyler Panton, formerly Marvin Papula, Khalil Bruni, and many on the women's side as well. Lily Beckford, Darcy Kuipers. So, let's see how they all go here. Just beginning to settle into those blocks. Interesting to see that the third semi-final, just waiting for that to come up now. Wonder whether something is being looked at from that race. So it means we can only really provisionally estimate who'll be the top 6 as things stand. Loughborough 128.1. Cardiff Met 129.9. Sheffield very, very close behind that. So they should feature in the top 3. Birmingham 132, 130.24 I should say, and then it's very, very close. It looks like Nottingham 131.6 and Exeter 131.6 also. So knocking out Bangor, it appears. (1:31.6) the target time. So reasonable possibility that 2 teams can make it through from this if it's a clean race, and maybe more. Right, so Cardiff Met's time confirmed as 1:29.91 and 1:30.06 for Sheffield, faster than Birmingham. So, and here we have Stirling, Swansea, Kingston, Leeds, Beckett, Brunel and Bristol. So no surprise at all that Brunel off like a rocket on this first leg. And Leeds Beckett trying to react to that and chase after. So into the changeover zone we go now. Bristol there, just write a picture briefly. Swansea in the centre. Oh, darting around there was the Stirling runner. Hope that was after the crossing point to the inside. Leeds Beckett leading Brunel. What an exciting finale this is, and then Stirling battling with Swansea. Oh wow, so thrilling finale was set for here. Nice finish from Brunel. Tyler Panton just gets it under control. So Panton will surely have enough. Leeds Beckett, look at that mean expression. Swansea and Stirling behind. Still can't get away from one another. So Panton for Brunel, 1:28.27, just a little off Loughborough. And I think the interesting thing will be whether it's 2 or more teams that qualify if this proves to be a confirmed race result. Because that Brunel time, 1:28.26, I believe officially, is now second fastest overall, pushing down Cardiff Met, Sheffield, Birmingham. So it means that if all the races are clean, then Exeter seemingly can't qualify now. I reckon it's going to be Loughborough, Brunel, Leeds Beckett, Cardiff Met, Sheffield and Birmingham. So really exciting set of men's heats, waiting for that 4th and 5th semi-final result to come through in a couple of minutes' time. Women's heats to come, 4 of them, and just a moment before those athletes do come out indeed. 7 minutes time they are expected to get underway. Don't think they're yet out of the call room. So just a little chance to pause, but we will be back in a moment's time, by which point we'll have those results. Let's hope from the men's relay heats.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham. reigns supreme.
He will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
To move on to our women's 4x200 metres, in one box first, in lane one it is Bristol, in two we have Glasgow, in three we have Aberdeen, and Cardiff going fourth, Kingston going 5, and Oxford go in lane 6. This is in one of the women's 4x200 metre relay.
So the last discipline, if you like, of the day, the women's 4x200 metres relay. And yeah, we're hearing sometimes people enter a team and then on the day it doesn't quite materialise to put a team out. And well, sometimes individual success is hampered slightly by doing too many rounds. Doesn't normally stop many people, but a couple of teams maybe pulling out, but as a result we have some very competitive heats here, just the 4 of them, and I will keep an eye on those men's results, don't worry, as well, so we can confirm who makes it through to their final. So once again, fastest 6 teams across all heats in these relays. It's going to be Bristol here, Glasgow, Aberdeen, Cardiff Met, Kingston and Oxford. So, good start there from Cardiff Met, 2 from the outside. Oxford, another always well-drilled set of relay teams, come together nicely. Cardiff Met making up some ground. Another fantastic event for them over the years. I mean, we were talking with Blake Brown yesterday about all of the female sprinters that Cardiff Met have had. They've gone on to international success, like Charlotte Wingfield, Mika Moore. Cardiff Met from Aberdeen. Well, unless that can be overturned, that result, they want to make amends for the disqualification in the men's event. Nice gap starting to open up. Needs to be remembered that even if you win your heat, you might not qualify if you're not in the top 6 teams. We can see Glasgow third. Oh, an injury, sadly. That's not nice to see for the Oxford runner. I hope she's okay. Out front, Cardiff Met in control. So Aberdeen trying to hold on to second place, but they have to wait and see when all is said and done, because this is a huge gap. 1:42.43. Aberdeen closing on the line now. And then Glasgow, it looks like we're seeing Kingston just come round this final bend now. Bristol having finished just before them. Sadly, Oxford DNF. So we'll mark down that time then. Cardiff Met 1:42.4. So the 4th heat of the men's relay still hasn't come through, so maybe they are looking at something, while the 5th one has. And it tells us that Brunel and Leeds Beckett have provisionally put themselves in a position to qualify. Brunel 1:28.26, Leeds Beckett 1:28.88, and then Sterling outside of the top 6. 1:32.76. So it's that Birmingham heat that we're just waiting for confirmation of time of, but in any case, it appears that it would only be Birmingham that would qualify. Oh, it has now just come through. 1:30.25 for Birmingham. Yes, they're the only ones to qualify from that particular heat. Brunel and Leeds Beckett also thereby confirmed, along with Loughborough and Sheffield. So, don't know what the officials is saying. Maybe expected to be in a different order. Maybe they've changed the order, Loughborough, or Leeds Beckett, sorry. Ian Anholm officiating. Former head of the Loughborough team, now officiating. Just making sure that everyone knows the rules, because in the UK, relay runs aren't as common as they are in some other countries where national championships feature relay medals as well. Sometimes get them at the international events. Loughborough International, we see them. And here at BUCS, other than that, there really aren't that many opportunities. I suppose National Athletics League and other league meetings, in which you have a full umbrella, if you like, of all the track and field events, save from maybe the 10,000 metres. So, second women's heat. Nottingham, Robert Gordon, Leeds Beckett, Birmingham, Exeter, UCL. Well, this should be pretty competitive, and that may mean that the athletes in this push each other to fast times. 6 fastest from all heats. Birmingham starting very nicely here. Exeter in second place, early stages. Leeds Beckett a bit further back. Birmingham can cross to the inside now. Nottingham appearing there. I think that might be Abby Mills of Exeter, is it? Who also did the mascot race. So she'll be glad this time to be without costume. So solid from Birmingham. And then Nottingham making this a bit of a Midlands affair. Leeds, Beckett and Exeter. 3rd and 4th. Birmingham gets going now, and it looks like towards the end of that 200 the gap was extended. Yeah, waiting a while for Nottingham to appear. Leeds Beckett closing on them. That could of course be crucial once again. All of a sudden pretty even. Birmingham coming home. It's going to be a similar time. 1:42.23. .42.22. Official time for Birmingham. Oh look, there's Emmanuel Sasanya, bottom right of screen, who we were talking to earlier. Fantastic to see an athlete who's recently graduated being given the team manager role and relishing it as well. As he said, yeah, East London don't have as big a team as they used to, and as a result getting to do some media duties as well. There is the Birmingham team coming just out of shot there and into the background as we watch for heat number 3. Well, this is at least the 3rd event of the weekend for Grace Morgan, the Welsh heptathlete whose parents have been watching on top of the stand. Certainly were yesterday. So she's been hurdling, and then long jump as well, qualification that was, so more to come tomorrow, and then here in the relay running. Well, I'd expect Sheffield to be pretty strong here, and well, generally should be pretty close. Just by way of letting you know that Sunday's action, finals day if you like, begins at 10, and the women's triple jump final starts us off, and then track action with 200 heats. Well, not quite that many. 200 meters heats, of which there are 11, so nearly as many. 10:45, and then wow, 17 heats for the main, although that's based on the entries. And, well, actually, yeah, just think about it, less entrance than the 60 metres, but of course just 6 lanes. So that's why there would be more heats, but I wonder whether everyone who maybe selected the 200 metre or selected to double up will end up doing so. Tyler Panton was saying that he, well, I won't use the words that he used because I feel like he did himself a disservice, but he doesn't normally like to do the 200 indoors. Of course, it is a real challenge, and yeah, for that reason, for a couple of reasons, it's not a major international distance indoors, just unfair, that inside line. As a result, many people who are very good at the 200 metres indoors often see them doing other events, and that creates rivalries that maybe you wouldn't expect. Someone dropping down to the 60, going up to the 400. So we've heard the sound of the whistle. We're now hearing less sound as it's gone quiet. Won't be for too long. Cardiff leads Manchester Met, Sheffield, Edge Hill and Newcastle. Well, Edge Hill being the loudest university supporting their athletes, and Newcastle normally push up the decibels, so this could be some noise when they get going. Edge Hill, they've had some success in recent years. Not necessarily too many medals, but at least they've been posting on Instagram about loads of club records. Certainly they keep track of them and they publicise them, which is great to see, because unis are doing loads of that these days, which is fantastic, and it's helpful as well for the broadcasters, as you know, just to consume all this information and relay it out to you. Talking of relays, we are now underway with this heat, and it's the third one. Sheffield through the centre then. Edge Hill staying in lanes and staying with that advantage until the end of this bend on the second leg. Edge Hill and Sheffield, then Cardiff. So Grace Morgan putting herself very much in the mix here, behind Sheffield and in front of Manchester Met. Edge Hill in the second group. Have a look at changeovers. Sheffield did nicely out of that situation. So 1:42.2, the benchmark set thus far. Really solid run from both of our front teams. Cardiff, of course, making way round the outside for two reasons. One, to get some space, and two, because that's where she'll hand over. Nice roar, as I expected, onto this last leg. Again, not quite hugging the inside, no need to now. Sheffield, Cardiff, Edge Hill, Manchester Met. And winding up this gap beautifully. No more changeovers, it's just into the line in a very similar time of 1:42.30. So waiting for the first and second heats to come through as the full confirmed result. So yeah, just be wary of that. And this brings us on to the last race of the day. It's gone by quite quickly, this one. I think there's sometimes one or two more finals on the second day. It really means we are expecting a stellar Sunday, and I'm sure it will be brilliant, and just will come thick and fast. Medalists will be crowned and headlines will be written. Okay, Durham, Strathclyde, defending champions, don't forget, Swansea, Oxford Brookes, Loughborough and Stirling. And Strathclyde, no Kelsey Stewart, but they do have Rachel Callan, Erin Campbell, I know that Murray Patience was on the entry list, but more of a 4-hurdler, 400 indoors and DNS earlier, so wait and see who features. Looks like Lauren Davey, the Welsh heptathlete there, will start off Swansea. Interestingly, no Edinburgh team for Alison Bell to have featured in. Ooh, and no Brunel actually. Obviously having, well, two solid contenders in the 400 metres. Chinagle and Kofi. Previously they brought in Emma Nwaffle, the heptathlete, into the relay. Yeah, sometimes a bit of creativity in terms of finding someone that can come in, but a little less possibility maybe in the 4x2. Well, you could argue that you have long jumpers as well, with great speed, who could do a job in a relay at this level. So let's hear it for Durham, Strathclyde, Swansea, Oxford Brookes, Loughborough and Stirling. So, well, we were saying that Loughborough tend to be strongest of all in terms of the full extent of relays that might be available in the women's 4x4. That's not available here, so still have great selection of talent. Really impressed with Harita Badra in the last couple of years, the Indian international who's competed for Loughborough. So they look like they're going to lead Stirling. Two teams on the outside, Strathclyde in third. It'll be really tough for them to defend that title, but I'm sure they can be contenders. And Loughborough runner coming through with a smile on her face, handing over, and actually this is going to be very close with Loughborough and Strathclyde. A sort of battle that just gets the appetite going for what we might see in the final. Loughborough, Strathclyde, Stirling. Sure, we see at least one of these Scottish teams in the final. So some good wins so far. Cardiff met Birmingham, Sheffield. And now Loughborough really asserting their advantage there across the last 100. Looks to me like Mia Smith having the baton, and now that inter-Scottish rivalry. Stirling and Strathclyde. Stirling coming past. 1:39.99 for Loughborough there. Oh my goodness me, Strathclyde just falling with Stirling. Well, we need to have another look at that as they came in thick and fast to the line on the final leg. So Loughborough clear leaders there, first across the line. And they are the fastest of all by some margin. Some, what, 2.3 seconds? 2.2 and a bit. And Loughborough's women's quartet enjoyed that. So unfortunate for Stirling. We'll try and have a look and see whether we capture some of this on the screen. So there we think Mia Smith of Loughborough, 1:39.9, going to come in left of picture there. So yeah, apologies didn't get the full angle on that, but yeah, you're just expecting them to come through cleanly into the finish. And yeah, just a bit of a tussle there. Obviously Strathclyde were trying to reclaim the position on Stirling, who may feel a little aggrieved there. What I can tell you, Cardiff Met 142.42 confirmed. Aberdeen 148.01 second in that opening heat, giving them a chance of qualification. Birmingham a touch faster than Cardiff Met, 142.22, but we already knew that. Nottingham 144.84, and so yeah, 3 teams from the second heat were faster than Aberdeen in the first, so looking unlikely there from Aberdeen as we try and work our way through this. Leeds Beckett third in heat number 2, 146.71. So Loughborough 139.9, fastest. Then Birmingham, second fastest, as we look out for the third result that has now come through. Sheffield 142.38 looked to be third fastest. And then we have to kind of wait and see a little bit. Cardiff 143.73, fourth fastest. Nottingham 144.84, fifth fastest. And then Edge Hill 145.12, sixth fastest, but that doesn't take into account potentials from the final heat. Well, it's actually come up that Strathclyde are slower and Stirling DNF'd. Now, there are no more than 6 lanes, so you can't advance a team through. It's possible that Stirling could claim that they were aggrieved and that they might try and well, possibly get a rerun for a qualifying time to try and make it through, but yeah, all those results have come through, and that is how it provisionally looks. Loughborough, Birmingham, Sheffield, Cardiff, Nottingham, Edge, Hill. We shall wait and see. But that does conclude today's action. Day 2 of the BUCS Indoor Athletics from Sheffield. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. See you then.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
And he will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.